The payoff! This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. We are live from Linz in Austria for day one of competition here at the Europe and Africa Open Championships. Glad to have you on board. You're watching live pictures of the beautiful two-lake facility that is in Steinreg, which is a little ways outside of Linz in Austria. Glad to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we're getting ready to throw down with some great water ski action, courtesy of our Open Women's Slalom event. And if you can hear that noise in the background, that's the railway train on the right-hand side of your screen passing up. We're very, very close to a little regional station which connects on to Linz and forward on to other places in Austria, such as Salzburg and Wien. And so far, so good with the weather. Beautiful sunshine as we take a closer look at our facility there. A facility that is hosted many competitions over the years, especially some major ones. You go back all the way to 2007, where the IWWF Open World Championships took place right here on this very venue, and saw the first of many wins in the men's slalom event in the World Championship level, courtesy of Thomas de Gasperi, who will be looking for his 11th straight men's slalom European title. But all of that to come within the next day or so. In the meantime, here is your schedule of events to start things off in the morning. Series 3 slalom for women all the way to Series 1, so we'll see some top class action right towards the end from the likes of the Bonneman sisters, Celine Detry, and indeed multiple time European champion Manon Costard. Then right after that, then we'll have the women's jump opening section of the event, and you can check out the schedule by logging into the IWWF live results service. But right there up on your screen once again, women's jumpers series 2 and 1 will take place after we get done with slalom this morning. Then we go into men's tricks and continue on from there. And as you can see, a whole host of nations involved in this competition. So we've got a good depth of field of competitors. And in the next few minutes, we'll be taking that Malibu out onto the water and towing our first 9 competitors in the Open Women's Series 3 slalom competition. Already just wiping down the boat, making sure that it's perfectly clean and functionable for our competitors to go. Few of our competitors already starting to warm up. Saw some competitors from Sweden a little bit earlier on this morning, and they're followed on by the team skiers, some of the team skiers from Austria and from Denmark. We've got a whole host of countries here, so we're looking forward to seeing some great action. And Peter Jan Lange from Sweden is our chief judge from Belgium. I beg your pardon. Again, my country's a little bit confused right from the beginning, which isn't a good sign going forwards, I guess. But we'll rectify that soon enough. And in less than 10 minutes, we've got our first skier to hit the water. So wherever you have to be around the world, whether you're in the likes of France or Italy or even our host country, Austria. We are about to throw down with some great tournament action. So make sure you grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and let's get on down with some great skiing in this breakfast time here in Austria. This is Thursday, August the 7th, the first day of action here at the Europe and Africa Open Championships. And we'll be live with our first skier to take to the water in a few minutes. Do not go away.
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen, das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
And that's where the majority of our competing athletes and our crew at TWBC were accommodated and will continue to be accommodated between now and the end of the competition. And from my personal perspective, that Ibis Styles place is just absolutely top notch, and certainly one of the better places that I've had the opportunity to stay at. So kudos to the organisation for having us stay there, and as we follow on with our towboats, the Malibu Response TXI. So, the Malibu Response TXI, you see all the particulars there as we work our way towards the southern end of this 2-lake facility. So, for those of you that are wondering, well, boat driver is Ricardo Botas for our lead-off skiers. Muriel Fremont is our passenger, and she will be boat judging for the slalom event. And we've got a few little tidbits and facts about Styreg and more specifically Linz. And the first of them that comes to mind is Linz is the graffiti capital of Europe. Certainly some rather unusual artistic endeavors taking place in that part of the world. But Linz is the graffiti capital of Europe, and more specifically, the largest outdoor gallery of graffiti and street art in Europe can be found at Mural Harbor. So if you do get a chance to visit Linz, you can take a look at what is there so far as of modern day contemporary art here in Linz. And Europe's most modern opera house can be found at the Music Theatre in Volksgarten, which is not too far away from Linz city centre. And of course, everyone knows that Linz is the birthplace of the world-famous Linzer Torte, which I hope to snack on a little bit more today. If that's not a subtle hint, I don't know what is. So here is our list of competitors. Sofia Hozdeva from representing the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation as a white flag competitor. Then second up on the list, it will be Gina Rickers-Kruger. Then following on with Maria Popova, Aline Wang, Kirsi Wolfersberg, Jutta Menestrina, Katrina Hafner, Susanna Orakova, and Katrine Anderson. Those are the competitors to take to the water in Women's Slalom Series 3. Great to have you on board. We as the TWBC broadcasting crew arrived here about a couple of days ago to set up. We're fresh off the U21 World Water Ski Championships in the Lakes of Casting Stone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. But here we are in Linz, Austria, just barely days after the ending action, which saw some great drama and action in the tricking event in the women's competition and indeed the men's competition. But now we start over, brand new competition. This is the European Open Championships here in the Steinreg Linz. And competitor coming up first is Sofia Hozdeva, skiing under the white flag and starting in on the 16-meter line with the boat speed of 58 kilometers an hour. And I'm being joined here at the announcing post. My good friend is Chef Boyardee, otherwise known as Zane Nicholson.
Yeah, no, I have been relinquished of the Chef Boyardee title.
You have? What happened there?
Well, we have Katrina Anderson traveling with us, and she has been doing the cooking since I've gotten here to Austria. So maybe we'll get in the kitchen later tonight and whip something up for everybody. But right now we are on the lake whipping up some slalom skiing here with our first skier off the dock.
So Sonia Hospide. So Sonia on 16 meters, getting a little loaded up on the back there on buoy number 3 into 4, but still managing to snake away through that pass. And our first pass of this European Open Championships with Ricardo Botas at the wheel and Muriel Fremont from France doing the honors in that Malibu towboat. So, good stuff so far, so good. And our next skier is already on the dock there. It'll be Maria Popova. Looks like Gina Kruger is going to be no-show, which is a pity because I was rather looking forward to seeing her ski.
Yeah, no, I saw her name on the list as well, Tony, and was looking forward to getting her on the water. And it's a little unfortunate that we're not having her here, but look forward to seeing her at the next one.
Mm-hmm. And share with us, if you're watching the coverage wherever you happen to be around the world, you can send us your watch party. I actually see 2 people right up there on the deck. They're already sending a photo to the watch party, I would imagine. So get on it.
Yeah, no, I think the watch party is a nice addition to the TWBC broadcast. We love seeing everybody at home, kind of how you're watching, and I think that's a pretty fun thing that we've added.
All right, they're coming to us into the next pass. This is Sonia Hosvedeva. .25 meters and all over the back of the ski and getting around this pass of 14.25 meters. And what does she have to do to switch that up from 14 to 13 effectively and try and keep more at the front of that ski in the water?
Yeah, you just kind of see her falling out the back, especially on the 1 through 5 side, kind of moves backwards instead of, advancing on her turn. We'll be really able to see it on the replay, but, doing a good job staying over her ski and not allowing those movements to catch her too much.
All right, and I think that was pretty much instructed of her from the. So this is Sonia Hosvedeva on pass number 2 and just loading up a little on the tail of the ski. But for the most part, she ran this pass pretty impeccably aside from that. We'll see if she can rock her way through this 13-meter run and whatever error that she produced on number 3, she had it corrected and dialed in for number 5. So that's good to see working our way forward. This is Sonia Hosvedeva from the IWWF or White Flag. This is Sonia. Looking her go. She's round number 3. She's good to go round number 4. And this is 13 meters already run by Sonia Hosvedeva. Great skiing there, representing the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. Our very first ski in the dock. And already setting us a pretty decent target for our remaining skiers to get through. So cleanly through the exit gates and a little bit of separation there off the handle into number 1. And number 2 wasn't exactly the best to start, but I tell you what, she hung on in there and she just skied with a never say die attitude from here on out. There was number 3 and number 4 here and looking in good shape for the last 2 thirds of the run. She's now going to come back in on the 12-meter line, and if she can get a decent amount of buoys on 12 meters, then things could really open up for the better here for Sonia there, Zane.
Yeah, no, and you kind of pointed out she was moving on the back of the ski through 14, and I thought she really made some adjustments there and got over the ski, and that 13 meters was solid looking pass. So now bringing her back in for 12 meters here, Tony.
All right, rocking and rolling. Sonia Hosvedeva. There's still on the back of the ski off number 1 and number 2, but she's still rolling with this one. She's round number 3. She's the longest pull in towards number 4, and you can make a few of those errors on the earlier passes, but 12 meters is where it starts to be noticed. So it looks like it is going to be a 3-buoy score.
Solid opening score here for the first skier off the dock, Tony. I mean, I thought a little bit on the tail of the ski out of 1, but she really didn't move too much, as we see here on the replay. Rolls in, gets a pretty good gate, and you kind of see her here. F1 rolls to the back of the ski. See how she moves backwards there on that turn, so it hits the back, but loads up really good here. I thought she was fine into 2, and then you see her here. She breaks forward and then takes that extra long pull going to 3-ball, so it causes her to have too much speed there and not able to get the ski to move up under her.
So some good skiing there. Dry buoy. 12 meter.
Nice job, Tony.
I'm trying. So 3 buoys there on 12 meters. So now we move on from our first skier to skier number 2. Representing Ukraine, it is going to be Maria Popova. Now, Maria Popova was a real revelation last season at the European Youth Championship. Really skied out of her skin, especially in the jump event, which we'll see her perform later on. This is her weakest event out of the three. Let's see if she can get a good score on the board and maybe set her overall challenger light.
Yeah, and she had a good go at the Youth European Championships a couple weeks ago. Taking that title home, and yeah, she is a strong young skier out of Ukraine, and you can see it here on this opening pass. Just looks nice and smooth, making her way through that 16-meter pass.
Yeah, just really auditioning her skills on that pass, just trying to just ease into it and not get too riled up in the moment.
Yeah, no, and like I said, she's been turning it on the last year or two of her skiing. It's been coming on great, and you're seeing her ski with confidence, and you kind of touched on slalom's not her strongest event, but Tony, she's still a very, very strong slalom skier. Just textbook right there when she turns in for the gate and really attacks the pass, stays over the ski, not a lot of movement, and super strong skiing out of the young Ukrainian.
All right, we will see and continue to monitor the situation with Maria Popova. Good to have you here, Zane, and my name is Tony Lightfoot. For those of you that are watching around the world, you are most certainly welcome. It is a little after 8 o'clock in the morning for the majority of Europe. Whether you are tuning in to us from Paris, from Italia, from Austria, and from a whole host of other nations, Switzerland, so on and so forth, Sweden and Oslo, and 1 hour further forward from all of those countries is Ukraine. It's about 9:08 in the morning there, and Maria Popova, I'm sure that there are one or two people in that part of the world that have the ability to watch this webcast, are monitoring the situation here. This is 14.25 meters and getting the job done thus far, and doing a fine effort there in working away around all 6 buoys. So here we are at Steinrich Linz, and it's a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. And anything you care to pick apart on that one?
I mean, again, Tony starts off with a really good gate, gets a good roll in, and then, able to attack the course because of that, sets her swing out. She's wide on one, and I thought she, looked really strong here, and just kind of with the rhythm she's got going, I think you might, see maybe her best score of the season here if she can keep rolling with it. Really good one ball here, as you see there. So she's just staying nice and tall over the ski, not falling over, not making any extra movements, and, very efficient skiing.
So right you are, and obviously wearing a long wetsuit there, so starting to feel a little bit of the chill out there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little chilly this morning, Tony, so, some of these skiers will elect to be a little more comfortable in the water. They do get a 50-second wait time at each end, so just making sure they're nice and warm. But she's definitely warmed up now because this is 13 meters, so this is a must-run pass if she wants to take the lead.
Indeed. Here we go. 13 meters for Maria Popova. So there we go. That is going to be half a buoy there for Maria Popova, and just didn't feel all that comfortable from start to finish. I would say, from my perspective.
Yeah, and just trying to bite off a little bit more than she needed there on that one ball. You hadn't seen her do that in the first couple passes, but you see here she rolls in with the shoulders a little bit, so she gets a little more extra speed going into one, gets the handle up high and everything to turn, but that extra speed as she tries to stop it all at one spot, it kind of bites on her, and in the water she goes.
And half a buoy on 30 meters, which is only about 3 buoys short of actually a personal best on that same line length, but her real prowess comes in the tricks and the jump event. Our 15-year-old from Ukraine, skiing specifically at the Sentosa Water Ski Club. That is Maria Popova, who's currently ranked 4th in Europe in the tricking event. So that's Maria Popova, and now we're going to look and check in on our next skier, who comes to us from Norway. And if there's ever one country that knows how to deal with the cold, It's Norway. And that is Aline Elgesem Vang about to take to the water. A few of our folks getting warmed up.
There's a couple other skiers right there, Tony, that are pretty used to the cold with Katrina and Jutta there on the bank. Then Denmark and Finland. So right now we're getting into the group of Scandinavians and very, very used to the cold water.
Yes, and Katrine there trying to avoid the camera. She's quite shy. And there is Ricardo Botas and Muriel Framal. And if you want to upload a picture of your watch party, scan that QR code. You know it makes sense. Those QR codes are extremely useful for a lot of things, and I discovered that yesterday when I was doing my laundry over at a laundromat.
Yeah, my favorite thing now, Tony, is that they have them at you go tableside to go eat, and you just scan the menu. It's on your phone, and
you can even order from that same phone with that specific QR code.
Order and pay. That's what I think is really cool. We don't even have to talk to anybody no more.
Yeah. Which is fine for a lot of instances, but it kind of takes the human factor out of the occasion in a lot of ways, and it's a little sad, But I mean, times are changing.
Well, everybody knows that you love talking to people, Tony. We can get you to talk for 4 days straight without stopping, and it is amazing that you're able to do it.
With only enough break in between to go from place to place, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So.
All right then. So we've just seen Maria Popova. She scored a half a buoy on 13 meters, and now we're going to bring on our next competitor from Norway. It is Aline Elgesem Vang. 16-meter opening pass. So, Aline Elgesem Vang, coming to us from a skiing family up there in Norway. Her mom used to compete at this kind of level herself back in the days when I was skiing at around about this level, which is in the late 80s, early 90s.
I still have to say, Tony, her mom is still such an awesome skier. I've skied with her a couple times when I went up to Norway, and so the Vang family, definitely a strong group of competitors.
Indeed. And Aline Elgesem Vang getting through the opening pass, and national champion in 2025 in tricks jump and overall. Her hobbies, she just puts in one word, gym.
I don't know. Some people like to gym. You see on the replay here, Tony, she a little slow at the gate. So when she turned in, she didn't have much speed, and you see it catch her out over here on 2-ball. Right here she swings out, almost nicks 2-ball there just because of that gate, and then making her way through that pass.
All right, so Aline Elgesem Vang. So Aline Elgesem Vang has a personal best of 4 on 13 meters, so she's got a little ways to go to make it close to that level as our next slalomer is getting ready. That's Kirsi Wolfersberg from Switzerland, which is just down the road from here. Aline Elgesem Vang. I'm sure that Lisa Elgesem is watching, and if you are, take a photo of yourself watching us and upload it to the watch party, the global watch party that's taking place right now along with these TWBC broadcasts. So, Aline Elgesem Vang getting through 16 and 14 and looked quite comfortable there. She didn't look at all perturbed at all.
Yeah, Tony, again, I think she's a little bit slow when she turns in at the gate, and so it kind of leaves her a bobble at 1 and 2, but then once she gets her pull over to 3, she kind of gets her rhythm. You see there, she's losing speed when she turns in, so as a lefty here, she makes the 1-ball turn not too bad, but then you see it catch her out here. She just comes up a little bit short and kind of has to fall in using her shoulders there at 2-ball. It's just kind of a speed thing from the gate. But then here she gets a good pull to 3, and, the whole rhythm of the pass changes from there.
All right, if you're watching us from Norway, specifically the nation's capital of Oslo, it is a little after 8:15, 8:17 a.m. for those of you that are checking the time, and for those of you that are watching elsewhere in the world, you are most certainly welcome, especially those of you tuning in from Perth, Australia, where it is 2:15 in the afternoon still today. And here we go. This is Aline Elgazem Vang. This is 30 meters. Getting rolled a little bit on buoy number 1 and number 2, but can she continue to rock this path? That's number 3. Round number 4.
On,
look
Lena.
at this. Come on, Aline. She's round number 5. Can she make it round number 6? And 2 buoys past a PB there. Fantastic skiing.
And that's what I was going to say, Tony. I said I knew that was a PB. That was kind of her goal for the day, was to get through that 13-meter pass, and got a good start and got her way through it. So she'll be pretty tickled to get a crack at the 12.
So a skier who currently skis for the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks, and I'm sure that a few folks around the world in Warhawk Nation will be getting behind Aline Elgazem Vang as she gets ready for 12 meters coming up very, very soon. But what made this pass for her, Zane?
Well, she got a better start. She got a better gate and better 1, so her connection out to 2 was a lot better. So then she gets that good pull there to 3, and you see after she gets over to 3, she kind of gets her rhythm. Got off the handle a little bit early there at 4, but was okay, had built the space at the gate. And now here she's kind of getting excited. So you see her kind of check up and make a little bit of a mistake there, but giving it everything she had to get outside of 6-ball, and then here she's just hanging on, making sure she gets through it.
Oh, taking a big hit through the exit gates.
Yeah, but when you get to that one, you don't care. You just kind of monkey grip it and hang on and do everything you can to hang on to it. So now she gets a crack at 12. The lead is 3, so she is going to need to get another really good start, good gate here like she did on that pass if she's going to get a good 1-ball and over to 2 and make a play on 3.
All right, here we go. First time that she's seen 12 meters, taking a hit and monkey gripping that rope again to get round number 2 into the wake. So that's a new PB. That's actually a 4-buoy PB on top of what she's scored before. So coming into the dock, she will be a one happy camper.
Yeah, and then we just saw the team captain Norway there. He'll probably be pretty stoked with that one too. So, huge skiing for Elina Wang. That's great skiing. Super excited for her, and you can see she's excited as she comes into the dock.
And receiving some plaudits along the dock side, and we might even get a chance to talk with her at this stage of the proceedings. But kind of barreling in off number 1, the first time that she's seen 12 meters at least in tournament. But she's really stretched that skier outside buoy number 2. And you just never know. That could be a determining factor, going down the line, whether she would make it through to the slalom final. And let's not forget that she's not outside that realm of possibility.
No, and and that was a good job for Elina right there off of 1. Again, really slow and narrow at the gate, but hanging on there, giving it a pretty decent pull to 2-ball and getting outside 2 and through the boat guide. So great skiing from her, and that is huge, and she'd be super happy with a new PB today.
All right, and we're looking at information to determine what kind of score. So a tie break at 1:11 last season was required to make it through to the women's slalom final last season. Let's have a look and see what Kirsi Wolfersberg can do on 16 meters. Kirsi Wolfersberg, who recently graduated from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette with top of the class as the most outstanding student within her college, and doing a fine job there with that opening pass.
Yeah, Kirsi looking good there on the opening pass. A little bit shaky at the start, maybe kind of working through some nerves, but calming down a little bit each buoy got a little bit better. So, good start there for Kirsi, and we'll bring her back in for pass number 2.
All right, so what can we tell you about Kirsi Wolfersberg, which most people don't already know? Aside from getting through that opening pass on 16 meters, Kirsi Wolfersberg, actually filled out bio sheet. Swiss national champion 2025 for tricks jump and overall. Sponsors herself. She's into gymnastics, CrossFit, hiking, road biking, spending time with my 6 siblings. And other information, her family owns Wolfersberg Bakery in Geneva and other places around Switzerland. And her dad is European champion in bakery competition and 5th in the world.
Well, that's pretty impressive. They come from a...
I'm salivating right now. I need some of those cakes.
I know, right? I could go for a pastry myself. But right now, 14 meters is Kirsi Wolfsberg. All right, Kirsi looking a lot stronger here on pass number 2. Shaking on the ski a little bit there at a 4. A little bit down course out of 5, Tony, but getting over to 6 and out the gates.
Just about managing.
Got a little bit dicey at the end, but made her way through it. And, now she gets a reset, gets 50-second wait time, and bring her back in for 13 meters.
All right, then. They spare no expense here at the European Championships. Looks like we're inflating a jacuzzi right now, which is a nice touch.
All right, we see the replay here from Kirsi. Again, I thought she had a pretty good start, but that ski just seems to chatter a little bit there on the 246 side. Little bit uncharacteristic of a lot of the skis that we'll see here. It really pops on her there. You can't see it with the spray, but really pushes on the ski. Ski kind of pushes back. So something she's going to have to, to work on and try to not push the ski so hard on 246 and keep that fin in the water here for this 13-meter pass.
All right, so Kirsi Wolfersberg, 2 passes to the good right now. Her personal best is 2/3 the way down this run of 13 meters. So we've already seen 1 PB courtesy of Aline Elkersen-Vang, but there's 1. There's number 2 sliding down the course and unfortunately getting pulled too far forward off number 2. So it looks like it's going to be 1.5, but decent run there from Kirsi. She gets onto a PB pass, which is no mean feat.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, I thought she had a really good gait and good 1 ball there, and then just kind of not quite getting the pull and keeping the swing out to 2 and coming up short. But that was a really good start there on that 13-meter pass.
So not looking bad there. Round buoy number 1, just handle up a little bit high and riding off the tail here. Just couldn't really get the connection early enough off number 2 to continue skiing. But that puts, what is that, in the 2nd spot right now, behind, actually in 3rd spot, with Sonia Hosvedeva in the lead right now, and halfway down 12 meters. Aline Elkersen-Vang with her score of 2 on 12, and this is our current 3rd place score after 4 skiers, and that is Kirsi Wolfersberg. So who do we have coming up next? It's Jutta Menestrina. So just waiting on our next skier to take to the water. Okay, so our next competitor coming to us out of Finland. This is Jutta Menestrina. And this is going to be the 16-meter line. I wouldn't imagine she'll start in any shorter than this. A skier who really excels at the jumping discipline, and we'll see her in that event later on, I believe. But so far, so good on the slalom ski, Jutta Menestrina.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting her out in this jump event, Tony, later today. But right now, we just saw her run through the 16-meter pass, and nice, good, smooth warm-up there for Jutta.
All right, so rocking our way through the opening pass and not doing too badly at all. Don't see too much wrong here. So far, so good. The zero off timer now expiring at 50 seconds, and we should see Jutta Menestrina come into the course. Katharina Hafner of Austria, the first of our home-based talent, will be our next competitor. We'll see how things shape up here and now. This is Jutta Menestrina. Good pull out there for the entrance gates on the 14.25 meters. We're at max boat speed, by the way, for the women's. This is 55 kilometers an hour. And getting in really nicely there on this particular run. Looks like she skied that pass like she knew what she was doing.
Yeah, no, nice and smooth. Getting through it. No major bobbles, and just, again, kind of filling out the water, filling out the boat, making sure everything's nice and dialed. And then here we're going to see her really go into attack mode to get through this 13-meter pass.
And looking at some of the results here for Jutta Menestrina, she's actually possesses some pretty good slalom talent. Best is one at 11.25 meters. But it's her jumping where she excels. She has a personal best of 54.5 meters. Moomba Masters jump champion in 2013, world silver medal in that same year and 2 years down the road. And 6-time European Championship medalist, but no goals to show for that amount of dominance in terms of getting all of those medals. And it's probably not going to come through the slalom event, but if she does what she typically does in the jump event, then a lot of things could open up for her. All right, then. So, and skier on the water, Jutta Menestrina, and now this is 13 meters. On the green loop, getting the job done. Round 1 and 2. Oh, a little bit back-footed there off number 3. She's round number 4 and 5. And unfortunately unable to make too much of an inroads on that pass. It's going to be 4.5 there, Zane.
Yeah, and you just saw her. She was a little bit fast. She was a little bit fast at the gate, and it just started to catch her as she got down the course. A little bit more, she traveled down course and kind of kept pushing the ski, and then finally the ski stopped turning on her. So, that kind of caught her out there at the start, and not quite able to make it all the way through that 13-meter pass.
All right, so that's Jutta swimming in. Among our hobbies, snowboarding, mountain biking, judging, and running the Finnish Federation. That's an overachiever right there.
Yeah, and she, I know Jutta does a lot for the Finnish Water Ski Federation, and also one of those really good Scandinavian judges. So does a lot at the lake, and huge shout out to her for being able to do that and keep her competitive skiing up. And that was pretty good skiing out of her. I know she'd probably like a couple more buoys if she could do it over again, but still looking forward to getting her out in the jump event later today.
So we're here in Linz in Austria, a little ways outside, specifically at the little commune that's called Steyregg, and we're about, what is it, like about 10, 15 minutes away from Linz in Austria?
Yeah, it's about 10 or 15 minutes, Tony. That's we went downtown for dinner last night, the Danish team, and really nice city center and a really cool area.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you know what an adhesion railway is?
No, I do not, Tony.
You do not know what adhesion. It's one of those railways that actually kind of like goes uphill to those vernacular things.
Okay, yeah.
Well, Linz actually has the world's steepest version of that railway. It's called the Postling Bergbahn, and it's apparently the world's steepest railway. It has a gradient of about 11.6%, and I'd like to actually go on that if I get an opportunity to.
Yeah, no, I think that would be a cool thing to do, and I know how you English people love trains.
Yeah, we do. We had a movie made about trains, and well, not specifically about trains. It was called Train Spotting, but it kind of dealt with a subject almost totally unrelated with it.
And there was a guy on my TikTok for a while that was just all about going train watching, and
Train spotting.
Yeah, train spotting, and he absolutely loved it.
Right down to the registration numbers of the trains, the chassis numbers and everything.
Oh yeah, he knew when they were coming, and he had a 360 GoPro cam, and would just get so excited when they blow by. And I want to find something other than maybe like water skiing does that for me, but maybe something else in life that'll get me that excited. But it was quite cool to see. I bet that would be a fun experience to do, Tony.
All right, so Finland bring on their first competitor. We've just seen Jutta Menestrina, but we will turn our attention to Austria with their first competitor. It is going to be Katrina Hafner. We'll find out a little bit more information about her. And while Zane takes a little bit of a timeout and assumes his national duties for Team Denmark, we turn our attention to Austria. Skier on the water with a personal best of 2 on 12 meters. This is Katrina Hafner. Looking good, looking strong for the most part on the pass number 1. 16 meters. And making very, very light work on that run. So whilst Katarina Hafner puts the bow on a 6-buoy count on 16 meters, we'll look out to the dock there and see Zuzana Oravkova from Slovakia. She'll take to the water next, followed by Katarina Henderson to round off Series 3. And our skier on the water, Katarina Hafner, competing in all 3 disciplines. Her personal best from this past season, 2024, was a 2-buoy count on 12 meters. So Katarina Hafner has competed extensively in Junior Europeans. In last season's European Youth Championship, she was 3rd in jump and 4th overall. And in the past World Junior Championships, which were held in Alberta, Canada, 7th in jump, 9th in slalom, and 6th overall. So she's definitely a threat in the overall competition. Let's see what she's got here on 14.25 meters and gets it to go. No worries there. 2 passes under her belt. So a skier that is fond of alpine skiing and ski touring, and she says sleeping. obviously puts a high premium upon getting adequate rest between ski sets in training. So beautiful facility right here in Steinrig Linz, not too far outside the city of media arts. It's the city of Linz on the banks of the Danube. It's a UNESCO City of Media Arts, and in the heart of the of media arts is the Ars Electronica Center, affectionately known as the Museum of the Future. It's a has cutting-edge exhibits which blur the lines between art, technology, and society. So another excuse to visit this part of the world. Katharina Hafner of Austria. Oh, a little loose off number one. She's going to have to work to run this pass. Continuing to get round number 3 and number 4. Oh, she was so close to being able to hook up on that turn and make a complete impact upon that 30-meter run. But it is what it is, and it is 13 meters. 3.5 on 13 meters, which I think puts her in about 5th place right now. We'll have the leaderboard flash up on your screen in just a short while, but Katharina Hafner was moving around the ski. Ski quite a bit, and a score for a 5th place positioning, for a 4th place positioning so far. Katharina Hafner from Austria, so our first of our home nation skiers has gone out on the water and has put a decent score out there. Her personal best is 2 on 12 meters, so she wasn't too far away from that, at least within a pass of making that kind of score. So swimming in. Another reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be informed as to when our next events take place on TWBC. And as you can see, there's the leaderboard. Our very first skier, Sonia, with 3 buoys on 12 meters. So she is out in front. And another skier on 12 meters, Aline Elgazem Vang, in 2nd place with 2 on 12. So those are your top 2 right now, the only competitors to get into 12 meters. Our penultimate skier in Series 3, Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. So Zuzana Orakova, who has rankings that are around the top 25 right now in terms of a European ranking within the sport of tournament water skiing in this part of the world. Her personal best is 2 on 12 meters. Third place in slalom at the U21 European Championships this past season. We'll see if she can defend her podium position in a little over a week's time when the U21 Europeans will take place in Vienna. But that's a little in the future. She's looking to try and put a score up here that could well put her into the next round of the competition. Zuzana Orakova. Doesn't give us a specific location where she trains or where she resides, so I'll just go with the default and say that she's from Bratislava, which is the nation's capital of Slovakia, of course. So for those of you that are watching around the world, you are most certainly welcome, especially those of you that happen to be in Perth, Australia, or Hobart, where the times are 14:42 or 16:42 respectively. And if you are one of those hearty souls that is watching us from Central Florida, well, they're up fairly early on in the morning. It's about 2:45 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Zuzana Orakova, 13 meters, so she started in on 14. So off to a sprightly start. Oh, a little bit out of sorts there off number 4, and couldn't even make a play on number 5, so a little disappointing there for her. Puts her exactly a 6-buoy count away from equaling her personal best with a 4-buoy count on 13 meters. So 4 on 13 meters for Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. And don't forget, it's the top 12 skiers in the women's slalom elimination round that make it through to the women's slalom final. And looking forward to the list here with the final series of Series 1. There are 13 skiers in that series, so we won't know until at least skier number 3 in Series 1 before we can determine who has made it through to the next round of the competition. So that is our penultimate skier in Series 3. That is Zuzana Orakova. And now getting ready for our final skier in that series. It's going to be Katrine Anderson. So here we go. Katrine Andersen from Denmark. Looking strong out there. Katrine Andersen from Denmark. Her personal best is halfway down 12 meters. And looking very, very strong out there right from the get-go. Very confident on the opening pass. A little cautious into number 1, but once she got hooked up with number 2 and 3, it was definitely off to the races there for her. She almost backsided number 2 a little bit too much there, but was still able to get hooked up and ready to go for the remaining 2/3 of the run. Trying not to over-ski this pass, which is easier said than done once you have the adrenaline going. All right, so welcome back to continuing in live action of the 2025 Europe and Africa Open Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to be with you once again for another great tournament as we get ready to bring on Series 2. Our first skier out in Series 2 is Leona Berg. For now, Katrine Andersen. This is 14. Again, a little bit down course here on a couple of these turns, but she's an experienced enough competitor out there to know exactly what she needs to do to affect positive change on this particular run. Coming to us from Salmsee, just outside Steirig Linz. This is the Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships for 2025. Katrine Anderson has gotten through the opening two passes. Tells us her coach is Zane Nicholson, and he is the Danish national coach at this present time. So plenty of exciting action so far in the slalom event. We've got two passes down for Katrina Anderson, and pass number 3 is on its way. Entrance around buoy number 1 and number 2. Oh, and they're getting in a little bit deep here on buoy number 3 and unable to get much past the halfway mark on 30 meters. So our Danish challenge has stopped on 3 buoys on 30 meters. She didn't get a bad number 1, but was a little flat-footed into number 2 and just couldn't get that the tip of the ski to bite on her. And unfortunately, the ski went in the towards buoy number 3, and from there on in, it was just a case of just trying to get as much as you can with what you have, and what she had was a 3 buoy count on 13. So handle coming up high off number 2, and then it was just a case there of just getting 3 buoys. So our full leaderboard after the first series: Sofia Osdiva with 3 on 12 meters, Aline Vang with a new personal best of 2 on 12 meters, Yuda Menestrina with 4.5 on 13, Susanna Orakova with 4 on 13, Katarina Hafner with 3.5 on 13, Katarina Anderson with 3 on 13, Kirsi Wolfersberg with 1.5 on 13, and Maria Popova with 1/2 on 13. Those are the results of Series 3. We're going to continue on to Series 2. Leona Berner will be our lead-off skier in Women's Series 2. Then following on with Amber Butterfield, Claudia Komentova, Perrine Saunier, Ariana Sacco, Lisa Gusenbauer, Sandra Gustafsson, Tia Caroline Granus, and Dora Varga. So that's what we have right now. And let's not forget our Series 1, which will take place after the conclusion of Series 2. There are going to be 13 skiers in that event. So it'll be hard to ascertain who has made it through to the finals at this early stage, and we won't be able to do it off the first couple of series, whether it be Series 3 that we've just seen or even Series 2 that is about to take place. In the meantime, Leona Berner, that we see on the dockside, the man, the myth, the legend that is Franz Oberleitner out of Austria. Franz Oberleitner has been involved in this sport longer than the skiers and their parents have been around for the majority of our competitors. So Leona Berner, who has just returned after competing in the U21 World Water Ski Championships, and doing pretty well with with her trip there over in the Lakes of Casting Stone in Calgary, Canada. All right, so we have a new driver who will be going up and down the course. So, new driver Oliver Rambuzek. So, dressed in Austrian colors, red and white, matching the boat as well, right down to the red palette. So just waiting on our first few skiers to take to the water. Leona Berner from Austria, and not too far away from her is Amber Butterfield. For those of you that are just joining in this morning, welcome and thank you very much for doing so. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is the 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships. All right, so for those of you that are tuning in, wherever you happen to be around the world, make sure you get involved with the watch party. We're going to have that QR code being flashed up on the screen right now, and there you go. Scan that QR code and take a picture of yourself and your friends watching these championships from wherever you happen to be around the world. The further away from Austria, the better. If you're watching us from Australia, that would be remarkable, because it would be about mid-afternoon there. And of course, while Australia has kangaroos, Austria does not. You find out some remarkable things when you're traveling around this great world broadcasting this sport. I might even have to go back to that gift shop in Vienna to get myself some more swag that says no kangaroos in Austria. And apparently they tell me that there is a desk in Vienna airport that actually caters to those people that travel to Austria by mistake, thinking that they were going to Australia. I'm not kidding. But I'm sure those folks that do actually make it to Austria, whether it's by mistake or whether they've actually intentionally come into Austria to look at the sites, are pretty impressed with what they've seen, especially here in the city of Linz. Among the many things, many attractions here in Linz, Austria, is the world's largest mechanical clock. Now that's a strange concept for a lot of our younger folks here are watching this event here, both here on site and online. But here is our first competitor in the Series 2 women's slalom event, Leona Berner. Looking at slicing and dicing Leona Berner, coming to us from Austria. Third in the U14 European Championships way back in the day. was third in the U17 Junior Worlds jumping event. And enjoys horse riding, running, biking, snow skiing, and many other pursuits. So she's definitely no couch potato by any stretch of the imagination. And likes to involve herself with some of those activities. Her personal best in slalom is 4.5 on 12 meters. So looking for something around about that kind of range to really set her championships off in a good way. In the jump event in the U21 World, she suffered a pretty nasty fall. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to take her out of these championships. Although I do have to say that one other Austrian skier is recuperating right now and is probably watching the coverage. That is Lily Steiner. From the report that I've heard about her, she unfortunately tore all 3 major ligaments in her right knee. So she is basically out for the balance of the season, but hopefully she'll be back in competitive action as soon as she's able to do so, and we wish her the best of luck with that. That's Lily Steiner. But Leona Berner, right here at the European Open Championships, getting ready for pass number 2. And pass number 2 for her is going to be 14.25 meters. Okay. Still in the lead is Sonia Herzvediva with a score of 3 on 12 meters. Eventually, I'll get her name pronunciation right, and hopefully before the end of these championships. So my apologies to her. Oliver Rambusek from Austria in Series 2. Let's see what we've got here. Looking good for Leona Berner on pass number 2. It's looking pretty good so far, I do have to say. So looking in very, very good shape off the first 2 runs on 16 and 14.25 meters is Leona Berner. We'll get a double confirmation there on the opening pass. Yeah, it was 16 and that was 14.25 meters. All right, working our way down, and we see one of our camera crew there. That is Jeremy Scholl, who's traveled extensively across the world, bringing us this beautiful camera imagery from the tower angle. Leona Berner on 13 meters. Oh, a little bit narrow there on number 3. She's going to have to hustle here off number 4 to make this pass a reality, and that's exactly what she's done. A personal best of 4.5 on 12 meters, but struggling to make it round through 13. However, she gets the job done and gets ready for 12 meters coming up next. So things are starting to look up here. 12 meters coming up next there for your Leona Berner. So some scenes around the dock. We see Amber Butterfield getting ready to go for Great Britain, and not too long afterwards we'll see Czechia's Klaudia Komentova. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep off number one, and unfortunately unable to get outside buoy number two, so the lead remains unchanged. Past the first skier on Series 2. That's Leona Berner. So there we go. That's Leona Berner slaloming back to the dock and getting a score of 1 on 12 meters. So just not getting the best of gate shots or start there on number one. And unfortunately has to make do with the one buoy count. So Leona Berner. Getting that score of 1. All right, so moving on, Amber Butterfield representing Great Britain. It's going to be a 16-meter opener, to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so motoring on towards the slalom course and with a personal best of 3 on 12 meters. This is Amber Butterfield. So Amber Butterfield, beyond the scope of what she does here, she is a doctor, an orthopedic doctor, so she's useful for what we do here in the form of tournament water skiing. So obviously someone who is called upon to deal with injuries that result in as a result of this sport. National champion in the past, I believe it looks like 2023 if the handwriting is consistent with that. 9th overall in Europe. And a personal best of 3 on 12 meters. So we'll see what Amber has in store for us. Easy as she goes around all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 16 meters. So not too badly done. Skier on the dock is waiting to go is Klaudia Komentova, representing Czechia. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in, this is Amber Butterfield. Getting a little bit deep on 14.25 meters. But for the most part, seems to be quite comfortable with that. There you go, that's a 6 buoy count on 14. Now really looking to try and boost her score up from this point onwards. 14.25 meters for Amber Butterfield. Enjoys running and strength training among her other endeavors beyond the scope of her on-water activity with this sport. We're a good few skiers away from getting in towards the Series 1, and Series 1 has 13 competitors, and 12 of the top competitors out of the elimination round would advance through to the women's slalom final. So that's just to keep you informed as to a format for this event. Straight up elimination into the final. All right, here we go, folks. Motoring in towards the course. Right here and now. This is Amber Butterfield of Great Britain. Oh, getting in deep on 13 meters, but I tell you what, she gets the job done with a 6 buoy count on 13 meters, and now puts herself in a position to post a score on a personal best pass of 12 meters. Some pensive looks around about the dockside as we continue to roll on with this event. Behind the Malibu Response TXI. All right, so Amber Butterfield just trying to keep her pacing constant on 12 meters, not overshooting the buoy, not undershooting the buoy in terms of width. Just trying to stay consistent with each turn, with each point of leverage from one side to the next. So the orthopedic doctor representing Great Britain in this competition is Amber Butterfield. We've already seen some live chat messages earlier on this morning, and it's been pretty active, I'd have to say. And our viewership continues to grow from all points across Europe. So here we go. The lead score is 3 from Sonia. Oh, and she blows the tail on buoy number 2. So it is going to be 1.5. It's the best score out of the series, but not the best score so far in this competition. Sonia Hozdivia from the white flag of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation, currently in the lead with 3. So just looking at some of the scores, looking at some of the messages that have been posted through so far. Hannu Rittinen was our first messenger of the day. Congrats on that distinction. They're coming to us live from Finland behind an office desk. Sonia Maximenkova from Ukraine. She's been quite active on the live chat and continues to be. Connor Pauly, we thank you for messaging in as well. So glad you're able to find your wallet. And Valeria Trubskaya, skier for Louisiana's Warhawks, getting behind Aline Elgazem Vang. And this event officially the Europe and Africa Open Championships. Claudia Komentova, who competed last week at the World U21 Championships, and has also competed in the San Gervasio Pro-Am as well, on at least a couple of occasions, to the best of my knowledge. So don't be shy, folks. If you want to comment in, you can use the live chat. But in order to use the live chat, you have to be subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel. And once you have that ability, you'll also be informed as to the next time we go live. And our next live event after this isn't too far away. It's actually in Wien in Austria. And right after that one, within a few hours, we'll have the IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships, which will be live from Rocchetto. Both those events will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Amber Butterfield just gathering her equipment there, and she gets a 1.5 on 12 meters for her effort, as we've just seen Claudia Komentova do the job on pass number 1. Now Claudia Komentova, not too sure whether she competed in the European Championships last season. Certainly not in the slalom event. So this could actually be her debut in the slalom event at the European Championships. And not looking too bad for the most part, getting the job done. Now she's attempting to pull to the right-hand side of the boat, but it is the left-hand side that she needs to do that on. So Claudia Komentova. Seems to have a pretty good handle on the first opening couple of passes thus far. Nice little castle over there. Or is that a church? I'm not too sure. Some instances they were one the same when they were built. Highly protective structures they were back in the day. Claudia Komentova, 13 meters. Getting things going up until buoy number 3, so it is going to be 2.5, 2 1/2 on 13 meters. A skier who recently competed in the U21 World Water Ski Championships over in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. As we take a look at the a little barge there. Well, I'd say little. It's probably quite large compared to a tournament ski boat, but that is on the Danube River. Claudia Komentova again off to a good start on 13 meters, but I'm not too sure what happened on buoy number 3. Just slid the back of the ski round and lost adhesion there. So 2 1/2 there for her, Claudia Komentova. So, working our way down the list, we're approaching the halfway part of Series 2. Next competitor up, our first competitor from France that we're seeing in this event, it's Perrine Saunier. So, right next to the side, you have no shortage of options here, whether you want to go water skiing or whether you want to do RC kart racing or what have you. Not too sure what that thing is over to the right-hand side, but if you have like a remote control car, that type of thing, then you're definitely going to find a place to use that here in the Steinweg Linz. And Linz itself, highly industrialized. One of the largest steelworks you'll find in this part of the world is right there, just outside of Linz. And I'm looking forward to trying some of that Linzer torta if anyone can be so kind as to bring one over here. They'll be immediately thanked. And Linz, Austria has been the host to a number of events, this site specifically, all the way back to 2007, where Thomas de Gasperi won the first of his pair of world slalom titles and is looking for his 11th men's slalom title in the European Championship. Now, obviously, there were controversial circumstances last season where that came into play with the men's slalom championship last season, which ended up with a tie between himself and Brando Caruso. In fact, one of the things that Thomas de Gasperi actually said to me shortly after that is, does that count as a half or a whole? Well, I'll give him the whole on that one, and do the same for Brando Caruso. And we're going to see both of those compete for the same title within about the next day or so, as we see Perrine Saunier from France. So Perrine Saunier, who has a personal best of 1 on 11.25 meters. And fresh from his endeavors as a Danish national coach is Zane Nicholson. How are you doing?
Good. We're enjoying the slalom today, and glad to be back here with you.
The sunshine's nice as well.
I know. When you get out of the shade over here, it's actually quite warm out in the sun, so it's shaping up to be a nice day. Weather is absolutely perfect for a lot of good skiing.
All right, here we go. This is Perrine Saunier, runner-up European in the European Championships in overall way back in 2022. All right, so Perrine, 2 passes under a belt, looking very, very consistent. In 2023, she was 3rd in jump and overall at the European U21 Championships. And welcome, folks. You're here at the Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships for 2025, coming to you from Steenrijk Linz. Salmsee is the name of the facility. Salmsee Wasserski Centrum.
Tony, your German is actually pretty good. As we see here on the replay, you see that ski kind of bouncing up on her going to 3. Lets the hands kind of get away from her towards the end of this pass, and still makes her way through it and looking good here. So now we're going to bring her back in. This is 13 meters.
All right, 13 meters now. It's a critical pass going forwards as we work our way towards the list of skiers in Women's Series 1. Perrine getting in a little bit deep here off her number 2 and really, really crouched over with her shoulders, which is a rather counterintuitive thing to do.
Yeah, and you'll see on the replay, Tony, she kind of lets her hands get away, kind of curls them up, which causes those shoulders to pull forward. You kind of saw that happening on the 14-meter pass, and then it just kind of got more magnified as we shortened the rope. But as you take a look here, you see the hands kind of go high there, which causes that upper body to come forward instead of pulling the hips up over the front foot.
Doesn't look bad, though, for the most part. She's still quite effective out there on the slalom course, but if she's to get anywhere close to 11.25 meters, she's gonna have to free herself a little bit here.
Yeah, no, the big thing is, to run this 12-meter pass here, she's really going to have to make sure she stays connected going out so the ski swings out a little bit more, and, she'll build that space in front of the buoy and be able to get the turn. So that'll be something we'll look for here on this 12-meter pass.
All right, then, let's have a look at some more of the fun things that you can do around Linz. Apparently, it's the city with a musical highway. Yes. Anyone that enjoys some good music, you'll find it in Linz in Austria. And Linz providing us with the stage for the Blue Danube Waltz from Johann Strauss. Perrine Saunier on 12 meters. Oh, look at this, getting in a little bit deeper. Managing to flip the ski round.
Yeah, that's going to be close, Tony. We're going to have to look at the replay. I'm not so sure she got outside of that buoy. We'll have to look at it in slow-mo there, but that'll be full 3. And
at least
got a better start there into 1. I thought she had a pretty good 1 and a decent 2, and just kind of ended up a little bit late to 3 and not able to get outside of 4. But we'll look at the replay and see if she got the ski outside of 4 ball.
All right, so look in here. Again, getting off around buoy number 2. And round number 3, now things started to go a little bit sideways on her, and she attempted to turn off into number 4. Oh, that was close, though. I do have to say, a lot closer than what was originally reckoned to be the score. But 3 is ending up as the score for her, and that puts her into a tie with Sofia Hozdeva from the IWWF white flag.
And she was our first skier of the day, correct, Tony?
Yeah, exactly. So it's taken a while until we saw someone get close, and it's as close as you're gonna find right now with a 2-way tie for the lead. Arianna Sacco from Italia. Nicely done. Opening pass, 16 meters. So Arianna Sacco, let's see if we can glean a little bit more information about her. Well, any information that we have for Arianna Sacco is going to be limited at best. She won the gold medal at the Europe and Africa Championship in the U21 in 2024 in the slalom event, where she scored 1 on 11.25 meters. So she's got that going for her. Age 22, so she's aged out of the U21 competition. So this is it for her in terms of vying for a European title. So Zane, I know you like to go out on the open road quite a bit. Now, I'm alluding to this deal of Linz being the city with the musical highway. They have about a 250-meter stretch of highway on the B139, which is just a little ways outside of Linz. And if you go around on that section at 60 kilometers an hour, it'll actually play you the Blue Danube Waltz, and it's something that we've seen in 1 or 2 other places, but it also acts as like a speed control measure. If you go too fast or too slow, then it becomes distorted. So if you drive over there at exactly 60 miles an hour, you'll be treated to a version of the Blue Danube Waltz by Johann Strauss.
Oh, well, that's very entertaining. We'd have to check that out, and maybe make something that we make an afternoon trip after the skiing gets done. Yeah. I'd love to do that with you, Tony.
Indeed. All right, so just trying to go through the interesting facts about this area of Steinreg Linz, and we've just seen Arianna Sacco with her opening 2 runs, and looking good, looking strong here. I don't see too much out of the ordinary.
No, I thought she looked really good. I thought the second pass was a little bit more dialed in than the first one. You kind of don't want to over-ski that 16-meter pass and just use it as warm-up. And then, once you get to 14, really get in attack mode. And I thought she did a good job here and looking really strong here for pass number 2.
All right, so Arianna Sacco was actually ended up in 16th place last season in the European Championship slalom event with 4 on 12 meters. And 12 meters is coming up now. Or it's actually 13 meters. She started in on 16, don't forget. My apologies. Here we go, 13 meters. But will she get to the 12-meter line? That's the big question here. She gets around number 5 and just barrels in for number 6. There you go.
Yeah, Tony, and not getting the best one ball there, but then really, not letting it draw too much attention from her, and really, staying settled at 2 and 3, and then making it back up, and actually making the back half of that pass look really nice. As we take a look here at the replay, maybe we can see what happened here at one ball, Tony.
Really crouch low in the knees coming into buoy number 1 to position that ski at tip heavy.
Yeah, and then not getting her hands back to the correct position off the backside of the buoy, which causes her to have that little delay, kind of the hitch of the ski as she's moving her hands across her body. But the back half of this pass, Tony, was really, really nice.
Yeah, no worries there. So some scenes around the site here. Steinrich Linz. There's number 1. There's number 2 for 12 meters. Oh, look at this. She's still on her game here. She's round number 4. She's taking the lead. Keep going. Ariana Sacco. Oh, and just marginally short of her personal best. But I tell you what, that's certainly a better performance than what she produced in this competition last season. So she's got that going for her.
Yeah, no, that was a really good start and kind of getting through that pass. And I thought she was going to run it. I thought she was going to get her way all the way through it, and just not quite able, coming up a little short for 6. But great skiing out of the Italian skier.
So great effort there for Ariana Sacco of Italia. So the Italians will no doubt be pleased with what they've seen here, whether they're watching from right here on site or afar. But I tell you what, she was late coming into number 2. But I tell you what, she had a turn that almost brought it all the way back for her.
Yeah, she pulled a little bit long, so kind of caused herself to be a little narrow or show up a little late to 2-ball, and then but kept her hands in, kind of didn't let go of the rope too soon, and actually got a good turn out of it. So a little unfortunate there to not make it all the way through this pass, but right here she got a much better one than she did at the 13-meter pass. See, the hands came to the right spot, but didn't quite keep gaining angle across to 2. Had to pull a little bit long, but then at 3 got a really good pull there, so came back over. So now rolling with it again, not taking the angle that she would like and what she needs going to the 246 side, causing her to kind of run with the boat.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Lisa Gussenbauer from Austria, who also competed recently at the World U21 Championships a few days ago in Alberta, Canada.
Yeah, and she had a really good preliminary round. I think she scored 5 at 12, Tony. So able to challenge your lead that you just saw there from Ariana. Lisa's definitely got it in her arsenal to be able to get through that 12-meter pass.
And Lisa Gussenbauer actually made it into the slalom final. Yes, and you're right with the score of 5 on 12. Ended up in 10th spot eventually in the women's slalom in the U21 World. So she's got some form in her favor. So just looking at that, good extension off buoy number 1 and nicely done into number 2 on the opening pass. 16 meters was the opening pass. So pass 1 under a belt will continue to roll forwards. So would you say you're a bit of a chocoholic, Zane?
I am a big fan of chocolate, and it is really good over here in Europe for sure.
Yes, indeed, because they actually have the world's first chocolate-making robot here in Linz, Austria, where you get to play chocolatier.
Well, that sounds just as interesting as the highway you were just talking about, Tony. And it was almost as interesting as that 14-meter pass we just saw Lisa Gusenbauer make her way through.
Oh, nice little segue there.
Yeah, no, she was looking really strong there on pass number 2, that 14-meter pass. Just getting her feet up under her. I know she had long travels, having to come from Canada on Monday morning, and then getting here and getting ready for this event, and looking good out there as she was making her way through her first 2 passes. See here a little bit more in attack mode. There on 1, nice tight turn off of 1. That is a textbook 1 ball. And then, right here, she's just created so much space at the beginning of the pass, and just looking nice and strong all the way through it.
All right. Looking good for the opening couple of passes. And getting ready on the 13 meters. We are over the halfway mark on the women's series 2. And getting ready for pass number 3. Just gone through 16 and 14. This is now 13 meters. A little bit of an early pull out there. She was drifting back on the boat here, Zane.
Yeah, she was a touch slow there at the gate, Tony, but managing it really well there off of 1 and 2. You kind of see her get a little loose line from 3 just because she's losing steam, but takes a little bit of a longer pull there to 5 to get, kind of get her speed back going, and, nothing to really scream about there on that 13-meter pass.
Yes, getting through 13 and getting ready for 12 meters, and our best score so far is a 5 on 12-meter run, courtesy of Ariana Sacco. So it looks like there is a gate under review on this particular run for Lisa Gusenbauer. So the gate has been called there for Lisa Gusenbauer. So a 0 buoy on 13 meters. So that's not particularly auspicious news for the Austrians here.
Yeah, that's terrible, Tony. Making her way through that pass and looking nice and strong, and then to get down to the end and find out that you missed your gates. That's a huge bummer.
So there we go. That's Lisa Gusenbauer, unfortunately succumbing to the gate. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, cleanly on the other side of the gate ball there. So she skis back to the dock and getting the 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. That is going to be it for Lisa Gusenbauer. Now we're down to 3 more competitors to go in this series. We'll have Tia Grinaus and Doria Varga from Norway and Hungary, respectively. But before them, Sweden bring on their next competitor. It's Sandra Gustafsson.
And Sandra, a strong skier out of Sweden. I know she was the women's Scandinavian champion at the Scandinavian Championships in Sweden several weeks ago. Conditions were tough, and she came out and ran 2 at 12, and then in the second round needed to get 2.5, and made sure she got over and got that half. So super strong skiing. I know she's got a personal best into 11 meters, so maybe she can be the first lady of the day to take down the 12-meter pass.
All right. Well, that's something to look out for as Sandra Gustafsson. We don't have too much information on her, but we'll see what we can conjure up as we have a look and see on 14.25 meters.
I believe last year, Tony, she made her way through the 12-meter pass. Got a score into 11, so definitely shows up and skis well at the Open Europeans, and we saw that from her last year. Hopefully we can see it from her here this year.
Looking good. Opening pass. Good effort there from Sandra Gustafsson. She actually got, I think you alluded to this, but she was 15th last season in the slalom event in the European Championships with a 0 buoy count at 11.25 meters. So wasn't able to make it through to the final, and was very, very close to that eventual score that it took, which was a two-way runoff at 11.25 meters. So she was just agonizingly close of that mark. Now let's see if she can kind of redeem herself after that score from last season, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, looking strong here. Electing to start at 14 meters, so kind of a different strategy than we've seen all morning, and we'll see if it pays off for her here. But looking nice and strong there, able to attack the first pass.
We got our sponsors on the shore front. We got VKB Bank involved here with their spectator structure. Thank them very much indeed for providing us with the necessary funds to make this tournament happen here at Salmsey. Oh, look at this. This is aggression. This is purposeful skiing out there from Sandra Gustafsson of Sweden.
Yeah, and you kind of see her. She was a bit slow into one, kind of got a deep turn and really kind of got on into attack mode. And, after three balls settled down a little bit, but the first three buoys, it was a little shaky there, Tony.
Yep, but she managed to grip on that handle tightly and continue on, and a little down course off number one, but she was comfortable with that and was able to navigate that away through the majority of the pass. She's round number 2 and number 3, and looking at her instant replay. And in good shape, I would say. No two ways about it there.
Yeah, she definitely settled down after the three-ball turn, and the last three buoys looked really nice and smooth and settled. So that's really what you want to see is you're getting through these longer line lengths, and now coming in at 12 meters, going to have a chance to take the lead. I believe the lead is at 5, so needs to basically run this pass if she wants to, put herself at the top of the leaderboard.
All right, here she comes. Needs to get a good start on the entrance gates. This is 12 meters. There's one. Oh, and she won't even get to that point.
Yeah, and kind of, Tony, you kind of tell that was kind of going to happen to her just when you saw her kind of pull out in the glide at the gate, and that's going to be a bit of a disappointment there for her. I know she was expecting to get further down that pass, and not able to get a good start. You see her here, she's kind of on the back of the skis, so when she turns in, she rolls backwards, so she kind of creates a rubber band effect, and it slings her into one, doesn't quite get wide, and then the ski runs on her, doesn't want to turn, and unable to hang on to that one and get through that pass. You could tell she knew she kind of slipped up there. As we see the replay one more time, you see she rolls backwards. Now she comes up, she doesn't quite swing up on the boat, and the ski just kind of runs with the boat there, so bit of a bummer there for the Swedish skier.
Now that means that some of our competitors, at least towards the top of the leaderboard, are starting to fancy their chances. I mean, Ariana Sacco with 5 on 12 meters. Then we still have to wait to determine whether her score is good enough to get her through, but it's looking pretty promising right now for Ariana Sacco.
All right, well, we got 2 more skiers left in this women's series too, Tony. I know the next skier out of Norway is a super strong skier, definitely runs that 12-meter pass pretty consistently, so definitely one of the ones that could take the lead and put herself in a good chance to make the final.
All right then, folks, our next skier to go from Norway, Tia Granaus. And then we've got one other skier to go. That is Dora Varga from Hungary.
We've already seen one Norwegian skier go today. Got a personal best earlier today, Tony. So we're looking for Tia to kind of carry that momentum with Team Norway and expect a big score out of her and hopefully, get a score high enough to punch herself into the final. That would be huge for Team Norway.
Yep, so far so good, and you definitely mentioned that personal best performance there from Aline Elgazem Vang, really setting the place alight with her performance there. So we could have two skiers go through to the final, but I mean, we'd have to wait and see if that transpires. But let's see what a second Norwegian skier can do. That's Tia Granaus.
All right, and it looks like we're down to the skiers now, where we're going to start at 14 meters, and we'll see different than what we have for the earlier skiers today. And Tia looking really good there on the opening pass, 14 meters.
So the Scandinavian champion from 2024 and 2022, the national champion from 2012 all the way through to 2023 and 2025. So she's consistently placed towards the top of Norwegian skiing for many, many seasons. This is Tia Granaus, whose personal best, I believe, is 3.5 at 11.25 meters, a score that is definitely capable of maybe making it through to the slalom final at this early stage. We'll see if she's capable of producing that score here and now at Zalmsee. So just one more skier to go in the women's slalom competition in Series 2, Dora Varga. And you see her on the dock, and now on the course you see the skier that precedes her, Tia Granaus. Getting in a little bit deep here with this run. I believe this is 30 meters. Certainly capable of running that and doing a fine job. And anything that stands out for you on that run?
No, I thought that one looked a little bit more, polished and cleaned up more than the 14-meter pass. So it kind of looked like she was taking it a little bit easy on the first pass, but there definitely saw her a little bit more attacking, a little bit more drive towards the wakes, and then you're seeing it pay off in the turn. So I thought this was pretty strong. A little bit slow out of one, had a little loose line. The ski kind of bounced on her, but right there out of two, I thought that was where she kind of built herself back into it, and then kind of cruised through the rest of the pass.
Kylie kind of wheelies up a little bit on a couple of turns, but managing to stay patient enough to allow the tip of that ski to get back in and start going cross course side.
Yeah, and the ski just kind of looks like it's kind of blowing on her, like she's going to blow the tail. When you see her get on the tail, it starts to skip, and then she kind of pushes the tail back in and lets the ski set. But the one thing that she does really well, Tony, is after she sets the ski, she really sets her angle, builds more angle into the wakes. So still creating it even if she doesn't get the best turn to start.
All right, here comes Tia Granaus of Norway. Entrance, number 1, brings the handle in and goes cross course, a little on the tail of the ski, but managing to get round number 3 and trying to fight all the way back, and it's going to be a 3.5 buoy count.
Yeah, and just a little too slow at the gate when she turned in at the gate there, Tony, and you see it catch her really bad at 2, but then she started running out of steam as she got further down the course and needed a big turn there at 4 and just wasn't quite able to get it. But you see she's slow here when she turns in, so losing speed to the boat. And then gets off the handle a little early at 1. You don't really see it too much, but right here you see where the gate catches her. The swing wasn't as good. The ski didn't want to turn, and now she's kind of having to play catch up. And got a decent turn there at 3, but you see she needs a turn here at 4. The ski doesn't quite get outside of the buoy until right at buoy line. So when she turned all at one spot and wasn't able to hang on to it. And you can kind of tell, I think she knows that she needed a few more buoys if she wanted to make it into the final. But we'll have to wait and see what the next 13 skiers have for us.
And I think the ski actually made contact with the line, didn't it, right to the very end?
Yeah, I mean, she almost got it up into the rope there at 2-ball Tony, and then, here. But right here, you see she rolls the ski out, but it gets outside the buoy right before it. So when she goes to turn, she tries to turn it all at one spot and didn't give the ski enough time to kind of let the nose come in and then get under the line. So, not really what she was wanting. She definitely would have much rather had a better start and been able to get a good turn out of 2, and then, really been on top of that pass instead of, kind of in scramble mode through the back half of it.
All right, so that is Tia Granals with her score of 3.5 on 12 meters, which brings us to the skier that will round off the action in Series 2. It's going to be Dora Varga.
And has several scores into 11 meters here, Tony. So definitely capable of challenging the lead. And I haven't seen this girl ski, but looking at the results, it looks like she's really strong in the slalom event here.
Yep, just looking at what she's done in previous tournaments. I recall her competing in the San Gervasio Pro-Am, where she got 4 and 4.5 on 12 meters in successive rounds, and has gone into 11.25 meters, as you correctly mentioned, Zane. So on the 16 meters, the opening pass for Dora Varga, and setting herself up well for the remaining passes to come.
And, Tony, I just got to point out, that is such a cool shot there. Did you just see how beautiful the lake is and how green it is here around the lake? And the drone shot is just phenomenal.
Yep, here at Salmsey, here in the Steinrig Linz. Certainly a beautiful place, a beautiful part of the world to visit. And they do have some quite prominent tourist attractions around this particular area, and if you ever want to take a cruise along the Danube River, there are certainly plenty of opportunities to do that. We'll have a look and here at Dora Varga, several-time national champion from Hungary, aged 18. And didn't look at all perturbed out there with pass number 1 on 16 meters there, Zane.
No, and she stands on the ski really, really, really well. I like she looks like she's a bit of a tall skier, so doesn't really squat with her legs too much, and kind of stays nice and still with her upper body, and uses her height for leverage behind the boat. And I think she looked really strong there on that pass. Let's see if she can do the same thing here on her 14-meter pass.
There's number 1 on 14. So there we go. That is Dora Varga around all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters, and not looking too much out of sorts there out in the slalom course. Both passes looked very, very nice indeed in terms of technique, and she didn't really put too much strain on herself to make it happen either.
Yeah, but if you notice there, Tony, she started to squat. I kind of was pointing out at the 16-meter pass going to 1-ball, she started to squat with her legs a little bit, and you see it kind of catching her there. She got a little bit taller there, but still a little bit more compressed through this pass. So that's something that I'd kind of would like to see her maybe be a little bit better at this 13-meter pass, and kind of ski more like she did on the opening pass, just to use that height to her advantage.
6 buoys it is on 14.25 meters and getting ready for 13 now.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing too, Tony, like when you see the skier kind of squat like that, what they do is when they go to the edge change, they unload the ski a little bit harder than they normally would. It doesn't roll out quite as well, so then they don't allow the ski to get, full width, and it kind of takes away from the turns, and so that's just something to keep an eye on.
Okay, here we go. Dora Varga coming in on pass number 3. 16 and 14 under a belt. This is now 13. 13 meters. Managing to stand up a little taller now. Kind of toying with this pass a little bit there on 13 meters, but managing to get round all 6 nonetheless.
Yeah, and Tony, she stayed. You pointed to it. She stayed much taller, so she actually looked wider at that pass than she did on the 14-meter pass, allowing the ski to kind of roll out. Towards the end of it, started to pull a little bit long, so that was kind of what the bobbles you were seeing at the turns happened. But the start of this right here, you see she's much taller. The ski kind of rolls out a little bit smoother, and allows her to control the turn, control the line a little better, and she did much better on this pass. But right here, watch her, she pulls a little bit long, and that's kind of why you see her outrun floor ball right there. But, looking strong through that 13-meter pass, and now, giving herself a good chance to take the lead. Going to have to run this one. It's basically a must run here, but, she's been through it, and we're right here going to try to get the same good start that she had there at the 13-meter pass, and, really get a good crack at this 12-meter pass.
And it would appear to be from my perspective, that the skiers to come on Series 1 are all capable of running through the 12-meter pass at the very least, and it would seem at this time that the cut line would be around about that mark, a score early into 11.25 meters. Here we go. This is Dora Varga on 12 meters and just not getting a clean hook up there off buoy number 2 for Dora.
Yeah, and the score run review, going to have to see if she's going to get a score of 2 or 1.5, and a little bit disappointed with that. She was a little bit fast there at the gate, Tony, and kind of catching her here at 1. You see she kind of rolls in with, really hard, really quick, and then kind of hitches her forward going into 1 ball, so not able to control the line and get the ski to turn quite as well as she would like, and then you see kind of out of position going to 2. Gets around 2, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges give her there. It's good to see that she's okay after taking a little bit of a tumble there.
Okay, just looking at this once again. There's number 1, and here comes number 2. Gets the ski outside number 2. That much isn't in doubt. But did she start to lose her position before the midway point?
Yeah, that was really, really, really close. It was kind of right there at that middle spot, so we'll have to see what the judges give her. I would say 1.5 if it were me making the call, but you never know here, so we'll have to wait and see if it was 1.5 or 2.
But whether it is 1.5 or 2, and it does actually end up being 2, it's probably not going to put her through to the next round of the competition in the slalom event. So we've got how many skiers? We've got 13 skiers left, and the top 12 advance through to the slalom final, to the women's slalom final. So we'll know in about 2 competitors whether their score is enough to make it through. So there is your leaderboard, Ariana Sacco, with the top score so far after 2 series, with 5 on 12 meters. Tia Grunaus with 3.5 on 12. Sofia Ozdeva and Perrine Saunier both with their scores of 3 on 12. Aline Vang with a 2-way tie for 5th place with Dora Varga with 2 on 12. And the remaining scores you can check out by going to the IWSF live scoring for this particular event. So we've got 13 skiers remaining, and one would probably surmise that all of those competitors would at least get through the 12-meter run and put something substantive there on 11.25 meters. And however far one gets into 11.25 meters is going to go a long way to determining who makes it through to the 12 skier final. So it looks like we're changing drivers, and we might even be putting some gas in the vote, but we're going to take a quick step away. Do rejoin us here for the European Championships for 2025, coming to you live from Salmsee in Linz, Austria. And when we return, we'll have the Women's Series 1 coming right at you next.
Weit, weit weg vor der Höhe Boot. Weit, weit weg glüht das Abendrot. So weit, weit weg liegt der Wöhner am Strand. Alles weit, weit weg und ich so entspannt. Hat sagt das Leben zu mir, jo, 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 jo. Und ich geh mit der Sonne Arm in Arm. Sie flüstert mein Oh, 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 oh. Und wächst meine Sorgen.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this event after two complete series. That is Series 3 and Series 2. Ariana Sacco is your leader with 5 on 12 meters, but is that going to be enough to take her through to the next round? We'll find out in the Series 1. Theo Granaus currently lying in second with 3.5 on 12 meters. Sonia Hosdeva from the IWWF White Flag, currently in a two-way tie with Perrine Saunier with 3 on 12 meters. Aline Vang with 2 on 12 meters in a two-way tie with 5th there for Dora Varga. And there you see the remainder of the results after two complete series. We now go on to Series 1, 13 skiers. 12 skiers make it through to the next round of the competition, the top 12 out of the women's slalom, irrespective of what series they come from. Elena Parker-Minka will be our lead-off skier, followed by Ines Angwano, then Chiara Bonneman, Nikki Kuhn, Pernille Grobet, Kim Niederbaumer, Leah Miermont, Janina Meckler, Katerina Varabkova, Claire Liesvelter, Beatricia Yanni, Celine Detry, and finally Manon Costar. So we've got some great talent on offer here, and it could be anyone's battle here to determine who makes it through to the 12 skier final. All right, here we go, folks. Series 1 starts off. 13 more skiers remain on the list. And the top 12 women's athletes will make it through to the women's slalom final. Let's see how this shapes up. This is Elena Parkamenka. Oh, getting in a little deep off number 4, but she has a good handle on that pass there, Zane.
Yeah, no, you saw a little bit of a bobble there, but again, these first passes are just a warm-up pass for these girls, kind of shaking the nerves, filling the lake out. You know, conditions might be a little bit different than they had in site familiarization, and you know, it's perfect out there today, and just getting her legs up under her. But nice, strong start there off of 1. And over to 2. But yeah, looking good here. And then let's see what happened to her here off of 4 ball there, Tony.
Yeah, looking at her number 4 coming off the line and sucking up the slack that she generated herself around that turn, but managing to do in a way that doesn't compromise her ability to make her way around all 6 buoys on that opening pass. So a few of our competitors are getting ready to go here at Salmsey. A good few of them are making their way along the shoreline as well to offer their support going forwards, including for Ines Anguino, who's going to be our next competitor taken to the water. Elena Parkamenka. There's number 1 taking a good hard snap of the line. Round number 2 keeping the ski out ahead of her. Elena Parkmenka. Yeah, not bad, as you can plainly see there, Zane.
Yeah, no, looking good at the start. Towards the end of the pass, you know, starting to get off the handle a little bit early, and you started to see her having to turn a little hard because she was, you know, not keeping the rope tight. So something that maybe, you know, might catch her out here on the 12-meter pass. It just kind of gets amplified as they shorten the rope. So we'd like to see her, you know, take everything out with her a little bit longer just so that, you know, she keeps the rope line, controls that rope, and then, you know, have it on the backside of the turn.
All right. Just looking at this second run, and certainly a little bit more rhythmical than she did on pass number 1. She was definitely a lot more consistent throughout each of the turns, and she knows what she needs to do. I mean, if she can get into 11.25 meters, that'll be all well and good. But just getting into 11.25 meters may not be enough, and as deep as she can make a run there on 11.25 meters, all the better. But she's not quite at that point yet. She's going to come into the course, and it is going to be the 12-meter line, I would assume.
Yeah, and let's see if she can be the first girl through 12 meters today. A little bit hot at the gate, so catching her out at 1 and 2 here, but get a good snap there at 2, so she's back into it as she goes to 4.
Oh, getting in a little deep off number 4, and she'll take the lead. And she'll take our first pass of 12 meters. That is Elena Parkmenka.
Yeah, and again, a little bit fast at the gate, and you kind of see her have a little too much speed at a 1, but, you know, really kind of calms down here at a 2. Breaks over a little bit there off of the backside of 2 ball, but then, now it's go mode, had created a lot of space. You see she kind of gives to the boat just a little bit on the backside of the buoy, as she's changing the hands from one hip to the other, and you see a little bit of a stall, but that was a nice, strong 12-meter pass.
So Elena Parkmenka, currently the Open European champion in overall, was second in the tricks event and a third in the jump. Her personal best in slalom is 2 at 11.25 meters. So Elena Parkmenka has tricked north of 8,000 points this past season and has jumped 46 meters to feature as her personal best alongside the 2 at 11.25 meters that she produced that same season as well. Elena Parkmenka, there's one. She gets inside buoy number 2, but it is 1 at 11.25 meters, and that sets the bar. Anything more than that, and that puts that skier through to the next round of the competition from here on out. So 1 at 11.25 meters for Elena Parkmenka, who skis under the IWWF white flag, and now has the lead score.
Yeah, and that was strong skiing out of her, Tony. And so you will see here on the replay here. I thought she got a pretty good turn in there at the gate, but then was a little bit slow on releasing and letting the ski swing out. So, not having the rope on the backside of the buoy. So unable to go outside of 2. So now that means that anything more than 1, so 1 1/4 or more, puts you into the final. And, we'll have to wait and see what these last 12 skiers have in store for us.
Certainly, and despite her mistake there on number 1, she knew that anything less than 1 at 11.25 meters would have seriously opened the door for 1 or 2 of our skiers going forward in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition. She's at least made it interesting in terms of what is needed now to make it through to the women's slalom final. So there you see the leaderboard, 1 at 11.25 meters for Elena Parkmenka. So anything higher than that will be enough to ensure that skier participation in the women's slalom final. So now our next skier taken to the water representing France. It'll be Ines Anguano. Entrance round buoy number 1. Gets a good hard stab there on that particular run. Looking good. Looking strong. Opening pass. That is 14.25 meters for Ines Anguano. Don't see too much wrong with that opening pass there, Zane.
No, I thought that was a nice, strong opening pass. Getting nice and dialed here for the French skier, and making that opening pass look nice and strong.
So Ines Anguano, who has a personal best of 3 at 11.25 meters. She actually produced that during the course of this season, so she has some recent form. Europe under 21 champion in slalom trick jump and overall in one of our previous seasons. Third in the Open European Championships in jump and overall, so she's got some form here. So looking good with the opening pass. Ines Anguano, a stalwart of the French team, currently ranked 13th in Europe in slalom, 6th in Europe in tricks, and 6th in Europe in the jump event. So she's got the minerals here. Let's see what she has in store for us on 13 meters. Oh, getting in deep there on number 4 into number 5, and she just about had enough room to spare to make that turn effective around buoy number 4. But despite all her accolades and skill, you've got to be able to do it on the day, and that is Ines Angwano running through 6 buoys on 13 meters. But it does prove to us there is a certain level of unpredictability within this sport that you need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, that was a bit scary there. Tony almost falling out the back at 4 ball, and that would have been a big disappointment. But we see here on the replay, the start was really, really nice. Had built herself up some room for a bobble, but almost losing it all there at 4 as we see coming into 3. Comes up a little bit narrow at 3 ball, so that's causing her to start running with the boat, and this is why you see her try to make this big turn, and then kind of gets a little bit deep, kind of has to give up to the boat, but the start of that had created her enough space that allowed her to have that big bobble in the middle of the course and still get through it, and now she's going to have a chance to take down the 12-meter pass.
All right, must-run pass. If she can get through this and more than 1 on 11.25 meters, then she'll be our first skier with a guaranteed spot through to next round. But things aren't looking too particularly peachy right now on 12 meters. She's struggling on this run, but she manages to get round number 5 and barely has enough room to get round number 6. So she is now just a little over 1 buoy away from the promised land.
Yeah, and she got lucky to get through that pass, Tony. You can see when she goes through the gate, she unloads really hard into 1 and kind of gets the ski to turn. It didn't turn quite as well as she'd like, and then it really caught her out over there at 2 ball. But still didn't do too much throughout the pass, just kind of took what she could get and got back into it. But you'll see here on the replay right here, the way the ski jumps out like that. She just unloaded really, really hard there, and then it really catches her out here at 2 ball.
Yeah, and things didn't exactly improve too much during the entirety of the pass. She was really, really struggling to hold her own on this one, but she's an experienced enough skier. She's been in fights like this before in the past, and she had to draw upon that experience here and now to get through 12 meters. Now, she was probably a little frustrated that she ran the pass the way that she did. And here we go. This now is Ines Angwano. Anything more than 1 will see her through to next round. There is 1. Oh, no, and she collapses off of buoy number 1 in towards buoy number 2. Now, that's definitely not going to be a 2-buoy count, and nowhere completely short of that. Is that going to be half or going to be 1, I wonder?
Man, that was a big stack, Tony. That one looked kind of violent. We'll have to take a look at the replay, see if she got all the way back to the wakes.
Peel your eyes back.
Yeah, and then again, the same thing kind of happened that you saw at the 12. She just unloaded that ski really hard. Yeah, that would be I'd give her a full 1 there.
I would too.
So they confirmed 1 from the judges. So, you see her. She just unloads that ski really hard. We'll take a look at the replay one more time. It unloads really heavy there. So you see her. The ski runs at 1, doesn't have the rope, and they're good to hold on for as long as she did, and it's good that she's okay, but getting herself the full 1 so that at least puts her in the tie for the lead.
All right, and that tie for the lead could end up being a runoff for one of the for 1 or 2 of the final spots through to next round of the competition. The bubble score is still very much the same. Anything more than 1 will assure that skier has made it through to next round of the competition. And so there we go. Parkamenka and Angwano still in a tie for the lead with 1 buoy at 11.25 meters. 11 skiers remain. The first of those 11 is going to be Chiara Bonneman. So nervy times out there on the water. This is Chiara Bonneman. 14.25 meter start. coming off the handle a little bit early into that number 3, indeed, into most of that 135 side there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I agree. Gets off the handle a little bit early going into 135, so you see her, she comes up a touch narrow on that side, but then she works really well going the other way, so kind of negates what happens there on that 135 side.
All right, we see our next skier getting ready to go. That is Nicola Kuhn, representing Austria as our French contingent. Welcome back Enif Anguano back into the shore. But Germany is on the water right now with Chiara Bonneman, and there you see even into buoy number 1, elements are coming off the handle a little bit early, are illustrated pretty early on in the pass.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the difference in the shoulder positions on both sides. So the shoulders are a little bit more counter-rotated, if you will, pushing the handle forward on 135. It's not quite as bad there at 5-ball as it was at 1 and 3, which causes her to move back on the turn and not get the ski to swing out, which on 2-4-6, she allows her hands, she's still counter-rotated, but she's not forcing that handle forward, and she's creating a little bit more space, which allows the ski to move back up under the line. But we'll see if she can make a little bit of an adjustment here for this second pass, which is 13 meters.
All right, here we go. Chiara Bonneman, 13. She's starting to carry the handle a little bit further out here on 1, 3, and 5, and it's making those turns a little bit more little easier to accomplish, which is something that she'll certainly welcome, considering that she's right foot forward.
Yeah, and that's there. I think you can see in the replay that she had her shoulders were more in the same position on both sides, so both sides of the turns kind of became more symmetrical. Whereas that first pass, she had a little bit more. There was difference in the upper body, so one side was better than the other, but that was a really good adjustment there from Chiara and made that pass look super nice and strong. So you see on the replay, you just see, again, there's going to be some counter rotation, but she's not forcing the handle forward, which allows the ski to move under the rope and really gives her a good twist. I think if you start pushing the rope too far forward, you end up kind of taking away space, and then you have to move backwards at the turn. And Chiara really making a good adjustment there, and this pass was textbook.
Indeed it is. Personal best of 1 at 10.75 meters, so she certainly has the capability to make an impression here. European U21 slalom champion from way back in the day. Chiara Bonneman. There's 1, there's 2 on 12 meters. She's struggling here, but she struggles. And she makes her way through that pass. 6 buoys there on 12 meters, getting ready for 11.25 meters.
Yeah, Tony, she had one little bobble at 2-ball, but I thought this pass, other than the 2-ball, was really nice and strong, actually. So you see here through the gates, through into 1, got off the handle a touch early, so caused her to run with the boat. It really catches her out over here at 2-ball here. But watch, when she gets locked in, she sets her angle, holds it through. Now she keeps the hands in, and that allows the ski to turn there at 3. So now she's way back into the pass. She's nice and early here, Tony, at 4, and looking good on the back half. So again, just kind of some things that we saw from that first pass where she gets off the handle a little bit early into 1 and pushes it forward. It causes her to run with the boat, but she's making adjustments and got through the 12-meter pass. So that was a must-run pass. So now she's got a chance to challenge the lead. Anything more than 1 will guarantee her a spot into the final.
All right, so a skier that enjoys running, swimming, and cycling. She says that she sometimes works as a radiologist. That's X-rays, so she's quite used to seeing through people. Here we go. Chiara Bonneman. There's 1. And it's inside buoy number 2, so a 3-way tie for first, which means 2 places between 3 competitors.
Yeah, and that's, I thought she was going to be able to get the ski outside of 2, just didn't quite give it a good yank to get over there and came up short. So 3-way tie here with 1 at 11, and, that can make things interesting, Tony.
Yes, indeed. So there are 12 spots through to the final. 2 of them have been taken up, but it's 2 places between 3 competitors right now. There's 1 and well on the inside of buoy number 2, and some skiers that we know that are capable of running deep into 11.25 meters are so far struggling.
Yeah, I mean, just I think maybe the gates are a little bit different on both ends, because we're just seeing some people struggling from the far end, some people are struggling from the dock end. It kind of just depends on the skier. But I thought there she was going to get a better 1 and be able to get outside of 2, but still puts herself in a decent spot. At least she's tied for the lead right now, and might have to have a runoff depending on what happens coming up.
Yep, and as we continue to roll through, a reminder once again that it's going to take a score in excess of 1 to guarantee that skier a place in the slalom final. Here at Salmsay, this is the Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships for 2025, and the skier on the water on 14.25 meters, this is Nikki Kuhn.
Yeah, and Nikki skis really strong. She's not necessarily the tallest skier out there, but you see when she goes in, she's in attack mode all the time, really attacks the backside of the buoy, builds speed from the buoy to the wakes, and, you see she has the ski moving really well for her.
Excellent skiing. All right, so Nikki Kuhn, who has a personal best of 4 at 11.25 meters, and as we work our way down this list, we're going to see higher seeded skiers with each instance. And 4 and 11.25 meters is a pretty decent score. She's the 16-time national champion for Austria, U21 European champion in 2021. Bronze medalist at the European Championships in 2022 and 2023, so she's highly decorated. But we'll see if she can rise to that echelon again with this next pass coming up of 13 meters.
Tony, I just really like the way she attacks the pass. She creates a lot of space for a shorter skier, and gets over there. The only thing is sometimes she gets off the handle a little bit early with all the space she's created, which as the line gets shorter could tend to make her feel narrow. But right now she's in attack mode, looking really strong, and that was a solid looking 13-meter pass.
Indeed, you're right. Getting through 13 and good effort there. A skier who enjoys running and going to the gym and snow skiing and cross-country skiing, so she's certainly not a couch potato.
I've never cross-country skied, but it just doesn't look like something that I would enjoy doing.
No,
it seems like a lot of work uphill. I think going down the hill would be a lot more fun. But
what if you did cross-country skiing with like a gun strapped to your back?
I do like to watch that in the Olympics. That is entertaining.
The biathlon.
I guess that's the American in me just being stoked about them having a gun.
All right, then. So continuing right along there, we see Nikki Kuhn get through that pass of 13 meters. 12 meters is coming up, and still a whole bunch of skiers that could well be in contention here. But at the moment, we have a 3-way tie for the lead.
Must run here, Tony. This is 12 meters for Nikki. She was a little heavy there at the gate. Let's see if it catches her out here at the start.
Anything less than 1 at 11.25 meters for Nikki. Oh, no, and goes down. Oh, my word, it's going to be 2.5 on 12 meters, which means that all 3 of our skiers that currently are tied for the lead on 1 are now through to the next round of the competition, just like that.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a bummer there for Nikki. You can kind of see she went really hard when she rolled in for the gate and, just started carrying a little bit too much speed and blowing the tail out of the water there at 3-ball. But you see right here, she rolls in really hard and heavy and, gets unloaded there at 1. She's okay. You see the ski kind of start to break onto there at 1, but she manages to keep it in the water. And then here it gets even heavier because she loses the line. And then right here you just see she goes to turn really hard and that tail blows. It almost, like I said, almost did it at 1-ball, but caught her out there at 3. So that is going to be a bit of a letdown there for Nikki.
But one person's disappointment is the elation for 3 others. Elena Parkmenka, Ines Angwano, and Kiara Bonneman all advance.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a bummer for me as the slalom nerd because I was looking forward to some free skiing and maybe seeing runoff, but that negates that runoff there. So, congratulations to those 3 girls. They can go ahead and relax and, think about the finals.
So our chief judge, PJ Langer, doing a good job so far, coming to us out of Belgium. He is the first-time chief judge of these Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships for 2025. So speaking of runoffs, did you enjoy that women's slalom runoff in the U21 Worlds last week?
If you're a slalom skier and you didn't enjoy that, there is something wrong with you. Yeah, that was awesome. That was great skiing. It was a spectacular event to watch.
Yes, Christiana de Osma prevailing in that competition ahead of Daniela Kretzmer and Trinidad Espinal in a fight for the ages there.
Yeah, I mean it was really strong. The South Americans brought their slalom game, and it was quite the epic final to get to watch.
All right, then, moving right along. Our next competitor is Pernilla Grobet from Switzerland. So Pernilla Grobet coming in for the opening pass. It is going to be 14.25 meters to open up her account. Pernilla Grobet. All right, let's see what she's got. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Pernilla Grobet selecting Alpha 2. 7-time Swiss national champion in Open. 3rd in the World Championships in U21 in 2017. And 2nd in the European Championships U21 also in 2017. So she's excelled in the past, and her personal best is 1 at 10.75 meters, but that goes all the way back to 2015. So she's going to have to roll back the years, a whole decade at least, to get that kind of score again. But Pernilla Grobet looking good on 14.25 meters for the opener there, Zane.
Yeah, no, and strong skiing here. Looking good here on this opening pass. And
what does she do for a job now?
Big turn there off a 2-ball. You kind of see she really slams that onside turn.
What? So Pernilla Grobet, who is an elementary school teacher when she's not doing this.
And how cool is it we got TWBC so she can show her students, say, hey, this is, what did you do over summer break? And then she can pull this up and say, hey, this is what I did. And we just saw her crush 14 meters, and so now 13 meters, kind of still warming up there. Rolled in with her shoulders a little bit there on the gate, so you see her kind of catching her out of one
on the
ball
back
there.
of the ski. Now, some of our skiers who have come up short of getting onto 11.25 meters may be interested in some of the performances going forward, but there you go. That is Pernilla Grobet of Switzerland. For her part, she's through that pass of 13 meters.
Yeah, Tony, and you saw she rolled in with her shoulders there at the gate, and it definitely caught her out at 1 and, was kind of a little slow and then moved with the upper body. So want to see her have her speed up a little bit more at the gate glide, and then when she rolls in, you see there, rolls shoulders, so the ski doesn't go under the line until right before the wakes, and it caused her to kind of sit back on the ski out of the finish of the turn out of 1, and you know, she was kind of a bit of a shaky 13, but got through it. So now she's here to 12 meters and basically has to get to 5 ball. She needs a piece of 6 to guarantee her spot in the final.
And in doing so, she would supersede the score of Arianna Sacco from Italia. So who currently has the bubble score of 5 on 12 meters. There we see on the starting dock our next competitor, Kim Helen Niederbaumer of Germany, just trying to get a little bit of last moments advice there from her fellow team member, that is Janina Meckler. There's Penela Grobe. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. She's all over the place here, but she's still on top of the water. She's round number 5. Oh, and oh my word, she collapses round buoy number 5. That means that Arianna Sacco now has a spot through to the women's slalom final. And that therefore means that Penela Grobe's score of, what is that? That's 3.5? 4.5 on that 12-meter line is now the bubble score.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shaky 12, Tony. It was kind of she's lucky to make it all the way to there, and then just trying to stomp the front there on 5 ball when she really didn't need it, and you know, kind of got over the ski. But there you go. You see the Italian skier Arianna Sacco. She's into the final, and you know, now she can kind of relax on the bank and enjoy the rest of her day and get ready to ski on Saturday. See, her 1 ball wasn't too bad, Tony, but right here off of 2, you see how she lets the hands get really far away from her, so she kind of has to drop her shoulder because she doesn't get the ski to carry out, doesn't have control of the line. Then kind of does the same thing there at 3. Again at 4, they're getting really far away from her. She got a decent turn, and there you go. You see she stomped in the front. So she's now the bubble scorer. So basically anybody that gets a full 5 at 12 meters will be into the final. So you got to beat her score there with her on the bubble, and she'll have to wait and see if she's going to make it into the final today.
Wheeling up a little bit off that buoy as she approaches number 2, just taking some vicious hits out there.
Yeah, here she was doing all right there into 4, and then she gets up to 5. She really didn't need this big turn that she pushed on there, and that looked like that could hurt. That would peel your eyelids back, when you kind of get pulled forward and you don't do a roll, you just stop. So hopefully she's okay, and now she's gonna have to sit and wait and see what else what these last few skiers have in store.
All right, so Penile Grobe with 4.5 on 12 meters has now realized that is the score that needs to be exceeded between the remaining 8 skiers that we have on this list. Starting off with our next skier from Germany, Kim Helen Niederbaumer. Here comes Kim Helen Niederbaumer from Germany. So looking good, Kim Helen Niederbaumer on pass number 1. And some stuff coming from the trees. I think they're cottonwood trees, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe some of you agricultural types will be able to tell us for a degree of certainty, as is Zane Nicholson apparently, because he has Google on his phone and he can do that kind of stuff, and he tells me that is a cottonwood trees. making it look like it's snowing out there. So, Kim Helen Niederbaumer through 14.25 meters, just absolutely on her game out there. And for those of you that want to participate in the live chat, you're more than welcome to. Just subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and that will give you the necessary permissions to do that. And you'll also be informed as to the next event in which we will go live, which on our schedule is the European U21 Championships, which will take place in Vienna in Austria. Here we are in Salmsee, which is just outside Steyregg in Austria, when we've got Kim Helen Niederbaumer, 2 passes to the good right now with 14 and 30 meters.
Yeah, and running a little bit down course there, Tony, on that 13-meter pass. You know, not as dialed as we'd like to see, but still make it through it. You know, nothing too bad to scream about. One ball was really nice here, but you see, I think off of going into 2, you see she gets a bit separated there, so causes her to run a little bit, and then she starts running with boat, but took everything down course. Did nice and clean job there. I mean, a little bit slow out of 3. Here you see she's a lot later here off of 4, but nice turn there and got through that pass.
Good extension, round number 5, and just settling in and doing what she does best out there on the slalom course. That is Kim Helen Niederbaumer.
All right, so five to advance here, Tony. 12 meters. Anything less, we've got somebody else. We're putting another skier in, but a little slow off of 1. Let's see what she got off of 2.
Really a little bit deep off 2.
Can she get to 4? Makes a play on 4. There we go. Can we get over to 5?
She's round. Oh, and she falls on 5. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. It's 4.5, which means that puts her into a 2-way tie with Pernilla Grube.
Yeah, and that was a big mistake there, Tony. You know, she's got outside of 5 ball. All she needed was to get back to the wakes to guarantee her a spot into the final, and then, you know, decides to turn it and now puts her in a tie. So instead of guaranteeing herself a spot, she's going to have to sit and wait. Might have to have a runoff. We'll have to see what the last few skiers have to see if that runoff will happen. But, you know, worked hard to get down this pass. It wasn't the best 12 meters that we've seen of the day, but was getting through it. Right here, you know, she's down course here off of 4. You see she's run with the boat, and right here she just needs to get the ski outside of it and stand up, and instead makes the turn, and there you go. She falls over and now puts herself in a tie and you know, on the bubble score.
So Kim Helen Niederbaumer, who currently works for Amazon in Germany, not quite delivering with this performance. All right there, so with 4.5 on 12 meters, that is Kim Helen Niederbaumer. So how many skiers do we have left? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got 12 spots through to the next round of the competition. So a 2-way runoff, which currently exists at 4.5, and for both of those competitors to make it through to the next round of the competition, one skier between now and the end has to score less than 4.5. And with the level of skier that we've got ahead of us, the chances of that happening are probably slim to none. So next skier to take to the water will be Leah Mermont. Leah Mermont, who skied previously for the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe, recently graduated, I believe.
Yeah, just graduated with her master's in psychology, so congratulations to her. And we've seen her ski a few of the pro events over here in Europe, and she's been skiing strong. So, definitely got her work cut out for her. Needs to get that full 5 at 12, but one of the skiers that's fully capable, very consistently runs into 11, and, I expect her to make her way through this 12-meter pass.
All right, here comes Leah. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Her personal best is 4 at 11.25 meters. And has been a European champion in the U17s and U21s. Enjoys horse riding, reading, and music. So she'll no doubt appreciate some of the grand composers from this part of the world. This is Austria, the home of the likes of Beethoven and Mozart and a whole bunch of others. And even Johann Strauss II with his Blue Danube Waltz. So Leah Mermont, recent master's in psychology, a graduate from Louisiana Monroe. And doing a fine job, definitely thinking her way through that pass. So Pernilla Grobe waiting to see if she's made it through to the next round of the competition.
All right, let's see what Leah has for us here. This 13 meters, Tony. Really strong. You really see she grabs the rope off the backside of the buoy and hammers the pole. Almost catches her out there at 2-ball a little bit. Got a little deep there. And you see she's got a little bit more speed than she would like here for the back half of the pass, but gets through the 13-meter pass and can breathe a sigh of relief. And now, knows that she's got to get a full 5 puts her in.
All right, Pernilla working her way back towards the starting dock, and she wants to be prepared for what could potentially come her way via a runoff situation between herself and Kim Helen Niederbaumer. But in the meantime, Leah Mermont doing a fine job with the opening 2 passes, 14 and 13. All right, good stout pull out there for the entrance gates on 12 meters. If she can get a clean 5, then she'll advance through to the next round. But it's not looking too bright so far. But for Leah Mermont, she gets round number 4. Oh my word! Did she got round? Yep, she skied very strategically on that one. She knew that she needed 5 to advance, and that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, I think that if you look, Tony, she went in. I think she had all expectations to run that pass. Didn't quite get the start that she wanted off of 1. Buried the nose going to 2, so had a lot of speed going to 2-ball, and then decided, hey, I need to check up and make sure I get the full 5 before she thought about getting to 6. And with the speed she had, it just made sense to kind of stop there, guarantee herself a spot in the final, and then lift the ski on Saturday.
What was it they say that you can't win today, but you can certainly lose?
Exactly, and you see here, so we were talking, 1 ball wasn't as clean as she'd like. Then here she buries the nose on the pool, so she has a lot of speed going to 2. You see she's running way past 2-ball with a lot of speed, and now she's decided, okay, hey, I got to get to 5. So she's just trying to calm herself down. Got a pretty good turn there at 3, and then here again, the same thing, kind of had a little bit too much speed into 4, and right here just checks up, make sure she gets outside of 5, make sure she gets back before the boat guides, and guarantees herself into the final.
So far out of the Series 1 competitors that have skied before you, 4 of those competitors have made it through to the final. That is Leah Mermor, Chiara Bonneman, Ines Anguano, and Elena Parkova. And the 1 competitor out of Series 2 has also advanced in the form of Ariana Asako. So we've got how many through to the final? We've got 5 skiers through so far, and we've still got a big question mark over Kim Helen Niederbaumer and Penela Grobet as to whether they've made it through to the final with their respective scores of 4.5 on 12 meters. But some very, very intelligent, smart heads-up skiing there for Leah Mermor with her 5 buoy count on the 12-meter line. Next competitor up, Janina Meckler. So, Janina Meckler, 1 at 10.75 meters is her personal best. U21 world champion in overall, European champion in tricks and overall, US Open tricks and overall. So, looking in good shape. Not too sure whether her husband Dane is watching at this early hour of the morning. Dane Meckler, of course, a pro skier and reside in the eastern seaboard of the United States, where it is about 10 minutes to 5 in the morning. So he might be up and around.
I would say if I know Dane, he's up watching and cheering Janine on, and definitely you can tell he's been working on her with her slalom. Her slalom looks so strong, and shout out to Dane, and shout out to Janina for crushing it out here. I know she's got her son with her, and that's no easy task to deal with at the lake, and then to be able to come out and ski at a high level. And Janina is crushing it right now.
All right, so this is our hobby: is being active, being outdoors, and being with family. And Janina Meckler, currently ranked among the best in Europe. Ranked number 1 in women's tricks, number 2 in women's jump in Europe. Personal best in tricks is over 10,000 points and has jumped close to 54 meters in the past. Janina Meckler. Looking good on 13 meters, but it's certainly by no means of a foregone conclusion that she makes it through to the next round of the competition. She needs to get more than 4.5 to do that on 12 meters, and 12 meters comes up next, Zane.
Yeah, but I mean, Tony, I'm going to tell you, she's skiing so strong right now. Both of those passes look basically identical, and it was a nice strong set. You see she rolls in, gets the ski under the line nice and early there at the gate, and just creates a lot of space there, and then really attacks when she gets her hands back on the handle, generates a lot of speed into the wakes, which is really what we want to see. And great skiing here out of Janina.
Yep, looking in good shape, just trying to keep that line tension constant from one side of the course to the next. And line tension is pretty much a hallmark of skiing from Dane Meckler, and he's obviously transferred a lot of that ability to Janina. Both of those competitors, college sweethearts as they were, they both met at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and they went on to do great things for the Raging Cajuns. And
yeah, that rope control is really important, Tony, just especially as a smaller skier. You've got to generate the space that a taller skier otherwise
Oh,
would.
getting in deep off number 1 here on 12 meters. Now she's really starting to struggle here. Takes the hit off number 2 and number 3. Round number 4, can she make it round 5? Yes, she wheelies up on 5 and still has enough room to get round number 6.
Yeah, that was shaky at the start there, Tony. Didn't quite, again, like we were talking about line control, didn't quite control the line out to 1 and almost caught her out, but did a good job going through the course. Got to 5 ball. Knew she had to get the turn, get it back across the wakes, but really got her a good turn and got herself through it. So now thinking about taking the lead away from our 3-way tie for first. You see she almost falls over there, got off the rope, didn't have the line to pull on and dropped her shoulder. There kind of falls out the back, but that was checking more speed than anything. And, now she's just trying to maintain through the pass. And here I think she's kind of created back her space. So she was pretty good there off of 4. Now here you see she knows she's got to get the turn. Little shaky there, kind of checks it to make sure she gets the ski up under, gets back, and then gets outside of 6 ball. And there you go, takes the slack. So gets through the 12-meter pass, now shakes it off and is looking to get more than 1.
Yep, so Janina Meckler has guaranteed herself a spot into the next round of the competition. And that keeps her destiny in the women's overall competition very much alive as well. There's round number 2, takes the lead. There you go, 2 at 11.25 meters. She has the lead, and that is Janina Meckler.
Yeah, and that was a big play over there too. Didn't get the best 1 ball again, but got a nice solid pull over there. Got the ski outside of 2 ball and separating herself out of that. Instead of having a 4-way tie for the lead with 1, gets that full 2 and puts herself above 3 skiers.
And let's not forget our watch parties are still very much in effect. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and photograph yourself watching us, watching you, as we see Janina Meckler get round the second buoy on 11.25 meters and may not be one of her better performances of the season in terms of score, but in terms of performance in a clutch situation, it's certainly one of our better ones. So there we go. That is Janina Meckler, round 2. S-turns. And good skiing there. So now we've got 5 more skiers remaining, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got about, 6 skiers that we've guaranteed a spot through to the next round. The big question mark is on the 7th one, which is between Kim Helen Niederbaumer and Pernilla Grobay. And as we work our way through this list, the probability of a runoff certainly becomes more evident as we see Katarina Vrabkova from Czechia. .25 meters. And not a bad effort there for Katarina Vrabkova, who has a personal best of 5 on 11.25 meters. And doesn't list her too much in the way of titles, but I would imagine that she's medaled quite extensively in something like the Czechian National Championships.
Yeah, it was a little bit late there on the gate, Tony. You see she was closer to the right-hand gate buoy than she was the left-hand gate buoy, the left-hand gate buoy than she was the right-hand gate buoy, and it kind of caught her out here as she got further down the course, but still made her way through that opening pass and just gets her legs up under her and really filling out the boat in the water for her ski set this morning.
All right, so Katarina Vrabkova, who certainly has the personal best performance that would give us some kind of optimism that she would be able to conjure up a performance worthy of a final round appearance as we see Claire-Lise Welter from France. All right. All right there. So Katerina Vrabkova getting through that second pass of 13 meters. And checking up on that pass and getting ready for pass number 3, which is going to be 12 meters, and a pass that has become ever more critical now, Zane.
Yeah, no, for sure. This 12-meter pass is very, I mean, it's very important. And you see, she just, again, going through the gates is a little bit, she's kind of like narrow or late, if you will, so she takes everything down course. So that'll be something to see if it catches her out here on the 12 meters. But, looking good as she got through the second pass, and now, knows she's got to get a full 5 to guarantee her spot in.
All right, here she comes. This is Katerina Vrabkova. There's 1, there's 2, and looking a little bit more comfortable here than some of our other skiers that we've seen so far. This is 12 meters. There's number 4, round number 5, and that's how it should be run. One of the better ones on 12 meters, and a skier who's currently a medical student would appreciate that 6 buoy count on 12 meters is a big shot in the arm.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, Tony. And like you said, that was one of our better 12s of the day. 5 and 6, she got off the handle a little bit late or a little early, so she got, came up narrow to the buoys. But, good skiing out of her and guaranteeing her spot in the final.
Yes, indeed. That is Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia, our latest skier to make it through to the next round of the competition. Joining the likes of Janina Meckler, Leah Meermal, Chiara Bonneman, Ines Anguano, Elena Parkmenka, and our one skier from outside of Series 1 that has made it through. That's Arianna Sacco from Italia. So 7 skiers have made their position clear in relation to the women's slalom final, and now we're going to see what Katerina Vrabkova can do on 11.25 meters. She's now playing with house money, as it were. She knows that she's through. Let's see how deeply she can get into 11.25 meters. There's 1, there's 2. Katerina Vrabkova is still there on number 3. She's there for 3. Decent score there for Katerina Vrabkova. And hearing some big support there from the Czechia fans right here in Zalmsee. So, ladies and gentlemen, our latest skier through to next round with 3 and 11.25 meters is Katerina Vrabkova. And that now takes the clear lead ahead of the two-way tie that exists between Janina Meckler and Elena Parkmenka.
Yeah, and Tony, this is strong skiing. I think, she looked really good here. If she could make her gate pull out not so heavy when she pulls out for the boat, I think she would run this pass every time. She just kind of spikes 0 off a little bit there on the gate pull out, and it catches her out. She starts running out of steam a little bit as she moves down the course. But that's great skiing and way to take the lead there. And, she'll be looking forward to Saturday.
Yep, and she will be in the Saturday final. Absolutely no two ways about that. She secured her spot in that final by getting past 5 on 12 meters, and now she's guaranteed herself not only of the spot, but being able to start at a more favorable portion of the running order in the women's slalom event, as we now get ready to bring in Claire-Lise Welter from France. Let's see if she can roll back the years a little bit here. This is 14.25 meters. Skied extensively on the Water Ski Pro Tour a while back, but is now being rather selective with the events that she skis in. She's two-time European slalom champion, three-time. Actually, a personal best is 3 at 10.75 meters, I should say. Currently snow skis by way of exercise and sports in general, and enjoys spending time with her family. Waiting to see what I can do with orthoprosthetic. All right, still some activity around the dock. There is Beatrice Yanni from Italia. She'll be our third skier from last on the water. Claire-Lise Velter on the water. Currently works as an orthoprosthetic and getting it to go on a buoy, on all 6 buoys there on pass number 2. That is Claire-Lise Velter. She's good to go for 14 and 13 now, 12 meters. If she can get past number 5, then she will advance through to the next round of the competition, but some nervous times as we see Sébastien Cohn from the French delegation along the shore side watching and nervously pacing up and down. But Claire-Lise Velter, still to this day, one of the top slalom talents from Europe. And still looks like she has the goods out there after all these seasons.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it has basically all our scores this year, Tony, have been into 11 meters. So, really strong skiing out of her, and you can see it here on display as we saw the replay there. So now we're going to bring her in 12 meters. We know you got to get a full 5 if you want to guarantee your spot in. Nice speed here at the gate when she rolls in, really gets the ski up under the line. So should be able to attack the pass here, and of course she does there. So that was a nice solid start there, looking good off the 3.
Bringing the handle in nicely.
Over to 4, yep, and there you go. Guarantees the spot in the final, and now going to have a chance to maybe take the lead.
Yes, indeed. It's a 6 buoy count, 11.25 meters, so her destiny in relation to the women's slalom final has been determined. She is through. Now she gets to play a little bit with house money. She now knows that she's through, but she wants to try and get a little bit further down the running order so that she ultimately knows what score is necessary for her in order to take the lead. And depending on how far she actually gets down 11.25 meters, could have a long way of determining whether she has even better knowledge as to what is needed to actually take the title come Saturday.
Yeah, and she does a really good job about staying connected as she lets her feet swing out. So you see it really, she controls the line, but she swings up on the boat really nice. And, then she has something to really pull her hands back or ski back to the handle on. And you pointed it out in the past, Tony. She really gets her hands back to that, the right spot on the outside of the hips and allows the ski under the line and looks really, really smooth out there.
All right, there you go. Here comes Claire-Lise Velter. 11.25 meters, rearing up on the back of number 1 and gets round number 2. Won't be enough for the lead, but it is more than enough to take her through to the next round of the slalom. So Claire-Lise Velter coming into the dock. And safe in the knowledge that she will be skiing in the Saturday final. So good skiing there from Lise and Claire Lise-Velter, and anything out the ordinary you see here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the gate turn in was good, but right there you see she does let the hands get away there at one, so she doesn't control the line quite as well as she did on the 12-meter pass, and not allowing her to get the turn that she wanted off of one, and was a bit slow, but got over to two, got the full two, so tied Janina Bonneman Meckler with 2 at 11, and that'll put her in a tie for second place.
So great skiing there from Claire Lise-Velter. A disarming presence out there on the water, and gets round the 2 buoys. All right, there, tuning in from Ireland is Barry Galvin of the first of our watch party pictures, and he's tuning in and looking to see what Beatricia Yanni can do out there on the course on 14.25 meters for the opening pass.
And Bea looking nice and strong there on her opening pass, 14 meters. No bobbles about that, and looking really strong. She's one of my favorite skiers to watch, and you can see it here on the replay. She stays nice and tall here over her ski. Doesn't have a whole lot of upper body movement, and really just nice and still using her height to her advantage and leveraging the boat here as she goes down the pass.
So Beatricia Yanni, who's had a complicated relationship with the European Championships, going all the way back to 2010 or 2011, where she took a huge fall over at the European Championships in 2011, which ultimately meant that as a result of the injury that she sustained, she had to change her handle grip from left hand up to right hand up as a result of the shoulder injury that she took. But she has won titles since then, 2 European titles to her name. Her personal best is 2 at 10.75 meters, currently ranked 2nd in Europe right now. And we'll see if Beatricia Yanni has designs upon the spots that are remaining in terms of making it through to the women's slalom final.
Yeah, and Bea looking really strong here today. This 13-meter pass is looking even better than her 14, and nice strong opening set there for her, and looking good as she's making her way through her set.
Looking good, looking strong, Beatricia Yanni, who comes to us from Rome, the Eternal City, and currently skis over at the Spalonga Ski Club, not too far away from outside. So looking good there on the opening 2 passes, 14 and 13. And looking very much in control out there, Zane.
Yeah, no, like I said, she's looking nice and strong, just really in attack mode. And, we saw her ski a few of the pro events earlier on the Pro Tour, and I thought she was looking pretty good there, but, definitely has been working really hard this summer and looking strong on her water ski. All right, 12 meters, you got to get a full 5 to guarantee your spot in. If I know anything, she's going to get a good gate here, really attack the start of this pass and set herself up to run it, though.
A little bit of a double pump on the entrance gates pull out there. But still able to continue to just crush this pass of 12 meters. A little late off 5 into number 6, but she knew what she was doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and you pointed out that double pump there at the gate, Tony. So she started to just run her swing, kind of ran out there because of that gate. The big thing that you're seeing is when she pulls out really hard, and it's kind of short. So her pullout's like 30% of her gait, and the glide is 70%. You want those to be more 50 and 50 on that, and then you'd be a little bit more controlled, have a better swing into the start. But Bea gets through 12 meters all the time, so able to settle everything down, get through the pass. You see the little bit of a bobble there at 4, but just kind of running out of steam from her gate.
All right, and let's not forget that the runoff situation is still very much in effect between Pernilla Grobet and Kim Helen Niederbaumer, with 4.5 on 12 meters being the scoring which they tied with. So they're still very much alive, but only one of those competitors at this time will get a path through to the women's slalom final unless something dramatic happens between now and that time. Here we go. This is Petriziani. This is 11.25 meters, drifting down course here a little bit. She's round number 3, will not get outside number 4, but a 3 buoy count is pretty good.
Yeah, and took a different gate turn in there than she had the other 3 passes. Was a little bit heavier than we'd like to see, so she generated a little bit more speed into 1, and kind of caught her at each buoy. It got a little bit worse and went a little more down course, but that's still pretty strong skiing. Tying for the lead there from Bea.
Yes, indeed, and that puts her into the bottom half of the women's slalom running order because of her tie for the lead with 2 competitors remaining. That means that she'll either be third or fourth from last off the dock, potentially, at the very least. So looking at Bea off number 1, she just didn't quite have the line control on buoy number 2 to really have an effective charge on this particular run, Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, she really turned in and really pulled really hard through the gates. So, the gates really show up at 1 and 2. You see right there, see how she rolled in with her shoulders. So she started generating a lot of speed, kind of ended up with her shoulders in front of her feet. And then that's why, you see her running down course there at 2 ball and, then catching her out there at 3. But still, that's a solid skiing from Bea and, kind of slotting herself into the top, going into the final. So we'll have to see what these last 2 skiers have in store for us as we move along to Celine Detry.
Coming to us out of Belgium, this is Celine Detry. 14.25 meter start. And not looking bad for the most part on pass number 1 on 14. So Celine Detry, who currently runs along with remaining portions of her family the Namur training facility, which is just a little ways south of Paris, and not looking too bad there with the first pass on 14.25 meters. That is Celine Detry, currently ranked 2nd in Europe, 8th in the world at this time, and as recently as 2024, her personal best in slalom is 3 at 10.75 meters. As Pernilla Grobet continues to warm up alongside. So the runoff still exists there between Pernilla Grobet and Kim Helen Niederbaumer. But 13 meters, let's see what Celine can do here with this run. All right, getting the job done, and on the first 2 passes, looking quite at ease out there. That is Celine Detry. who's competed for Belgium on a number of occasions, including the U21 World Championships from as far back as 2009. Those championships took place in Chapala in Mexico. But coming off the line and back on there on buoy number 1, kind of like that double pump action there, especially on her offside turn into number 3 there, Zane.
Yeah, and you see that double pump a lot of the times with skiers that have double boots, because when you have the double boots, you have more control of the ski going across course, and so they'll get over there, but then they kind of have to pump the feet out a little bit to get them, to get the ski to go out and keep its width. But looking strong there on that 13-meter pass. So now this is 12 meters. Again, 5, a full 5 puts you in. 4.5 would put you in a runoff.
All right, she knows the score that she needs. The question is, will she get there? Celine Detry on 12 meters. There's 1, there's number 2. Barrels into buoy number 3. She's on it. Round buoy number 4. Can she make the turn on number 4? Yes. On number 5, yes, she can. Round buoy number 6, and she is through to the next round of the competition. All right, so let's kind of break down this pass a little bit, Zane. This is Celine Detry, and that is 12 meters, one of the more impressive attempts at this pass that we've seen so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is strong skiing. Got off the handle a little bit early into 1, but makes up for it at 2. Really good job there at 3. Gets the hands back to her hips where she needs to be, and now she's on top of this pass. And, that was a solid-looking 12. And now setting herself up for, a look at 11 and taking the lead. But, that look at 11 is going to be huge because, we got our finals on Saturday. And, we know that we're at least going to have to get into that score. We know Manon, the top skier, runs 11, quite frequently. So definitely wanted to get a look at the 11-meter pass today.
All right, here we go. So safe in the knowledge that she is through to the next round of the slalom competition. This is Celine Detry. This is 11.25 meters all over the back of the ski, and will be in the initial half of the slalom running order when the slalom finals takes place on Saturday. But Celine Detry will be a part of that women's slalom final with a score of half on 11.25 meters. From Belgium, Celine Detry.
Yeah, just not super settled at the gate there, Tony. Her roll in, she was a little bit fast. You see, she's moving a little quicker than she wanted to be there when she turned in. So that caused her to kind of get out there quicker, and then she had to do that double pump. And because of that double pump, not turning at the right spot, she kind of created slack line, and when she turned in, didn't have anything to turn on. So not able to get more than the half there, but still punching her ticket into the final. So that'll be good. She can now relax and enjoy, the rest of the day and tomorrow and start thinking about Saturday.
All right, and that brings us into our final skier to take to the water. Multiple-time European slalom champion coming to us from France. This is the defending European women's slalom champion. Her name is Manon Costa. So here we go. This is Manon Costa, hoping to defend her women's slalom European championship. But she needs to get the job done right from the get-go here. 14.25 meters. And not a problem, as you would expect. So Manon Costard, the former world slalom champion from 2019, has a personal best of 2 at 10.25 meters. Her titles as the European Championship extend all the way back to 2011. She won that title in 2011 at Seap in Skarnes in Norway in some of the probably some of the cooler conditions you'll ever get to experience in the middle of the summer. And that was in Norway. And
yeah, I've been there and coached a couple years ago, and it could be very cold, it could be very warm, it could rain, but very, very nice ski site, and shout out to all the people in Norway.
Absolutely. And Manon Costard undefeated in the European Women's Slalom Championship since 2021.
I really enjoy watching Manon ski, Tony. She's just so strong after the backside of the buoy. You see when she snaps that ski under, she just grabs the rope and is on to the other side. So, that's something that allows her to run, the 11-meter pass so frequently and gives her a good start at 10.7 when she does run it. And she's looking super strong here today.
Great skiing there from Manon Costard on the opening 2 passes of 14 and 13 meters, getting ready for 12. So Manon Costard, who was prevented from achieving a 6-time streak of European slalom titles because she won in 2019. Now, the only thing that prevented it in 2020 was COVID, which I never want to hear again. But beyond that, she was undefeated in 2021, 2022, 2023, and the last season of 2024. Oh, that jacuzzi is calling my name. All right, then, here we go. This is Manon Costard. This is 12 meters, and she is 5 buoys away from getting back into the promised land. That is of an appearance in the women's slalom final. There's number 1, 2, and number 3. She has a good handle here, number 4. And we will have a runoff for 4.5 between Granilla Grobet and Kim Helen Niederbaumer. They're getting ready. They're drawing numbers right now. And Manon Costard are 11th out of the 12 skiers making it through to the next round of the competition. And now, what do you see here?
Yeah, Tony, I think Manon's looking really strong. I know earlier in the summer on the Pro Tour, she was kind of having a bit of a problem of, coming up narrow on 2, 4, and 6. She was just kind of rolling the ski a little too fast and starting to run with the boat. But I think she's been doing, really good throughout this set, throughout this pass, and, looked really strong there. So I'm expecting her to get a good gate and a good crack here at the start of the 11, and she might be the only girl for the day to take the 11-meter pass down.
All right there, so we look forward to seeing a deep run on 11.25 meters, and she'll definitely go for it. I mean, she's through to the final, no two ways about it. And how soon she starts on that list in the women's slalom final is going to be determined by large part in what she does right here, right now.
Yeah, but what I'm going to be looking forward to for right here, Tony, is for her to get a good gate, but then watch her when she goes to 2. We want to see the ski. She's not. She's going to just take it in, and this might be a bit of strategy, Tony. She might be thinking, hey, I'm going to go out early and set a big bar score for the last few skiers in the final on Saturday, but knows she's into the final, so. Yeah.
Or it could be that she's actually trying to take it easy on her body, and make sure that she's good to go there. But there is Manon Costard managing to make it just enough through to the next round of the competition. And she's going to be second off the dock in the women's slalom final because the only skier that could potentially be before her is Ariana Sarko or maybe Manon Costard will actually be third off the dock because we still have that runoff situation that is transpired now. So one of those two from the runoff will be starting on the water first in the slalom final, and then Ariana Sacco, and then Manon Costard.
Yeah, Manon's moving around kind of slow there in the water, so maybe tweak something, on that 12-meter pass.
Oh, and that's not good news. So as we got a decent crowd along the shore side, thanking you, every single one, for coming on out to watch the festivities as they work their way through to the events that we've got going on today. We've got women's slalom. We've got the conclusion of women's slalom about to take place between Kim Helen Niederbaumer and Penela Grobe. And let's have a look at that leaderboard. We got Katerina Vavkova with a 3 at 11.25 meters in a two-way tie with Bea Yanni with that same score. Janina Meckler on 2, two-way tie with Claire-Lise Velter with that score of 2 at 11.25 meters. Elena Parkmenka with a score of 1 at 11.25 meters, tying with Ines Anguino and Chiara Bonneman. Celine Detry in 8th with half on 11.25 meters. Manon Costard currently on 6 on 12, and she's through to the next round alongside Ariana Sacco. And then, of course, we've got that other score of 5 on 12 meters as well. Almost forgot about that from Leah Mermont, which means that we currently have a two-way tie for 12. And that's going to be resolved via runoff between Penela Grobe and Kim Helen Niederbaumer for that one final spot through to the next round of the competition. And there is Manon Costard swimming in to the shore, and she'll be 4th off the dock in the slalom final. But to determine who will be first off the dock in the slalom final for the 12th and final spot will be Kim Helen Niederbaumer and Penela Grobe. And I think we're going to have a microphone next to the dock to check out on the draw. And from there, we will proceed onwards with who we will take to the water first. Will it be Penela or will it be Kim Helen? All right, then. So with the draw, this is Zane on the dock side.
All right, hey, guys, I'm here with Kim. So I assume you got the second draw?
Yes, exactly. I'll go second.
All right, so we saw you ski good out there and just, not quite able to get through the 12-meter pass. So you feeling good for this runoff?
Yeah, for sure. I felt a lot better today than in practice, so I feel pretty confident. It was just a stupid mistake. I think it just got into my head, like turning 5 or not. But yeah, I'll just try to give it my best now, and then we'll see.
Well, at least you got the runoff, so hopefully good luck to you, and we'll see you out there on the water here shortly.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So that thanks a lot for that dockside interview there with Zane Nicholson. That was Kim Helen Niederbaumer. She'll be second off the dock, and Penela will be first off the dock. And I'm wondering if the towboat is going to make its simulation pass up and down to make sure that the conditions are exactly the same for each of our competitors. Each of them getting an equal shout at an equal opportunity to get what they need to do in order to advance. Now, because the runoff rules, that means that each of them go on their last complete pass, which in this instance is going to be 13 meters. Now, 13 meters is going to be attempted from the opposite direction, which is going to cause a little bit of a wrinkle going forwards.
Yeah, no, 13 meter start, Tony, and I believe both girls started at 16 meters, so they'll be taking the 13 from the same direction that they came. And nope, sorry, incorrect. They both went out at 14, so you were correct, Tony.
All right then, folks, getting ready for the runoff to determine the 12th and final spot through to the women's slalom final. It's going to be a battle between Penella Grobet, who will take to the water first, and Kim Helen Niederbaumer take to the water second. Both of those competitors will start in on 13 meters. So it is Switzerland versus Germany. Let's have a look and see what Penella can do. That Malibu towboat, the TXI response, up to speed. Pulling out rather early for the gates here on 30 meters, and that could pose a little bit of a problem going forwards. However, Penella Grobet looking good, aside from buoy number 4 there, but managing to still get the job done.
Yeah, Tony, I mean, you pointed out she pulled out real early and lost her speed at the gate, and, you saw it at 4 ball, but it was happening at 1 and 2. I thought out of 3 she had kind of gotten back, but then, kind of had that big turn here. You see Narrow kind of has to push, gets off the handle, has to stall at a 1. And then you see here you get the big turn with loose lines, kind of drops the shoulder, able to hang on to it. But that was kind of what you see at 4 ball. It just wasn't as big. And then here I thought she was in good shape. But then when she comes out, you see the hands get really far away, which caused her to drop that shoulder, make that big turn. And at least she was able to get through that pass. So, now going to get another crack at 12. And got to set a big score out for the next skier.
All right, then. So Penella Grobet, who during the week works as an elementary school teacher. So she's looking to try and take her competition to score here with the second pass. That second pass being the 12-meter line. Here she comes, Pernilla Grobet from Switzerland.
All right, better spot for the gate here, Tony. Still a little bit slow, but not nearly as much as the 13-meter pass. So going to give her a better start at 1, see if she can stay over her feet at 2. There
Oh,
you
look
go.
at this. She's still there. She's still on top of the water. She's going down course a little bit off buoy number 4. Can she make a play on number 5? Oh, my word. And she goes down at exactly the same buoy count as the previous score.
Well,
4.5.
And I mean, and that's good. That's tough. That's consistent. We kind of see. We'll take a look at the replay, but you see, she just keeps getting disconnected, going to 1 and 3, and it makes that ski turn slow. Again, better at the gate than she was at 13, but you see how far those hands are away from her, so it causes her to kind of make like a banana shape going into the buoy. Here, she did a good job at 2, but now watch right here, Tony. The hands so far away as the feet swing, and it just doesn't allow the ski to turn at 3 ball. And now she's just having to work to get to each buoy. Gets around 4, and then right there you see how far the hands get stretched again. So she really needed to turn and wasn't able to hang on to it. So 4.5 at 12 is the benchmark here to figure out who's going to get into the final.
All right, 4.5 is that score. Looking at Pernilla Grobet once again, just really not at all comfortable with that run, and coming off the handle really soon off number 2 with the amount of load that was coursing down her on her outside arm. It was always going to be a struggle there for her to run 12 meters. However, she gets a 4.5 and sets the bar for our next skier to take to water. This is Kim Helen Niederbaumer. 13 meters. Let's see what she's got. One of our taller skiers in this event. Let's see if she can use that height to her advantage. Almost getting broken over forward too much into number 2. Let's see what she's got for the remaining third of the way down the run. There's number 4 and number 5.
Never quite got the ski to turn there, Tony. It just, she was using her height to get across course and create space, but the ski never really wanted to turn at any of the 6 buoys. As you take a look here at the replay, at least she got through this 13-meter pass, so now can have a sigh of relief, and she's got a little bit of a tail breeze here for the 12-meter pass. You see there her hands got really far away, so the wakes kind of broke her over or tripped her. And then, now she's having to work kind of hard, but stays nice and still with her upper body, and that allows her to get across course really smooth. And then there you go. She gets through this pass as you see her going around 5 ball here and working to 6.
Looking good on 13 meters and getting ready for the 12-meter line, and she has to get more than 4.5 to advance through to the women's slalom final. We're seeing Pernilla Grobet with 4.5. Just waiting to see if that's enough. All right, here comes Kim Helen Niederbaumer coming into the course, representing Germany. This is 12 meters. Needs a full 5 to advance. There's number 1. Oh, a little bit on the back foot there. Round number 2, she's continuing to ski. Round number 3, continuing to roll on here. Round number 4. There's number 5. She S-turns to the wakes, and in prime form, signed, sealed, and delivered from Kim Helen Niederbaumer.
Yeah, not making the same mistake that she did in the main round. Knew she needed to get the full 5, so didn't get the best 1, but just worked her way to each buoy, and then when she got to 5, made sure she got the S turn and punched her ticket into the final.
So commiserations there to Pernilla Grobet from Switzerland. She extended this competition into a runoff, and she should be commended for doing so. But Kim Helen Niederbaumer getting around the 5 buoys necessary to make her presence felt in the women's slalom final. Looking good for the majority of the run, and she knew exactly what she needed to do. S-turn like a pro, and go through the boat guides to confirm her spot through to the women's slalom final. So congratulations to her. Kim Helen Niederbaumer of Germany doing a fine job here. It looked a little bit nervy at the beginning of the pass. I do have to give her that. But Zane, she definitely came through clutch.
Yeah, I mean, and then didn't try to run the pass in any of these turns, was just making a turn just enough to get to the next side and then using her height to her advantage to give her a good pull to get across. And you can just see she's making up ground the whole time through the course, but knows she needed a full 5, so elects to stand up, takes the S turn, and we'll see her as our first skier on Saturday.
All right, we look forward to that as we round off the women's slalom elimination round, and we're going to have a quick look at that leaderboard in just a moment. Beautiful shot there of the lake, and Katerina Vrabkova, where it's going to be a toss-up between her and Beatrice Yanni as to who will take the last spot off the dock in the women's slalom final. A 3-way tie for third exists between Janina Meckler and Claire-Lise Velter with 2 at 11.25 minutes. Elena Parkmenka and Ines Anguano and Chiara Bonneman. There'll be a toss-up there as well to determine which of those will start in front of the other with 1 on 11.25 minutes. Celine Detry with half at 11.25 minutes. Manon Costar will be a 4th off the dock in the final with her score of 6 on 12 meters. Ariana Sarko and Leah Mermont, toss up between those two will exist there. But our first skier to take to the dock in the final will be Kim Helen Niederbaumer. She has a score of 4.5 on 12 meters, and that therefore means that she is our first skier off the dock and our final skier through to the final. So Great skiing there from each of our individuals in the slalom elimination round, but we've only just begun. We've got men's slalom series 4 to take place on the water very, very soon. We have 4 skiers in that series, and when we return, we will have men's slalom. Stick around, folks. This is the Open European Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go on, go! On your mark, get ready, set, go! Here we go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, and we are back. We just got done with the women's slalom event. It was a really good one as we see the leaderboard here. 3 at 11 is a tie between Bayani and Katrina Varkova. Janina Meckler and Claire Lisa Welter tied at 2 at 11. And then your three-way tie for fifth place between Alina Parkhimoka, Ines Agno, and Kiara Bonneman with 1 at 11. So great skiing out of them. Celine Detchery, Manon Costard, Ariana Sacco, and Kim Niederbaumer, along with Leah Merrimont, are also into the final. So great skiing out of those ladies. And we're now moving along to our men's slalom event. All right, and we take a look at our 4 men's skiers in this slalom series. We've got Dima Thompson, Pole Duplon Freiburg, Visley, and Stefan Spock.
All right, then. So our 4 skiers all around the dockside right now. Dima Thompson will be our lead-off skier in the men's competition, followed by Pole Duplon Freiburg. Then Vasily Mazurkovic will be our 3rd skier out. And Stepan Spack will be our final skier in the slalom event for today. But rest assured that we will have more slalom skiing to take place over the next couple of days, with the remaining slalom elimination round taking place tomorrow, and the slalom finals taking place on Saturday. In the meantime, this is Dima Thompson from Switzerland. 14.25 meter start. Part of our crew on TWBC. We thank him very, very much indeed for his contributions thus far. But now he gets to go out and play.
Yeah, and looks like he's been watching a lot of this strong skiing today and coming out with strong skiing of his own here on his first pass, which I believe was 14 meters.
So Dima Thompson, son of Elena Thompson, who was elected into the International Water Ski Hall of Fame about 2 years ago. His personal best, 4.5 on 12 meters. But it's probably safe to say that it's probably going to take something a little bit more than that to make it through to the men's final, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'd say we're gonna need a deep score at 11 at least to get into that final here. So he'll need a big score out of him today if he wants to give himself a chance. But looking strong there for opening pass and setting himself up for a good rhythm here in this slalom series.
So here we go, folks. This is Dima Thompson. Let's see what we've got here. Dima Thompson, there's number 1. There is number 2 on 13 meters. The sun continues to shine here at Salmsey. Getting the job done. But
yeah.
He's certainly made it hard work, though.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a bit of a tailwind coming from that end that's kind of picking up, so maybe it's a little bit higher off the water, so it's not showing up on the water, but it's pushing the body of the skiers and maybe giving them a little bit of fits there, but got through it. So now he's going to have this 12-meter pass into the headwind, so that should help him out a little bit, maybe get him through it for the first time here today.
Looking wonderful behind that that Malibu Response TXI. Kind of got behind the boat a little bit there on number 4. But still managing to have enough in hand to get round all 6 buoys. That is Dima Thompson. So he's gone through 14 and 13. His personal best is 4.5 on this next line length of 12. Looking good. Oh, look at this, though. Round number 3. Good to go round number 4. Oh, and he was just so close from maybe making a full impression upon 12 meters.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good start, Tony. He got a good 1 and 2, and then kind of had a slow 3 ball and just tried, we were talking about the skiers earlier, not grabbing too much at that 12-meter pass and just tried to get it all back at one spot. And, the ski just unable to stay in the water. But right here, I thought he had a pretty good gait and got a pretty good start here on 1 ball. Nice play here. Good pull over to 2, and we see really strong 2 there. Now let's see what happened to him here out of 3. You see, gets off the handle a little early, so he's running with the boat, and that's causing him to feel like he needs to slow his speed down there and just gets a little more than he can hang on to. And 3.5 at 12 is going to be the score there for the next 3 skiers to beat.
So Dima Thompson getting a score of 3.5, which is half a buoy shy of his personal best, the current Swiss champion in overall. Currently doing film studies right now at Full Sail, which is in Orlando in Florida. Now that is a highly competitive educational institution specifically designed for media arts students, especially in the filming and videoing and all that related type stuff. And it's definitely structured a little bit different to the traditional college semester program in there. And I tell you what, when it comes to grading for the stuff that they produce, you've got to be on it, otherwise you're out. Yeah, you heard me.
Sounds like baseball. 3 strikes and you're out, Tony.
It is. It's not too far removed from that kind of philosophy. As we get ready for our next competitor to take to the water, starting in on 13 meters, and this is going to be Paul Duplan-Freiburg. And here's a big mystery to me. Why is he starting this early in terms of the series?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some scores out of pole this year, so this is kind of a bit of an anomaly. But, he's in the water, he's going out. We got a 13-meter start, so we're getting busy real quick here, and we're going to see if we can get him through, these first couple passes and put out a score that would be, sitting on the leaderboard for tomorrow.
Paul Duplan-Freiburg, who comes to us from the portion of France which essentially pioneered World Championship level slalom skiing, or pioneered world level championship skiing in its entirety with the one of the first runnings of the World Water Ski Championship way back there in the late 1940s. That was Juan Lapin and the hometown of Paul Duplan-Freiburg. He started in on 13 meters, and he gets the job done, and instantly, and I would say very, very close from taking the lead at this point after the first pass.
Yeah, no, it was really strong on that one. So, again, usually when they start at 13, it's just a warm-up pass, and the 12-meter pass is kind of the same. So, I expect Paul to come out here and really attack the start of this one and get through the 12-meter pass, with not too much, no with not a lot of struggle. Sorry.
All right, here we go. This is Pole Duplan Freiburg. This is 12 meters. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Here he comes into number 4. And our first male skier to make it through 12 meters. That is Pole Duplan Freiburg. Moomba Masters night jump champion from 2025. And former U21 and U17 world champion. And former U21 European overall and tricks champion in the U21s as well. So he's definitely well titled and certainly one of the top overall skiers from Europe. This is Pole Duplan Freiburg, and if you were to pick that pass apart there, Zane, what would you say?
I mean, it's strong skiing. The only thing is he's a little bit heavy for the 0 off. So, as he turns, he really gets deep, and you start seeing the boat kind of sometimes work against him. But, he still got through that pass. So here at the 11-meter pass, he's really going to want to make sure he doesn't spike 0 off when he turns in for the gate and try to keep it nice and light at the start.
So would he change 0 off? Or would he be persuaded to do that?
I wouldn't change it. I would just, really like from the pull out here, like as you pull out, you don't want to spike the 0 off. That was a much better pull out. And then when you turn in, you want to, turn in a little earlier, a little smoother. That was good too. So should help him out here off of 1. That was much better out of 1. There you go. Pretty good off 2. Now there's that deep pull right there, Tony. So at least he can hang on to it. Gets the turn off of 4, over to 5, working to 6, and there we go. That's a 11-meter in the books, and he seems pretty pumped about that. That's pretty good skiing there. That could just be your cut for for tomorrow for everybody to they get to go home and think about it this evening.
Wow, that wouldn't that be something, wouldn't it? A finalist from all the way from Series 4, possibly. But I tell you what, he is on his game. He's gotten through 11.25 meters. I mean, he certainly didn't make it easy by any stretch of the imagination. And those were the kind of poles that, like a Lucas Cornell, could barely survive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he had a really good 1 and 2, and then there just got a little deep off of 3, and you kind of start seeing the boat work against him a little bit, but gets through that pass, and now he's setting a big benchmarker for the next 3 series. Next 2 skiers in this series, but the next 3 skiers to come.
All right, then, coming in on 10.75 meters. This now is Pole Duplan Freiburg. Door in the gate glide out and the turn. There's number 1. A little bit of delayed there around buoy number 2. Does not get outside buoy number 2, in at least by our standpoint, but it does get at least number 1. And Pole Duplan Freiburg, he's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, and you could see, as a lefty, he had way too much speed, so he rocked to the back, and, it really caught him out at 2 ball. He's able to make that turn at 1, but he rolled to the back, then kind of hopped to the inside edge. So you see here, gets around 1, kind of manages the turn pretty good. Does he get outside of 2 ball? Looks like he did, so that'll be a full 2 there for Pole, and, that's a big score this early in the slalom event.
Yep, it's certainly a big target for the likes of our remaining slalomers in Series 4 to have a crack at. So it's going to be 2 buoys confirmed, from what I understand. 2 buoys confirmed there for Pole Duplan Freiburg. beating his chest there as he gets past number 2 into the wakes. Some great skiing there. Now, next competitor to take to the water is Vasily Mazurkovic. You want to attempt that? No, Mazurkovic.
I think you did a great job there, Tony. Vasily, though, I think I can get that one down right, and look forward to getting him on the water here, waiting to hear a confirmation for what the start line length is.
Alrighty then, let's see what we've got here for Vasily Mazurkovic. This is a 13-meter start from what I understand. This is certainly going to be, it's going to be a 14.25 meter start. I apologize. Here we go. 14.25 meters. Not making it look easy, but he's making it. So Vasily Mazurkovic, who as far back as this season has scored 4 on 11.25 meters at 58K. So Vasily Mazurkovic, who has competed extensively on cable. It says here the U19 trick cable champion European, U15 trick cable European champion, U21 bronze medalist in cable skiing as well. So he's trying to convert here fully from being a cable skier all the way to a tournament. It's not the easiest thing to do.
No, I've tried skiing behind a cable. It's definitely different than skiing behind a boat, but Vasily looking good there on opening pass, and now coming in, this is 13 meters. Looking a lot stronger here on this second pass, Tony.
Yep, not looking bad here for Vasily Mazurkovic. Looking good, looking strong, and seems to be more at home with that pass of 13 than he was at 14.
Yeah, a lot of times, sometimes that 14-meter pass is just feels like a lot of extra rope, and you'll see skiers kind of underski it, and because it is possible to overski those passes. So maybe that's what happened to Vasily there, and feeling a little more dialed as the rope gets shorter.
So not bad here, just loading up on the line and just trying to see if there's any elements that he's taken from cable skiing and transferred onto here.
The one thing that I do see, Tony, is he does, when he rolls the ski, he rolls it really fast, and that's something that I kind of have noticed over the years when I watch some of the cable skiing is, you pull a lot longer, but then you roll the ski really quick, jump it to the inside edge.
Yeah, because the cable's always got you.
Exactly. So, that's something that you might start seeing catching him as we shorten the rope up. You want that ski to swing out a little smoother and slower to keep the line tight as you swing beside the boat. So, that would be something to keep an eye out on for, this 12-meter pass.
All right, so as we approach the lunchtime hour here at Salmsee, just outside of Steriglinz in Austria, this is Vasily Mazurkovic on 12 meters. And he seems to have a pretty darn good handle here on 12 meters. This is surprising me a little bit here.
Yeah, that was a solid pass. I mean, it was nice and strong. Never a question in doubt that he was going to run that pass. And now he's got a crack at the 11 meters. And I think what you said, he had a personal best of 4. So
yeah, 4.
If he can ski like he's doing now, we might see a new personal best here, and be able to get through that 11-meter pass.
Yeah, got a pretty strong start there, a little stood up, but he manages to get back into some semblance of shape here by the time he gets to number 3. And from about this point onwards, he seems to have assessed the situation and knows what he needs to do at best to get all round all 6 buoys on that third pass, which is 12 meters. Now, 11.25 meters is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, well, if he can have the same swing that he did on the back half of that pass, he'll be set up to to get him a good score here. We'll have to see. It's really important that he has the speed at the gate when he turns in. A little bit slow, but he gets the ski under the line really nice and smooth. So able to get out of 1, see if he can get out of 2.
Here he comes. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, and gets the ski around number 3. So it looks like it is going to be 2 1/2 for Vasily Mazurkovic. 2 1/2 for Vasily Mazurkovic.
Yeah, just didn't take the right angle that he wanted off a 2-ball. And I mean, the ski didn't finish all the way up under him, but he got a decent turn, and he needed to keep turning into the wakes and just kind of rode the line through and got there, kind of late and narrow to 3 and fell over. But I thought 1-ball here wasn't all that bad. As you see here, gets a turn. He's not in bad shape. Ski kind of skips on him, but there he never quite got his handle back to his hips, and it caused him to get late to 3 and then fell over there. So big pop of the handle and a little bit of a disappointment, I would say there. Wanting a couple more buoys, but still pretty solid skiing there for Vasily. All
right, so we got a score of 3.5 on 12 from Dima Thompson. We've got a score of 2.5 at 11.25 meters for Vasily Mazurkovic, and we've got a score of 2 at 10.75 meters from Paul Duplan-Freiberg, and we're actually going to get a word or two from him. And Muriel almost getting clouted with the handle, and that was a bit of. No.
Okay. I'm wet, so then it's going to be wet. There's my phone.
All right there. So on the water at this time, we've got Stepan Shapak from Ukraine. Looking good. All right. So as Stepan Shapak gets through 14.25 meters, we have Paul Duplan-Freiberg, and you don't need to put those on, just a microphone.
Hello.
Hello, and well done to you. You've managed to get on 2 on 10.75 meters. But
so, Paul, I just got to ask, did you watch any of the Under-21 Worlds? Because right here you took notes from Lucas Cornell on your 3-ball here.
I tried to. I mean, I had to. Pretty bad 2 balls, so then I was like on the water, okay, it's either a good 3 or then nothing. And even the 5, I managed. Pretty sketchy.
Yeah, but I didn't think your 2-ball was all that bad. I mean, it wasn't the best one, but I mean, I thought you were still fine. And then you were able to keep your feet up under you on that 3-ball, which was huge. And then getting through it. And then here at 10.7, it looked like you had a little bit too much speed there at the gate when you turned in. But again, did a great job off of 1, keeping your feet up under you. It just kind of caught you out here at 2-ball.
I mean, I was like, okay, am I turning the 2-ball or not? And I'm like, okay, maybe just secure the spot, like secure a 2 at 10.2, at 10.7, sorry, for the overall, because I mean, on the 2-ball I was like, okay, it's either a 1.5 or 3.
All right, as we see Stepan Shapak here from Ukraine trying to make his way through 30 meters. I wanted to ask you why you started so early. I mean, why were you in Series 4? Any indication as to why that is?
So the judges said, so I have no score till, so the last ranking was last November, and last year I was injured, so then I had no scores.
Okay, that would certainly explain it. But I tell you what, I mean you slalomed completely out of your gourd there with 2 at 10.75 meters. So, but obviously you're focusing in a lot so far as the overall competition is concerned, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, and Tony, I gotta give you. He didn't slalom out of his gourd. He's been slaloming like that. We've seen him slalom like that. So that's been good skiing out of Paul. You just staying consistent with your skiing.
I'm trying to improve my slalom. I've been skiing a lot with Jacques Travers and Sacha Desquin in France, and yeah, it's really like the event I'm like really, it's hard for me in slalom, so then I want to like have more time on the water with slalom.
Well, I definitely can tell that you've been working at it. You know, your slalom scores have been through the roof and have definitely had a tick up. So, dude, great skiing out there. It was an awesome score, and we're looking forward to see if we can get you into the final. But right now we've got Stefan Spock on the water. This is 12 meters, so a little bit of shaky 13, and we'll see. Gets off the handle a little early there into one. You see a little broken over. Down course off of two, Tony.
Look at that. He was loading in pretty hard off number 4 into 5, and unfortunately offloading all of that energy in such a short space into number 5 didn't exactly help matters. So Stepan Shapak there will get, 4.5 on 12 meters and take us through this run there, Zane.
Yeah, you see he gets off the handle early into 1, so kind of comes up narrow. Now he pulled long to 2, so he has a lot of speed. He's a big, strong guy, able to hang on to it, but then because he pulled so hard and generated that swing from 0 off, he had too much speed into 3 and just blew the tail there. So that's probably going to be a little bit less than what Spock was looking for, but still getting through there. You see right there off the handle so early and just not quite getting outside of 1 ball until right before it, and then here, now he's running with the boat, generating a lot of speed, and swings that ski really fast and just pops it out of the water.
And I don't know the complete circumstances regarding Stepan Shapak, but apparently, from what I've been told by Daniela Filchenko, that's the first time he's on that slalom ski.
Okay. So I know Stefan's really strong in the jump and trick event, so maybe taking a little bit of break from the slalom ski and got him a new one.
He actually broke his ski on his way here.
I could believe that as well. Damn airlines, they tend to do that to you, and good to at least see him out here in the event and skiing. So,
all right then. So that concludes the men's slalom series 4. We'll have the remaining series take place tomorrow, but in the meantime, we're gonna briefly take a break, and before we go into Open Women's Series 2 jump. So stick around, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, get ready, because we're about to throw down with some jumping, and that will take place in about 15 minutes here with continuing coverage of the 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
To lose my balance, what am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on.
Inside, flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen, das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
flüstert mein Ohr und legst meine Sorgen.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kick it and go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around one, and that's
large. Knees here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt, der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
Well, welcome back to this wonderful facility here at Stoneregg Linz, the host site of the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Salmsee. And we're about to go on to Open Women's Series 2 jump eliminations. Aline Elgazan-Vang will be our lead-off skier, followed by Ukraine's Maria Popova. Then Sofia Gvardeva. And then we have the penultimate skier in this women's jump competition, Amber Butterfield, followed by Kirsi Wolfersberg. So we have 5 jumpers getting ready to go. So wearing the green helmet there and casting a rather lonely figure on the starting dock is Aline Elgazan-Vang, a skier in the collegiate ranks at University of Louisiana at Monroe, and has a personal best of about 35.3 meters. Now, bear in mind that we have 8 skiers that go forward through to the women's jump final, as opposed to 12, because the amount of competitors entering this event, the amount that go through to the final changes. In this instance, it becomes 8. And after we get done with the women's jump series 2, we'll go on to Open Women's Series 3. Actually, we go on to another event. We go on to tricks afterwards, which is Open Women's Series 1, and then we go on to Open Men's Series 2 tricks, and that will complete. That will alongside the Open Men's trick complete the events for today. So we're about a little under halfway done with our event so far as the scheduler goes today. Ricardo Botas is our boat driver for this Open Women's Series 2 jump before we go into the Open Women's Series 1 jump. And obviously with 10 jumpers to come in Open Women's Series 1, by the time we get about 2 or 3 competitors down that list, we should have a pretty clear indication of who's done enough to make it through to the women's jump final. 5 competitors in this series: Aline Elgazan-Vang, okay, going at max speed, which is 54 kilometers an hour, or about 33.6 miles an hour. This is going to be Lisa Elgazan-Vang. National champion in trick jump and overall in Norway. Says her hobbies involve going to the gym. And there isn't much more to say about her aside from that. All right, I've got Zane Nicholson next to me, who's worked a little bit with Lisa Elgazan-Vang.
Yeah, I know that you can see her. She's donning that bright green jump helmet. And Tony, a fun fact, that's my old jump helmet from way back in the day.
Oh, wow.
So she needed one. We got her hooked up with one, and we made it match her skis because that's her favorite color. But I know she's been skiing well this season. We already saw her get a PB today in the slalom event with 2 at 12, so I know she was already fired up about that and looking to get a huge score here in jump.
All right then, so we've got our boat cam for the jump event, our first time ever that we've utilized the boat cam in the boat for the jump event. It was still in there after Slalom, so why not? Lays that right ski down and turns in and drives in on home. Up and over. Doesn't get much lift off the top of the jump. It is a 5-foot high ramp. But taking in a bunch of speed, and the 5-foot high ramp is something that she's used to from the collegiate ranks, obviously.
Yeah, and she's just a little early there on that one, Tony. Kind of squaring up to the ramp, not able to get a good kick off the top, and had a lot of speed into the bottom, so we'll have to see how far it is. But she's definitely going to want to try to get a little wider on that boat, bring it down in the course a little bit, and then work through the bottom. You see here as she comes into the bottom, she kind of gives up there and kind of takes away from a little bit of her distance.
Probably a little over 30 meters. We'll get the distance very, very soon. The 28.5 meters, 28.5, which for those of you watching in from the United States is a 94-foot jump. Because this is the European Open Championship, the primary measurement unit is metric. So for those of you watching the United States, wanting to know why we primarily do it as metric, well, we're in Europe.
Yeah, no freedom units here in Europe, Tony.
Freedom units, is that what you called it?
Yeah. So, that's what I would say the Americans have it, but I think we're behind the times and probably ought to get on the metric system. It makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it's easier to count in 10s rather than count in 12s.
You are correct. All right, Alina Vang coming in. This is jump number 2.
Selecting letter L and boat path for split. And here we go, Aline Vang. Oh, that's better. She takes in a lot more heat on jump number 2, and that should be confirmed by the distance. Aline Vang coming to us from Norway. A good view here from behind the ramp.
Yeah, and that was better, Tony. She brought it down a little bit, had a little bit more speed into the bottom, worked a little bit better into the bottom, and jumped, several meters further. So 31.2 on jump number 2. So now if she could just get a little bit later, so she has to work all the way through the bottom, I think she's got a couple more meters left in the tank.
And what a wonderful view of the jumping event. We've got a view from the boat. We've got a view from behind the ramp. We've got a view from in front of the jump. We've gone 3-dimensional coverage here, almost. And we've even got coverage of the boat driver.
Yeah, Ricardo looking good behind the wheel. Glad to have him here driving at this event. Here we go, though, Tony. This is going to be jump number 3. 31.2 is the lead.
Here we go, 31.2. Her personal best, incidentally, is 35.3. So let's see if she can unload a little bit here with jump number 3. Oh, yeah, good. Tight turn. Oh, and looks like she got a little off her edges there into the bottom of the jump. Our behind the ramp view is going to serve to confirm that a little bit. But Aline Vang already pretty happy with what she's done so far in this event via the slalom. We'll see what she does with the jump event. Turns, drives in. Yeah, got pulled off the edges just a skosh there just before hitting the bottom of the jump there. But you know, she looks steady enough on the jump skis. I reckon she should really just, you know, just up the volume a little bit. I mean, she's got the boat speed and she's gotten the settings right. Now she just needs to get up on the boat a little bit and start to take one or two chances out there.
Yeah, just, you know, I mean, trying to get a little bit wider on the boat and getting the skis turned a little bit more so she can generate a little more speed. But very consistent jumping, because that third jump was 31.1. So her longest jump was 31.2, but they were right there in the same distance.
All right there. So this is our second and final competitor to jump at the 1.50 meter ramp height. She comes to us from Ukraine. Her name is Maria Popova. Electing to go with 51K. She is only 15 years of age, don't forget, so she's still a junior. Still got 2 more years of eligibility in the junior ranks. Personal best of 38.1. Was the winner of the jump event in the juniors, I believe, last season. Skis at the Sentosa Ski Club, and currently one of the top juniors in the girls jump event. But she's trying to translate that to some big jumps right here in the European Open Championships. Seeing Vince there with the 1s and the 2s. We'll have webcast will travel. All right, so Maria Popova as Ricardo straightens the boat out. Looks like she's going to go for a straight up single cut for the opening jump, and oh no, she's going to go for the full double here. I didn't realize that she was that far away from the ramp to where she could actually get her timing down for turning around the 180 meter cut buoy. Here she comes. Turns, drives it on home, and decides to pass up on jump number 1. I think from that angle it looked extremely late coming into the bottom of the jump, so she's got 2 attempts remaining. So just didn't like the look of that jump so far as the timing is concerned.
Yeah, when she turned, you could kind of see her skis were a little bit further apart. I think she thought she was, you know, she knew she was late and really starting to try to get the skis around and dig, and probably a good idea to pass on jump 1.
And stretching out extremely hard there prior to the turn. And she wanted to get a good look at the jump there, but she got almost too much of a good look on the ramp there. She was extremely late and saw more green rather than red. I say green because the side curtains are completely covered in green fabric for our sponsor VKB Bank. Mandatory re-ride. The boat speed are judged to be too fast, which gives the skier an unfair advantage. And when the skier is deemed to have that, then we do give her a re-jump. So it's going to be a re-jump on jump number 1. All right, so getting ready. For jump number 1, re-ride. We will see what we shall see. That Malibu Response TXI Now, between the slalom event, which we just held, and this jump event, we actually took a little bit of time to take the boat out the water and change the prop. We changed the prop to one that's more conducive so far as acceleration goes for the jump event. 4-blade prop for slalom, 3-blade prop for jump. And here we go. This is Maria Popova. Oh, and looking a little untidy off that second wake, and she was barely able to land and ride that jump out. But I tell you what, she's not lacking in any kind of determination out there on that first jump re-ride. That is Maria Popova, and almost collected herself into the bushes back there.
Yeah, and you see she turned with some slack at her sixth turn, and then when she came in here, just a little bit out of sorts coming into the bottom. You see that ski kind of picked up and lifted up in her face, but she got a good kick off the top. So decent opening jump, and we'll bring her in jump 2 here in a moment as we wait a confirmation on the distance.
And the distance coming through, what is that? That is about a 38.4.
And that's up there with in PB territory, Tony, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 38.4. Actually, that outstrips the personal best, if I'm right reading this correctly. 38.1 is her PB, so she's already outshone that one.
Actually, I believe she went 38.4 at the Youth Championships in Sentosa, Sentosa a couple weeks ago. Or, sorry, not at Sentosa, at Botas. She skis at Sentosa, but I believe she went 38.4 at the Youth Championships. And so that would tie her furthest jump from that event.
All right, then. So she's looking good in that regard, and let's see what her timing is going to look like coming in for jump number 2. Left ski up high enough and turning around is that the 150 meter buoy? That's a 500, which is normally indicated red.
No, I believe that's the 6, Tony.
All right, here she comes. Trying to get that little extra speed off the second wake into the jump and raising the ski. A little bit dangerous the way that she does it, though, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, you kind of see that ski fly up in her face a little bit. Doesn't quite have as much control of it as we see some of our other jumpers, but still rides the skis real well. Gets on the ramp. She's pretty late there with the corner.
Oh yeah,
she's flirting with the corner there, Tony.
Mm-hmm. And she'll probably lose a bit of distance there as a result. However, I could be wrong. It is 36.9. 36.9, so she's got one more jump to come. That is how close she was to the bottom right-hand corner there. And just not enough room to keep edging all the way through the jump, and that's why the ski is kind of like swung out a little bit in the air for her. So 36.9 on jump number 2. All right, the roar of that Malibu coming back into the course here and now. Here is Maria Popova. Third and last attempt here. Now she can get over 40. Now that is going to open up a whole bunch of possibilities for her going forward. Here she comes. Oh, and coming in with a lot of speed, but the control deserted her just before she got onto the base of the ramp.
She looks like she's all right after that one, Tony, but a little bit of loose line there when she makes the turn, doesn't get the skis all the way around, and still picks that ski up to get there, but slipping out on the ramp. And
she knows how to take a crash, and I'll give her that. All right, so her best jump is 38.4 meters, which ties her PB. So well done with that. So Maria Popova, looks even worse with the camera shooting towards the jump at the front.
Yeah, you see, she just doesn't get the skis all the way around here. That's kind of what causes her to slip out on the ramp.
All right, so that concludes 1 meter 50 ramp height jumping. We're going to go on to 1.65 meter ramp height jumping, and we have 4 more competitors in Women's Jump Series 2. We see Maria Popova there, and when we come back after this break, we will continue on with Women's Series 2 jumping next.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kicking it overdrive. Go on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2025 European Open Water Ski Championships. Skier about to take to the water next is Sofia Gvozdivia of the White Flag team under the auspices of the International Water Skiing Wakeboard Federation. That's Sofia Gvozdivia. Then we have Amber Butterfield and finally Kirsi Wolfersberg to round off women's series 2 jump. Sight of some of our crowd. It's kind of spread out a little bit from around the dockside area all the way to along the shore. Competitor that's already been out on the water so far today, Sofia Gvozdivia of the White Flag team. All right, on the water. 3 jumps at her disposal. Current best jump so far is 38.4 from Maria Popova. Now, so far as Sofia's best jump is concerned, her best is 41.9. That was produced last season. European champion in U14s and U17s and U21s. Enjoys cooking. And watching serials. Although I wonder what kind of cereal is that? Is that like TV cereals or like cereals in a box?
I would say something on the TV there, Tony. Maybe even stuff about true crime is the big thing that people are into right now. So maybe that's what she's into.
Maybe. Or you could be watching Landman or something from. Just trying to think of the guy that actually produces Taylor Sheridan. That's the one. He's my favorite movie producer. Sofia Gvozdia coming in on jump number 1, taking the full double cut there, so maximizing the distance that she has to accelerate to speed off the turn. And that's the lead jumper right now. That much I can tell you. Without even looking for the official distance, I can tell you that jump has taken the lead ahead of Maria Popova and Aline Vang. Definitely got the turn and got the push here. What is the distance? Definitely a good push off the second wake into the jump. A little bit left ski heavy coming off the top. But for the most part, that jump was technically good. And what is that jump? Is that a 43.3? 43.2, and 43.2 is a new personal best.
Yeah, and I thought that looked really good, Tony. Had a lot of speed into the bottom. Got there just a touch early, so you see her kind of putting a little weight on that left ski, but that was a nice, good opening jump there.
All right, let's see if she can continue this rate of improvement. Personal best before was 41.9. So she is a good 1.3 meters of distance ahead of her PB. Let's see what she has. This is going to be the full double cut here. Turning around the 180 meter buoy, which is signified as the red one. Turns in, drives hard off the turn, and unfortunately the timing deserted her, so she passes up and refuses to take the second jump. So, but she does have third and last to come. Yeah, and she looked like she was a little early, as a matter of fact. So was able to quickly execute the turn and get up to speed, but unfortunately that kind of skewed her timing for that jump as well. So Sofia Gvozdia getting ready for jump number 3, already in the lead with 43.2 meters. Certainly gained plenty of support from around the world, especially from Ukraine, it looks like. Few of our supporters not acknowledging the fact that Sofia Gvozdivia has produced a personal best.
Yeah, and that's a big jump, Tony. 43.2 meters. That's a big benchmark for the ladies left to come.
There is your lead distances up on your screen right now, or what they were on the screen. But here we go. This is Sofia Gvozdivia. Jumping. Attempt number 3. Let's see what she has. All right, here she comes, third and last. Let's see if she can pull out a jump there that's capable of getting her to the next round. And that one is a tidy-looking jump, better constructed, and the distance should reflect that. That is Sofia Gvozdivia. And skiing into the dock. Good, solid effort there from her.
Yeah, no, that was a nice turn into the ramp here. Tony looking good as she crosses the wakes there. Got her timing a little better. Slipped a little bit on the ramp, so maybe losing a little distance. But, you know, up until that point, she was looking really nice on jump number 3.
Yeah, she definitely had all the elements in play here, especially the turn. She got over the tips of her skis and just held that position off the turn, and then when she got across the second wake, she just absolutely nailed it. Sonia Gvozdivia should be pretty pleased with this jump and the distance coming through any moment now. 41.8, not quite as big as jump number 1, mind you, but hottest on the first with 45.2. That brings us to our final 2 jumpers in this series. We're going to see Kirsi Wolfersberg be our last skier out. My apologies. It looks like it's going to be 42.3, 40. So it looks like it's 42.3 as the best jump distance for Sonia Gvozdivia. 42.3. That distance has been corrected to. So now we're going on to our penultimate jumper, and that is going to be Amber Butterfield from Great Britain. Now, we mentioned that jump distance of 42.3 meters as the personal best for Sonia Gvozdivia, and a person who could well have the potential of jumping close to that, if not over it, is our skier on the water, Amber Butterfield. Her personal best is 42 meters exactly. So making the turn round the southern end of our facility and heading towards the Styreg Linz end of this Salmsay venue. This now is Amber Butterfield, setting the boat speed at 54, setting the 0 off on V. V for Vendetta. Making that turn in towards the jump course, making that turn towards the ramp, up and over. And good straight up technique over the tips of those jump skis. Wonderful to see for Amber Butterfield. Right, the distance should be revealed very, very soon. Getting lift over those left ski, over that left ski off the ramp. All right, the distance is, I believe, coming through via our official communication. 39 meters exactly, 39.0 meters, and she has two jumps remaining as we see our first look at Kirsi Wolfersberg. Here we are, folks. Amber Butterfield approaching the course for her second jump of 3. Turning in, driving in off the second wake. That jump may have the legs to be a little bit further. Probably a little bit too much to ask that jump be closer to around 41 or even 42 meters. But if she can get over 40 meters, it will definitely be a big shot in the arm for her. That's Amber Butterfield of Great Britain. Okay, so 38.9. So 38.9, so quite consistent there with the opening 2 jumps. 38.9 on the second. 39 meters exactly on the first. So for those of you joining us, you are most certainly welcome to the European Open Water Ski Championship. I'm Tony Lightfoot, coming to you live from Stuyreglint, the home of the Salmsee water ski facility that has been home to a number of major championships, including the 2007 IWWF World Water Ski Championships. Here we go. Turning in. Barreling in on that one and getting a lot more speed. That should result in a bigger jump in terms of distance for Amber Butterfield. So again, a good amount of speed and less shoulder heavy over a left ski, which might have cost her a bit of distance. The distance coming through, it's 40.640.6 meters. 40.6 is only marginally shy of her personal best of 42 meters exactly. So now that brings on our next competitor from Switzerland. It's Kirsi Wolfersberg. Waiting on the line to tighten up, and Kiersey is on her way. So Kiersey Wolfersberg, 2025 Open Swiss champion in tricks, jump, and overall. U17 and U21 tricks Swiss record holder. Is into gymnastics, CrossFit, hiking, road biking, spending time with her 6 siblings, the Wolfersberg family. And what she didn't put on this commentary sheet was that she was the outstanding student of the year in the fall semester at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, where she got her degree in psychology, and she's taken a season sabbatical away from her studies before she goes into a master's program. And in the meantime has been coaching at a water ski club in Geneva, the Club Nautique Versoix. So here we go. Kiersey Wolfersberg looks like she's going to go with the tried and true 3/4 cut. Her personal best jump is 41.2 meters. So it sounds like the switch isn't working on the 0 off, but she takes the jump anyway. And it looks like she realizes that the switch isn't working, and not too sure what she does here. If the boat times are correct, then that might result in a jump that she can take. But looks like it's going to be the opposite. Because the jump switch didn't activate, the times would have been incorrect, and so she's going to be granted a mandatory re-ride. So she's got a 36.1 meters now because she took the jump. It is a protected score. 36.1 meters on jump number 1, a protected score on jump number 1. Now, I don't know the situation here regarding Kiersey Wolfersberg, whether the next jump is going to be a re-ride on the first, knowing full well that the minimum that she can jump off that is 36.1, or whether we're going to go straight ahead with the second jump. All right, then. So from what I'm able to ascertain, this next jump coming up is a re-ride on jump number 1, with a score that with the score of at least being 36.1 meters. A jump distance which currently takes the lead, which currently takes second place right now behind Amber Butterfield. Here comes Kiersey Wolfersberg, jump number 1. The switch does appear to be functioning correctly now. So she's going to get the full amount of beans off the turn into the jump. And the effort was good. So we will get the distance. Looking at our instant replay one more time. So the jump there on jump number 1, 41.5. .5, which for her is a new PB. So these are new PBs coming out the woodwork there for Kirsi Wolfersberg as we see our next jumper get ready for Series 1. Here we go, folks, coming on in on jump number 2. Still on letter O and still with the boat path at split. And still going with the 3/4 cut. Doesn't want a chance being too wide on the boat here. Nice looking jump there. That has the legs of being a little bit further there for Kirsi Wolfersberg. Could it be another personal best for her? Who knows? So I wonder what the distance will be. So the distance that I'm hearing right now, and it's up on your screen, is 41.8 meters, 41.8, which is another PB for Kirsi Wolfersberg. Let's see if she can bring this one over 42 meters. She has the current best score at 41.8 now. And if that lead distance actually stays the lead for about the first 2 or 3 competitors, then she might find herself into the women's jump final. Here we go. Here we go. This is Kirsi Wolfersberg, already with a jump just a skosh under 42 meters. Let's see what she can unleash here. About the same distance, I fancy, maybe a little bit more. But that is Kirsi Wolfersberg with jump number 3 concluded. So 41.9 meters, 41.9, and another personal best for Kirsi Wolfersberg. So well done all the way around there for Kirsi. She has the lead with that jump distance of 41.9. She's chuffed with that, no doubt. So Kirsi in the lead. Actually in the lead right now is Sofia Gvozdeva with her best jump distance of about 42.3 meters. My guesstimations were correct on that one. Sofia Gvozdeva with 42.3, followed by Kirsi Wolfersberg with 41.9, And in third place right now, Amber Butterfield with 40.6. There is your running order for the women's jump Series 1. And Elena Parkamenka will be our first jumper out in Series 1. All right then, folks, here we go. 10 competitors to go. Top 8 jumpers will advance through to the jump final in the women's competition. Looks like she's going to take the full double cut here. Elena Parkamenka. Up on the side of the boat, gaining distance. Here she comes. Oh, nicely done there. Good lift off the top. Beautifully executed jump there for Elena Parkamenka. Elena Parkamenka, Open European champion last year, so trying to defend that title this time around. 46.7 meters, 46.7 meters, a new personal best there for Elena Parkamenka. .47. So Elena Parkamenkova from representing the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. A path that for skiers who are not eligible to compete for their respective nations under normal circumstances. Elena Parkamenka from the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation white flag. Jumped 46.7 on the opener. Her personal best is 46.2. She's already outstripped that distance, and here she comes in on jump number 2 and taking a pass on that one. So passing up on jump number 2. Just didn't feel comfortable with that jump, so she was perfectly within her rights to drop the handle and ski round the bottom right-hand corner. So Elena Parkamenka enjoys dancing, fitness, gym and nutritional type stuff. All right, so we should know within about the next few minutes which competitors will be a part of the women's jump final. It's the top 8 competitors that graduate out of this elimination round series into the finals. Elena Parkamenka. with a setup here on jump number 3 and jumping on letter P. Here she comes. Oh, good solid lift there, and the distance should be reflective of that. She jumped 46.7, which outstrips her personal best by over half a meter. Let's see if she's jumped into the next metric distance. Again, good dose of speed off the turn, almost hitting the bottom right-hand corner, but she had enough confidence and so we understand the distance on jump number 3 is 44.2, but her best jump is 46.7 meters. 46.7 meters on jump number 1, which is the distance that prevails. That's skier number 1 of 10. So we'll know within about 2 jumpers' time which competitors will be competing in the women's jump final. But before then, we have Zuzana Orakova. So, Zuzana Orakova, so to her name, has a medal in as a 3rd place in the U21 Slalom Europeans. That was about 2 seasons ago. We'll see if she's got anything close to that in terms of title capacity going forwards. Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia. Personal best of 39 meters. All right, that Malibu response, TXI. Making the turn and straightening up. And getting ready for Zuzana Orakova. Here we go. Zuzana Orakova looks like she is going to do a single cut. Decent looking jump there behind that Malibu response with the 3-bladed prop. So the distance isn't going to be particularly far on that first jump as a result of a single cut. It's 28.1 meters to 8.1. But she does have 2 jumps at her disposal remaining. Here she comes. Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia, electing to go with the boat speed at max, but with a letter of M here. And a good solid effort, no two ways about that. She definitely got the speed there, more to her liking. All right, and using that three-quarter cut has obviously meant that her jump is a lot better than the first one. It's 35.7, 35.7 meters. $35.7. Let's see what she has on jump number 3. So still in the lead in the jump event is Elena Parker-Menka with her blistering jump distance of 46.7 meters. Now that might actually be enough to send her through. We won't know within about the until about the next one or two jumpers to make that determination. 8 skiers make it through to the jump final. Yeah, not bad at all there on jump number 3. So it looked a little untidy on jump number 3. But so 36 meters for Zuzana Vrabkova. 36.0 meters, which means her last jump is going to be the furthest, 36.0 meters. Still means that Elena Parker-Menka is still your leader as we get ready to bring on Katarina Hafner. So it looks like we've got one of our local photographers around shooting some snaps here of our skiers. Skier on the water representing Czechia. It is going to be actually from Austria, I'd have to say. My apologies. It's going to be Katarina Hafner. Now, Katarina Hafner has a personal best of 40.1 meters. So in order for her to immediately make it through to the next round of competition with 8 competitors remaining, including herself, if Katarina Hafner takes the lead by jumping more than 46.7 meters, then she will be immediately through to the next round of the competition. If not, our first competitor making it through would be the leader. That would be Elena Parker-Menka. All right, up and at 'em, folks. Coming in on jump number 1. Katarina Hafner. All right, and Katarina Hafner taking a bold approach there on jump number 1, but unfortunately does not yield to any kind of distance. Refusing to take jump number 1. All right, so Katarina Hafner on the water in the Europeans last season in 2024, 3rd in jump, 4th overall in the U21s, and the world's 2004 in the juniors, 7th place in jump, 9th place slalom, 6th place overall. Enjoys alpine skiing and ski touring. I think that's what that's supposed to be. And enjoys a nice nap from time to time, don't we all? So here we are just outside of Linz in Austria. Just home to a number of great attractions. Certainly some good reasons to make it here, including to this site, Salmsee. Katarina Hafner, a personal best of 40.1 meters, would need to put at least 6.5 meters of distance on top of that to give herself a halfway decent chance of making it through to the jump final. Distance should be coming through any moment now, but good rise and good edge into the bottom of the ramp there. Distance coming through, it's exactly 41 meters, 41.0. That is a new personal best for her. And I do suspect the reason for the proliferation of PBs for a lot of our competitors is many of them are moving up from U21 or U17, and at the same time that they're coming in from one division into the open division, they're raising the boat speed up to 54 kilometers an hour, whereas before they've jumped at a slower speed and even jumped on a lower ramp height, but now they're on a higher ramp height with a faster boat speed. Now let's see if she can translate all of that to a huge jump. A new personal best of 41 meters exactly. Let's see if she can expand upon that with jump number 3, Katarina Hafner. Ah, good dig, good push over the tips of those jump skis. Just waiting on that final jump distance there for Katarina Hafner. So the jump distance coming through, and it's another personal best there. It's absolutely going crazy right now. It's 41.8 meters, 41.8 for Katarina Hafner. So with 7 competitors to go and 8 making it through to the next round, it's safe to say that our leader, which is Elena Pomerenko, has made it through to the jump final. Elena Pomerenko from the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. She is through to the next round of the competition with the lead distance of 46.7 meters. Okay, with one competitor confirmed as a final participant, the skier on the water at this time is Linda Polidorova from Czechia. Linda Polidorova. Okay, with that jump distance of 46.7 meters, meaning that Elena Pomerenko has made it through to the next round. It drops the cut line distance to our second place competitor. So our second place competitor with 42.3 is Sofia Gvozdeva. She is currently in second spot and looking to see if her distance is enough to see her through. Okay, here comes Linda Polidorova of Czechia. Coming in on jump number 1. Oh, and a little bit late on that one. Okay, just looking at Linda Polidorova and realizing that she was not going to be able to take that jump safely, so she passes up on jump number 1 and has got 2 remaining. Needed to jump over 42.3 meters to place herself in the women's jump final. All right, so Linda Polidorova, personal best jump of 45.1 meters. Needing something along that lines to be able to compete in the European Open Championship women's jump final. She enjoys graphic design and alpine snowboarding. Is there such a thing? It's either snowboarding or it isn't. Unless it's alpine racing with snowboards, which I can definitely understand. Here we go, folks. Linda Polidorova. Oh, nice. certainly like the speed that she delivered into the bottom of the jump, and if it's anything more than 42.3 meters, she is going to be a finalist. So it looks like the distance coming through, 43.1. 43.1 I'm hearing from the background there, and if that is the case, and it is 43.1, then she has booked herself a spot through to the next round of the competition. So with one final jump to come, Linda Polidorova of Czechia has put herself into the 8 skier final, looking to fill the other 6 remaining spots. Is that going to come courtesy of the final 6 skiers, or will one or more of those spots go to an early jumper that posted up a distance? Here she comes, Linda Polidorova, passing up on jump number 3, but at least so far as her ability to make it through to jump finals is concerned, she wins in that regard. So there we go, Linda Polidorova from Czechia. Just didn't like the look of 2 out of those 3 jumps, but I'm sure that she's grateful that she jumps 43.1, which is enough to see her through. Skier coming up next is Perrine Saunier. So Perrine Saunier is our next competitor on the water. Says her age is 22, but it looks like on her bio she was in 3rd in jump and overall at the 2023 Europeans U21s, 3rd in jump and overall there. Year before she was a runner-up in overall in the U21s. Her personal best is 44.3 meters. And still the bubble distance is a 42.3. That 42.3 meter jump coming to us out of Sonia Gvozdeva. So that's the bubble. And it looks like Perrine Saunier is taking the ball by the horns here. Turning just after the 180-meter jump buoy, which is 180 meters away from the ramp surface. And now she turns in. She drives hard off the second wake. Good float there at the end of that jump there. That should be the ticket to see her through to the next round of the competition, and provided that it's more than 42.3 meters, it will do the trick. Superb effort there from the get-go. Not quite there. It's going to be a distance that comes up short. It's going to be 41.7 meters on the opening jump. So looking for about 0.7 of a meter more to prevail above Sofia Gvozdivia. So as she rides out that jump, and beautiful shot there of Linz looking out towards downtown. The river that you see in the foreground there is the world famous Blue Danube River that cuts across various countries, Germany for one, and Austria, one of the other major nations in which that river goes through on its way out towards the Balkan Peninsula, or just the Balkan region, I should say. All right, so Perrine Saunier. To the best of my knowledge, that jump of 41.7 meters would be the cut line distance if she does not out jump 42.3. Here she comes. Extends out over the skis, but is that going to be enough? Can she ride that distance out? Yes, she can. Handle coming up a little bit high off the turn, which could affect her weight distribution on her jump skis, and yeah, and getting more distance, but not enough of it. It's a 41.8 meters, or 157 feet. .8 meters. She needs more than that. So we see another one of our beautifully crafted home, and I think that might actually be a farm or something like along those lines. Not too sure what that is, but it's a beautiful shot of it nonetheless. All right, here we go. Perrine Saunier up against it a little bit here. She needs to jump more than 42.3 meters to move up into the women's jump final. And I don't think she's done it with that jump distance, so it means that could mean that Sofia Gvozdivia has made it through to the jump final. If that jump distance on jump number 3 is less than 42.3, then Sonia makes it through to the next round. And she clouted that bottom right-hand corner. She might even have to look at a jump of a right ski fin to see if it's still intact or not. Pushing out the distance. Is that correct? 42.8? 42.8. So Perrine Saunier has made it through. Hold on to the phones, folks. Perrine Saunier has made it through to the jump finals. So we have 5 competitors to go. 3 have booked their spot through to the next round of the competition. That is Elena Parkamenka. Then we've got Linda Polidorova and Perrine Saunier. Those competitors are through to the next round, so which of our 5 will be in the finals as well? So it looks like some more fantastic scenery here, and we get all kinds of scenery here for this kind of tournament at Soumsea. And scenery of a different kind, no doubt. Now our next competitor on the water coming to us out of Denmark. It is going to be Katrine Andersen. Katrine Andersen from Denmark, who has a personal best of 45.3 meters. As she's been pulled into the jump course by Ricardo Botas with Elena Kunert, the boat judge here, making sure everything is on the up and up. Here comes Katrine Andersen. Looks like she's going to go for the full double cut here. Jump number one for Katrine with letter R. She's going for it on jump number one. She's really pushing hard off the second wake and extending out over the jump skis, needing more than 42.3 meters to advance. She just manages to get that jump under her belt. We're going to get the distance shortly. Good extension up over the skis. And she hits that 1.65 meter ramp height. Seeing some other vistas. We got a golf course next door, apparently. That's what that is, folks. Jump distance on the opener is going to be 41.5 meters, so still needing some more distance to the tune of 0.8 or 0.9 of a meter. Katrine Andersen getting some tips and advice from the Danish national coach, who is Zane Nicholson. So here we go, Katrine Andersen from Denmark. Jump number two. She's up alongside the boat a little bit wider this time. Now turns in hard. And unfortunately, a spike in the boat and the zero-off jump switch a little bit too early, and was just unable to keep that edge all the way through. So pass on jump number two as we take a look at one of the local railway stations around this site. This site is probably one of the closest to a railway station anywhere in the world. I mean, you just have to travel outside the gates here, and you're right on top of the one of the local regional railway stations. Notwithstanding the fact that Lint Station is about 15 minutes away, linking to places such as Bregenz and Salzburg and Vienna and a whole load of other places that are well served with a fantastic public transportation system. And also worth telling you that the National Railway Service is actually taking the lead across Europe in providing a revitalized night train service to a lot of capital cities across Europe, places like Berlin and Amsterdam and Brussels, all link into to Vienna via their night jet service, which I've had personal experience in traveling on, and it's certainly an experience that you would definitely appreciate. So Katrine Anderson, third and last jump here. Needs about 0.8 of a meter more upon what she's already jumped already, which is 41.5. Let's see what she has coming in on jump number 3. Taking in a big dose of speed now. Can she stay balanced and ride this jump? Yeah, just about. Monkey grip and gorilla glue all in one there with that jump being ridden out. That is Katrine Anderson as she rides out that third and last now. She's going to have to wait on the distance to see if it is enough. Her personal best is 45.3, so she's capable of doing this. So if I'm hearing this correctly, it is 45.2. Not only is that is that 1 centimeter shy of a personal best, it's good enough to see her through. So 45.2. That's her best jump distance, and that means that she's through to the next round of the competition. Now, next competitor to take to the water, representing Austria, it's Leona Benner. So looking out at some of the other scenes around the area, a football arena, a soccer arena, that for those of you watching us from the United States, they've got plenty of those all across the continent. And this is the nearest one that we can find for you, just outside of the city centre in Linz. All right, here we go, folks. Let's wind it on. Leona Benner. Personal best jump distance, 45.1 meters. Bronze medalist in last year's U17 World Water Ski Championships in the lakes of Casting Stone. Oh, and that jump is enough. It is enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. You can just tell. Got locked in, got a good turn, good edge, and the flight was absolutely spot on. Good extension over those jump skis. Anything more than 42.3 meters for Leona will see her through to the next round, and it is going to be a heck of a jump there. It's 45.6 meters. It's a new personal best for Leona Benner. 45.6 meters. Just look at that jump. And the landing was just absolutely on point. 45.6 meters. So a little bit of riverborne construction going on there. I think they're actually dredging some of that river to keep it navigable, especially for the heavy industry that goes in and out of Linz. And of course, let's not forget those cruises that go up and down the Danube River along its length. So here we go, folks. Leona Berner, who has a jump of 45.6 meters. It's not quite enough for the lead, however, but it's enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. Now, if she wants to grab the lead, then all she has to do is jump more than 46.7 meters. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Not quite. Oh, and the landing there. I tell you what, this individual has some really, really remarkable landings, and I think she actually experienced one or two instances in the past week where she's hasn't quite come away with the landing, but has come away with a bit of a bruise or two by taking a crash here and there. Trying to get back on the groove a little bit and trying to keep her upward trajectory going, and that is a jump. What is that? Is that 45 meters? 45 meters exactly. 45 meters exactly. That by itself would have been enough to send her through. And beautiful position off the top of the jump into the landing. Oh, geez. If you look at that left knee upon the landing, it was flexing so much. Ooh. So Elena Parkamenka still in the lead with 46.7. Leona Berner, who is in second spot right now with 45.6. And Katrine Anderson currently in third place right now with her personal best jump of 45.2 meters. Or a little shade under her personal best, because her personal best is 45.3, but we're not splitting hairs here. All right, then. So Enith Anguano is going to be coming up next. But before we send her out, Leona Berner of Austria coming in on one final jump. She wants to take the lead. She's going to have to go about a meter or so further, and not likely to, having passed on jump number 3. But a jump distance of 45.6, however, is good enough for second spot. And with the skiers that we got ahead of us, she will be in the lower half of the running order. So she would, in actuality, be, if things go to plan, well, she will be the fourth from last competitor to take to the water in the women's jump final. But Leona Berner with a jump distance of 45.6 meters. 45.6, so well done to her. A new personal best for her by half a meter. Skier about to take to the water. And as I briefly alluded to, it is Enith Anguano. So now, on the water, Enith Anguano of France. Just trying to get you the information that you need to digest before we bring Enith Anguano back into the jumping course. Enith Anguano needing to jump over 42.3 meters to make her way through into the jumping final. All right, here's the information on her. Her personal best is 47.6 meters. Has been a European U21 champion in slalom trick and overall. Likes to snow ski in the off-season, don't we all? Current ranking in Europe, number 6 in women's jump. So we've got a highly capable competitor here in the form of Enith Anguano. We already have 5 competitors through to the next round of the competition. Elena Parkamenka, Linda Polodorova, Perrine Saunier, Katrine Anderson, and Leona Bernard. Can Enith add herself to that list? Well, she's certainly given it a good try, no doubt about that. Whether that is enough, trying to battle against the score posted up by Sofia Hozvideva. And the distance coming through, it's certainly going to help. And it is 43 meters, 141 feet, 43 meters for Enith Anguano. She is through to the next round of the competition. All right, so another competitor who's rubber-stamped their participation in the women's jump final. So Enith Anguano getting ready for jump number 2. And it looks like she's going to go with the 3/4 cut. 54K, letter R on the 0-off setting. And the boat path is split, which it is for the majority of our jumping competitors. Here she comes, Enith Anguano, jump number 2. Good landing. Looking strong out there. Absolutely no shadow of a doubt that she's made it through to the women's jump final, but she wants to try and increase her seeding to where she can actually have a little bit more of an idea of what it's going to take to end up on the podium by having the benefit of knowing the best distance at any given time. The jump distance coming through, and it is going to be of good reading here for Enith Anguano. 45.1 meters. 45.1 meters. So 45.1 meters, 45.1 for Enith Anguano. That puts her fairly and squarely into 4th spot at the moment, and still about 3 competitors above her that she can take aim at, including the lead distance, courtesy held by Elena Parkamenka. So here we go, Enith Anguano, 3rd and last jump, turning very close to the 600-foot cut buoy, which is about 180 meters away from the jump. She now turns to the jump for one last kick on this one, up and over. She used a little bit more spacing between her turn and towards the jump and hitting the ramp itself. So not looking bad for the most part. Enith Anguano, 45.1 meters on jump number 2, 43 meters on jump number 1. And one would suspect that jump to be somewhere in the same ballpark, maybe a little bit more. Well, it's not going to be an improvement, but it is going to be a jump that around about the same area, 44.7 meters for jump number 3, but the damage has been done with 45.1. So we're down to 2 more competitors. We've already have 6 through to the next round of the competition. Ina Fanguino, Leona Berner, Katrin Anderson, Perrine Saunier, Linda Polidorova, and Elena Parkamenka. All of those competitors are through to next round. The target that one has to jump in order to get there is still very much in place at 42.3 meters. That 42.3 meter jump there, courtesy of Sofia. That jump distance of Sofia Gvozdereva. That is still the target. Next competitor up, a competitor that is capable of outjumping that target, having won the Moomba Masters competition many, many seasons ago. She won that title in 2013. But a lot of border has gone under the bridge since then, and she's jumped 54.6 meters as a personal best. I'm talking, of course, of Finland's Jutta Menestrina. So among her hobbies, snowboarding, mountain biking, officiating, and basically running the Finnish Water Ski Federation, which is no mean feat. Let's see what Jutta can do. Should take a fairly easy approach on jump number 1, but she's going to go for the full double cut anyway. Turning just before the 180-meter jump buoy, which means that she wants to stay out wider for longer here. As she picks her spot and turns it towards that 1.65 ramp, and she has made it through to the jump final, has probably taken the lead in the process. That lead score of 46.7 meters, courtesy of Elena Parkamenka. So still plenty of opportunity for you good folks out there to participate in the global watch party for this competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com, and navigate to the link that says watch party, or use that URL that's on the bottom of the screen. Jutta Menestrina, we're waiting on the distance to come through. Got some fans here from Finland on the live chat watching, and it is 50 meters exactly. 50 meters exactly there for Jutta Menestrina. She's still got it, you know, even though it's been a while since she last jumped her personal best distance of 54.6 when that was performed in 2013, so about 12 years ago. As I say, it's been a while, but she can still do it. So this is the first time that she's skied the Open European since 2019. She says it's nice to be in Austria, where she got her first first European medal. And I tell you what, look at that brilliant looking jump there. It's going to be around about the same distance, but she is not leaving a single thing to chance out there. So she recalls the first time that she got a European medal. This was way back in 2001, and that set her whole career off as a jumper. So this is the country that really helped catapult Yuta Menestrina to greatness. 49.4 meters, 49.4 meters. So for those of you watching around the world, thank you very much for doing so. We certainly appreciate our audience wherever they happen to be. We've got tricks coming up very, very soon. So we'll get that straightened out. A whole day's worth of skiing in all three events, culminating with the men's tricks event in Series 2 and 1. All right, here we go, folks. Third and final jump. Up, wide, and on the... Oh, look at this. Does she make it onto the jump? Not quite, but she's definitely put a feeler out there on the jump number 3. So just looking at this once again for Yuta Menestrina, taking a rather late approach there and just didn't like her timing when it was all said and done. And her best jump distance, 50 meters. She'll take that any day of the week. It's the equivalent of 164 feet, and that is courtesy of Yuta Menestrina. All right, we're down to our final jump competitor of the day in the Women's Series 1 jump. And it is a competitor which many of you around the world watching are quite familiar with. It's Janina Meckler, and she has 3 jumps at her disposal. She needs to jump more than 42.3 meters to advance into the top 8. All right then, folks, out on the water, our final jumper of the day. This is Janina Meckler. So Aaron and Ella are tuning in. Not too sure where they're tuning in from, but I think the flag might be a little bit of a giveaway. Coming in from Finland. Thanks a lot, Aaron and Ella, for your participation in getting your support out there for Yuta Menestrina. And now we're turning our attention to Germany with Janina Bonnemann-Meckler. Here she comes, Janina Meckler, jump number 1. Out wide in front of that towboat, just waiting for her time. Turns in, drives in hard on jump number 1. Good speed. Swinging out a little bit off the jump there, but the speed alone should be enough to carry her through to the next round of the competition, where she will join 7 other competitors whom we've determined their destiny already. So Janina Meckler, we're going to get a distance on the opening jump. Former U.S. Open of water skiing jump champion. 44.4 meters. 44.4 meters. It is good enough. But so far as Janina is concerned, she wants more than that. She wants to be the last person off the dock if she can manage it in the women's jump final. All right, second jump now. Janina Meckler. Personal best jump, 53.8 meters. She performed that jump in 2024. Let's have a look and see what she has by way of jump number 2. A little bit early of an approach, giving her a little bit more spacing into the ramp and able to get her flight improved off the top by having more room to kick with. U21 world champion in overall many, many moons ago. Call it a decade, if you will. European champion in tricks and overall, and US Open champion in tricks and overall as well. Her best is where best event is tricks, that being a forte. It's going to be 47.5, which does take the lead, so she will be the last skier off the dock in the women's jump final. That much is certain. But let's not forget Yuta Menestrina with a 50-meter jump there, so she's battling hard against that. So at this present moment in time, Janina Bonneman Meckler is second to last off the dock in the women's jump final. There you see Yuta Menestrina at the top there at 50 meters. Janina Meckler with 47.5 meters, our second place competitor. She comes. One last jump, one last attempt in which to supersede Yuta Menestrina. Oh, this is later. She's driving in. And she gets the airform and gets the speed, but I don't think the distance is quite there to supersede Yuta Menestrina. And I think she knows it too on jump number 3 as a result of that jump. So it looks like it's going to be 49.6 meters on jump number 3, which means that Yuta Menestrina is the top seed in the women's jump final. Second seed you see courtesy of this jump here. 49.6 meters on jump number 3. That is Janina Meckler. 49.6. So there we go. She's back on the dock, and we're back on with her leaderboard. Yuta Menestrina of Finland with 50 meters. Janina Meckler with 49.6. Elena Parkmenka with 46.7. Leona Berner on 45.6. Katrine Anderson with 45.2. Ines Anguano with 45.1. Linda Polidarova, we're also with 45.1, or actually 43.1, I beg your pardon. Perrine Saunier with 42.8. And those are the 8 competitors through to the next round of the competition, which is the women's jump final. All right, then, that concludes the jump event for the day. We're going to go into the tricks event. We've got 2 series of tricks, men's trick series 2, men's trick series 1, to conclude the action of the day. This is Tony Lightfoot here at the Open European Championships for 2025. We're going to step aside for a few moments. It's going to take a minute for us to bring the boat onto the trailer and remove the prop and replace it with a prop that's more conducive for the tricks event, a 4-bladed prop right here on the Malibu Response TXI. And you're going to take a bit of a break, find yourself a comfy chair and your favorite beverage, and then when we return in a few minutes, we will have men's tricking in men's series 2 and men's series 1. And we'll be back with all of that to come right after this.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate.
And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Schon seit den 80ern gibt es das Hotel Ibis Styles in der Linzer Wank-Müllerhofstraße. Nun hat das Haus innen und außen eine Totalverwandlung hingelegt. Offiziell eröffnet worden sind die neuen Räumlichkeiten im Rahmen einer Sommerparty.
Wir haben die Fassade einfach machen müssen. Wir haben die Fenster getauscht und die Gartengestaltung geändert. Wir sind in Linz daheim, wir sind Stallstadt. Das Industrielle, das Industrial ist modern, Gott sei Dank sehr zeitlos. In die Zimmer haben wir die Badezimmer komplett neu gemacht und die Zimmer selber dem Ganzen dann einfach angepasst.
Die Kokerei, Gießerei oder auch der Hochofen. Im Haus ist das Stahlstadt-Flair eingezogen. Mit kleinen Details wurde der Bezug zum industriegeprägten Umfeld hergestellt.
Die Idee ist ja genial, nicht? Dass man einen Bezug schafft zur Industrie, wenn man auch von der Industrie lebt als Hotel. Also das ist eine geniale Idee, sozusagen, das zu vereinen. Also es ist ein absolut gelungenes Konzept und ganz, ganz wichtig auch für den Tourismusstandort Oberösterreich, weil ja die Intention auch unsererseits ist, in den Qualitätstourismus zu investieren. Umso wichtiger ist es, wenn es Leitbetriebe gibt, die auch Geld in die Hand nehmen, um diesen Qualitätstourismus umzusetzen.
Wir haben ein ganz besonderes Zusammenhalten, da sind wir auch über unsere Grenzen bekannt. Also wir sind befreundet untereinander. Jetzt die Linzer Runde ist da ganz besonders befreundet und wir schauen alle gemeinsam auf Qualitätstourismus.
Im Vorjahr wurden in Linz erstmals über 1 Million Nächtigungen verzeichnet. Dabei zieht es nicht nur Touristen in die Stahlstadt, sondern auch zahlreiche Businessgäste. Mit der Extraportion Urlaubsfeeling wird die Geschäftsreise zum Erholungstrip.
Wir sind in einer Zeit angekommen, wo wir einfach durchgehend nur arbeiten und nur drinnen sind und nicht rauskommen. Und ich will, dass der Geschäftsreisende, der nach Linz kommt und sagt, hey, ich muss jetzt 4 Tage bleiben, im Hotel die Möglichkeit hat, dass er sich quasi wie im Urlaub fühlt. Ja, wir haben einen Wellnessbereich, wir haben einen Pool, wir haben den großen Garten. Wir gehen mit allen Gästen sehr persönlich, sehr familiär um.
Wenn man rausschaut in den Garten, da ist der Pool, da sind die Liegestühle, von denen sind wir aus Tourismusverband auch sehr großer Fan. Also die wird man von uns auch überall in der Stadt sehen und so kann man halt ein bisschen die Zeit nutzen, verweilen und die ganze Atmosphäre aufsaugen. Also ja, alles richtig gemacht.
Von der Weihnachtsfeier bis hin zur Geburtstagsfete. An ausgewählten Tagen wird das Hotel zur Event-Location. Die Meetingräume werden dann je nach Anlass aufwendig dekoriert.
Wir haben ja schon mal eine Hochzeit gehabt im Garten draußen, am Pool, das war sehr nett. Und Geburtstagsfeiern, eigentlich ist alles möglich. Also wir haben bis zu 270 Quadratmeter verfügbar, plus natürlich Outdoor dann in unserem Garten.
Palmen mitten in der Stadt, kulinarische Gaumenfreuden und der Bezug zu Linz. Mit diesen Zutaten ist im umgebauten Hotel der Wohlfühlfaktor garantiert.
Private Projekte, Ausstattungen von Hotels und internationalen Konzernen werden mit Sorgfalt verwirklicht. Erlesene Materialien und exklusive Designer für Boden, Wand, Decke, Möbel und Beleuchtung helfen uns dabei, individuelle Räume zu erschaffen. Komplette Konzepte mit Gestaltungsvorschlägen, Lieferung von Materialien sowie perfekte handwerkliche Durchführung ist seit über 25 Jahren unser Fachgebiet. Verschaffen Sie sich einen Eindruck unserer Vielfältigkeit. Überzeugen Sie sich von der Ausstattungswelt, der unbegrenzten Möglichkeiten und besuchen Sie uns. Denn wir machen Wohnen zum Erlebnis. Gschill, die Ausstatter.
gave me das und Head Arm in Arm. Sie flüstert mir ins Ohr und legt an meine Sorgen.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2025 Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships. My name's Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the presence of your company during these championships, coming to you live from Selmsee, just outside Linz in Austria. So we're looking forward to the Tricks event, Open Men's Series 2. 12 skiers will make it through to the final. And just to let you know that Series 1 has 12 skiers in that section of the competition. So 12 skiers advance and 12 skiers happen to be in Series 1. So whomever takes the lead in Series 1 in the Tricks event will among the first to make it through to the men's tricking final. So there we see our first skier about to take to water, Pole Duplan Freiburg. Each competitor is going to be given 2 20-second runs to pile in as many tricks as possible. A boat making its way up and down very, very soon before we bring in Pole Duplan Freiburg. Some scenes around the starting dock. This is our last 2 series of events for today. We've got a men's series 2, and then we'll go on to men's series 1 tricks, and then that will conclude the elimination round series for the men's tricks event. We've already concluded that for the women's jump.
Hydrogate, we have no hydrogate. No. But now we have. All right.
Okay, so there's our running order. Pole Duplan Freiburg will be our lead-off skier, followed by Stepan Špak, Vasily Mazukovic, Dima Thompson, Alex Menzel, Oscar Domino, Charlie Westland, Luca Rackenwald, and Peter Oravec. All right, the towboat, the Malibu Response TXI, making its way back to the dock. So the skier informing our officials that he will have a positional out-of-course trick. And with with that information. The officials can go forward and bring in our first competitor, who's going to be Paul Duplan-Freiboer. All right, here he goes. Positional trick out, of course. A rotation to the back there. That's going to beat the Mo back-to-back, an 800-point trick. There's its reverse. Nicely done. Goes in for the half jack. Nails that. Goes in for the flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. He's got 1 or 2 flips that he can do, but he bypasses those in favor of doing the ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Nails that one. He goes in for the front flip. Does he go in for the reverse? A side slide at the end, and capping off a wonderful run. So Paul Duplan-Freiboer first off the water in an earlier series, and explaining to me the reason why he's in the earlier series. That's because he was injured for much of the past season, so he didn't have a score to contribute to the rankings, and the series are based upon those European rankings that were produced as a basis of tournaments that were completed within the time frame that the rankings were appropriate for. There is the half jack, which is a half twist into the front flip. There's the flip twist to the back, turns his head all the way backwards, ensuring that he gets the full 180-degree rotation. Ski line back to back and to the front, and working his way through the remaining tricks, which involves the ski line 5 back. Look at this, ski line 5 front, and does he have anything more? Yes, he does. He stands up for the one remaining flip that he has. That's going to be the front. And a side slide just for Lanyap. A beautifully executed run. So Paul Duplan-Freiboer, who comes to us originally from Juin-le-Pin in the southern portion of France. His best score ever is 10,940 points. The current Mooma Masters Night Jump Champion and U17 World Jump Champion and U21 World Jump Champion as well. And has had a whole slew of other event wins, and is one of the top overall skiers in all of the world. That is Paul Duplan-Freiboer. Now we've seen his handle run. Now we're going to go into the toe run for Paul Duplan-Freiboer. Okay, so going past the green buoy. Here we go. Toe wake 5 back. Nails that one. Toe wake front. Toe side. Positional to the back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake back to back. Reverse. Toe back to back. Toe back to back. Reverse. Toe 5 front. Toe O out. Toe O straight back in. Toe wake O. Good elevation there. Toe wake line O. Now continuing on with the toe wake line back. Positional to the front. Toe wake line 5 back. Nicely done. And a good effort. Yes, absolutely. After a season previous to this one where he was on the sidelines for much of it, Paul Duplan-Freiboer comes back and comes back with a vengeance. But he does not want to do a Parks Bonifay right now and hit the ramp. That would not have been a great idea, especially considering that there is a ramp cam as well added into the equation. And I think he thought twice as soon as he saw that TWBC camera. He doesn't want to have to answer to Vince Stadelbauer for that. So there we go. Paul Duplan-Freiboer. We're going to have a look at this pass from behind, which is a rather unusual place to watch tricks from in terms of coverage. But it is a good indicator of how these tricks are performed. Look at that. There's the toe 5 front, the toe O out, the toe O in. Now let's have a look at this toe wake O. Yeah, but that Towako looked pretty good. No rotation off the ski prior to hitting the crest. I'm sure some of you that have been watching coverage of tricking within about the last week or so will know why I've made mention of that. There's certainly been some controversy in how the Towako, that trick in particular, is scored, and what specifications have to be adhered to in order for it to be scored. But that's water under the bridge as we now get ready for our next competitor. Next competitor is Stepan Shpak, a skier who's transferred nationality. He is a Ukrainian skier these days, 31.7 kilometers an hour, or actually 31 kilometers an hour dead. Here we go there with toe 5 front, toe O out, toe wake-o, toe wake line, toe wake line-o. Does he go in for the toe wake line back? Yes, indeed. Look at him go, toe wake line back to back, and skiing like a cable skier. Looking good though, all the way through from start to finish, and he'll get his foot out of the toe boot and get ready for his second and final 20-second pass. Stepan Shpak from Ukraine, who has a personal best of 10,110, but that was performed in 2016. As we take a look at this this first pass of 2. Toe wake back to back, and the reverse. And as he recovers in the reverse, that allows him to control the slack line that he would have generated to make that trick possible. Good elevation on the toe wake-o, and look at him go for the toe wake line-o. He was being very methodical, very patient with these tricks, making sure that they were done to within each trick's specific requirements, including that toe wake line back to back, back and front, and just adding a few more lanyard tricks at the end. I say lanyard trips, it's actually a French expression, or actually a Cajun French expression, spelled Lagniappe, and lanyard in this context is just a little bit more. All right, so we've gotten scores coming through at this moment in time with the IWWF scoring. So Paul Duplon-Freiberg looks like we got a point score at 65.70 on pass number 1. 65.70 on pass number 1. .65.70, pass number 1 for Paul Duplon-Freiberg, and coming in on pass number 2 is Stepan Shpak. Let's see what he's got to open up with. This is now, of course, a positional hit. There's the mode back-to-back. There he goes. There's the regular flip, and here's its reverse. He's got 2 more flips that he can do. Flip, twist back. Flip to his front. He's expended his flips. Now he goes in for the ski lines, drops the boat speed down. Ski line back to back. Look at him go. Ski line 5 back. Look at him go. Ski line 5 front. Nicely done there. Great skiing. And just to let you know that Paul Duplon-Freiberg's score of 65.70 on pass number 1 is subject to a video review. Just looking at these tricks there with the mode back-to-back and its reverse. Paul Duplon-Freiberg. Oh, look at this score. It's 11,060. 11,060. So just to let you know that a provisional score has been posted for Pole Diplom Freiburg of 11,060, which is composed of 65.70 on pass number 1 and 44.90 on pass number 2. Grand total of 11,060. We're still waiting on the score for Stepan Shpak from Ukraine, and I think this is probably either the first time or one of the very few times that he's represented Ukraine. And oh my word, we've got more photographers here than at a Premier League game. But they're all looking for some great shots, and it's nice to have this kind of exposure. We certainly appreciate that at any given moment here. So Stepan, we're waiting on the score for him. Vasily Mazurkovic getting ready to go himself, wearing bib number 57. And there he is, Vasily Mazurkovic. All right, here we go. Vasily Mazurkovic. Give you a little bit of information on him. His personal best is 10,130 points, so he's definitely got the goods here. Actually, correction, his personal best is 10,230. Many-time European cable champion. We'll try and pump out some more scores once we get them. Here comes Vasily. Going through his sequence of toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe Waco. Good elevation there. Toe wake lino, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake back, toe wake line back to back. And what has he got for some others? Toe back and toe front, and not a bad effort there all the way through. So was tricking strategically towards the end there. Could have done a toe wake line back to back as one of his third or fourth trick from the end, but deciding against that, and deciding to go against the toe 7 front, and deciding to go with the toe wake toe 5 back. So we're going to get a score for Shpak, which is 2780, 2,780. So 2780 on pass number 1 for Stepan Shpak as we look through the tricking for Vasily. So Stepan Shpak needing a score on pass number 2 of 8,280 there and thereabouts to get on level terms with a Pole Diplom Freiburg. But Stepan Shpak's final score coming through, it is 7,650, 7,650. So just waiting on our skier on the water, Vasily Mazurkovic, to come into the course. Meantime, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the pass totals for 48.70 on pass number 2 for Stepan Shpak. So added to 27.80 on pass number 1 gives you his total of 76.50. skier on the water is Vasily Mazurkovic. Mo back-to-back. Mo back-to-back reverse. On his game here, flip, twist, back, reverse. He's got 2 more flips that he can do. That's the first of them. There's the front flip. There's the second one. Boat speed drops now for the ski line O. Tries to recover from that. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Ski line back and to the front, and missing out on 1 or 2 tricks there towards the end, but managing to get things situated. All right there, so Vasily Mazurkovic lighting it up there on men's Series 2 tricking. I mean, Paul Duplon-Freiberg still very much in the lead, and he might be in danger of keeping that lead almost all the way through to the end of men's Series Trick 1. So Vasily Mazurkovic just looking in good shape here, just getting the elevation there with the front flip, and he'll do the reverse. There we go. Tries to recover there and go for a ski line 5. Ski line 5 front. And he just has very few tricks remaining there with the ski line back, and he just rests up from there. So Vasily Mazurkovic representing the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. So good on him. We're going to get a score from him very soon. In the meantime, it's going to be Dima Thompson from Switzerland. All right then, folks, here we go. Dima Thompson. Okay, there's the wake 5 front. Does he go for the ski line back? Yes, he does. He's holding a good high clip with the boat speed. There's the flip. There's the flip reverse. What does he do next? There we go with the flip back to front. He's got 2 more that he can do. Oh, a long range front flip, and unfortunately unable to land that one. So our first effective fall for this competition is the front flip courtesy of Dima Thompson. So Dima Thompson, we'll look at him and continue to monitor the situation with him. Dima Thompson, his personal best of 6,040, Swiss national champion in overall. Involved in a media studies program right now, hence his interest with working as a colleague here on the TWBC and being involved with that entity. There's Dima Thompson, and he's going to get ready for toe tricks. We're past number 2. Don't forget, we still got the watch party going on, our global watch party. You can check that out by going to that QR code. Scan that and upload a picture of your watch party going on right now. As we see Dima Thompson there with Kiersey Wolfersberg. Here's pin person, and Kiersey just trying to impart some advice there for Dima Thompson as he gets ready between toe trick and between hand tricks and toe tricks. All right, then, moving in towards the course. Second and final 20-second pass. This will consist of toes, and it looks like it's going to be a wrap for either a toe wake 5 back or a toe 5 back. Looks like it's going to be the toe 5 back, and a good smooth rotation there, making sure that that's crisp and clean. Toe 5 front, toe out. Toe straight back in, grabs the rope, and unfortunately unable to stabilize himself at the same time. So naturally, he's going to be rather disappointed with that. But Dima Thompson falling on both runs, and it's obviously going to be reflected in his final points total. So we're pushing a score for Vasily. It's 9840, 9,840. All right, so moving on from Dima Thompson, we've got Alexander Menzel. So Alexander Menzel, his personal best is 33.50. A member of the Clemson water ski team. Here comes Alexander Menzel. Looking good here. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Some reverse and regular turns there in the toe hold position. Toe wake back and toe wake front. And goes in for the toe wrapping, but unfortunately I'm not able to stay balanced on top of the ski and taking a fall as a result. That is Alexander Menzel. So again, rocked to here a little bit with the toe tricks, with the toe back to backs and the initial toe back and reverse toe front. Put in a toe side slide and reverse, and I think that this is where things started to go a little bit sideways on him. However, having said that, the toe wake back and toe wake front looked very, very nice indeed. But that's things where that's where things ultimately ended on pass number 1, and that was a fall. All right, so we've got our leaderboard, Paul Duplan-Freiberg with 11,060, Mazurkovic with 98.40, and Dima Thompson with or actually Stepan Spak with a third place score of 76.50. Still got plenty of skiers to go in this series, and then we got 12 skiers. Looks like we got a score for Dima Thompson, and it is 43.30. 43.30. That puts him marginally behind of Vasily Mazurkovic, who scored Vasily Mazurkovic scored actually 98.40, so there's a well over 4,000 point differential between the two. My mistake. right, let's have a look and see. There's the Waco. Wake back to back. There's wake back to back reverse. Winding it on, surface back to backs. Wake back and wake front. There's the wake line back and wake line and just conventional line front and line back, wake line front. Couple of sides and gets that pass to go. So good, solid skiing. A great effort there from our skier on the water. That is Alex Menzel. And as the boat makes its way to the dock, we're going to take a look at the instant replay on the second and final 20-second pass. All right, just looking at these tricks once again as they're performed one after the other. A little bit flat there with the wake line back, at least from this perspective. The judges have a different camera view and may see something that is totally different from where I'm assessing these tricks from on screen. So there we go. That is Alexander Menzel. We move on to our next skier who comes to us out of Denmark. It is Oscar Domino. Oscar Domino, who possesses a personal best of 3,070 points. Okay, here we go. That's the ski line back and just working his way slowly and methodically with each trick that he has on his effort there, including the surface moves. That's the O into wrap Waco. Attempted that little sequence and failed in the last time he did it in tournament, and unfortunately just couldn't get enough off the top of the wake to clear the second one without casing it. And unfortunately unable to make his way completely through that pass. That is Oscar Domino from Denmark. All right, so working our way down this list, we are 6 skiers in. Oscar Domino, again, ready for pass number 2 behind that Malibu towboat. I think the towboat is taking him all the way to the end of the lake before we deposit him in there and bring him in on pass number 2. So great to have you on board. My name is Tony Leifert, and you are watching the Men's Series 2 Tricks competition in the preliminary round elimination series. looking good here for Oscar Domino, getting ready on pass number 2. Looks like he's going to get ready to wrap for something along the lines of a toe 5 back. Now the judges will be looking for clarity on this trick without any partition of the spin. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, toe wake back, clear of the wake, toe wake front, toe side, reverse toe side. Oh, and going down hard there on the toe into wrap, catching a vicious edge there, and it's a good job. Zane was on the pull, the pin pull on that one, because that happened very, very quickly indeed. Released the line from the pole, and kudos to Zane for making that happen, because that could have been nasty had he stayed with the boat. And we're going to see this right from very top here. And there you can see the partition spin there with the toe 5 back there. There was a definite pause at the front, and normally a sign of a lack of line control with the toe foot. But look at this here. There's the toe wake back and the toe wake front. And I think around about this time he tried to do a toe side and then the toe into wrap in. Oh, and taking a huge edge catch there on the fall. And that was Oscar Domino of Denmark. Now, we move on to our next competitor from Sweden. It's going to be Charlie Westland. All right, moving on. Next competitor, I believe, if the bib number concurs, it should be bib 18, and it's Luca Rakenwald. That would explain why I wasn't able to find Charlie Westland's bio sheet, because he's not here. But Luca Rakenwald's I have. Has a personal best of 64.50 all the way back in 2023. Toe 5 back, very, very smooth there. I don't think the officials will have any problems awarding credit there where it's due. A 350-point toe trick. Certainly very, very much a part of this toe run. Toe-o, toe wake-o, toe wake back, and a toe front, and yep, he's expended all the tricks that he has on toes on pass number 1. And that was Luca Rakenwald. Now, Luca Rakenwald on top of this. He scored personal best of 4:11.25 meters. And he's jumped over 70 meters. He's the University World Champion in jump for this season. Took that title in the early part of this season. Currently the third place finisher on the Water Ski Pro Tour last season in the men's jump competition, and was actually runner-up in 2023 in the European Championship jump competition. That was held on Jolly Ski in San Gervasio Bresciano. So, that is Luca Rakenwald, who tends to show up last minute on a number of tournaments, including LA Night Jam, and performs really well at those particular events. But we'll see what he can do with his second and final pass of tricks. Hand tricks is going to be his last salvo here in this tricks event, and it's going to be 3,060 for Alexander Menzel, 3,060, which seems to be consistent with his PB anyway. So Alexander Menzel doing good, and Oscar Domino with 2,900 points, so 2,990. So we are up to date with our point scores right now. So Luca Ruckenwald coming in, second and final 22nd pass. Selecting the boat speed at 31K. That would indicate that this is going to be a high octane handle pass. There we go. There's one flip. Here's the second. Here he comes for the third. Flip twist back to front. He's got two more than he can do. Does he go for the straight up front flip? Yes, he does. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. Nails that one too. Yeah, absolutely on fire. There you go. That is Luca Ruckenwald of Austria. Fantastic skiing. He is all kinds of excited there on the basis of that performance. That might actually be closer to about 6,500 points if all is done correctly. Austria's Luca Ruckenwald, who has skied on this venue many, many times in the past. He knows every nook and cranny with this Salmsey venue, and it certainly shows here. So great, superb effort there, roaring back there. That is Luca Ruckenwald of Austria. We're now down to our final skier in men's Series 2. It is going to be Peter Oravec from Slovakia. So there's your leaderboard currently. Paul Duplon Freiberg with 11,060. Vasily Mazurkovic with a little over 9,000 points, currently in second place, 98.40. And then there's a little bit of a drop off before we see the next point score. So here we go. This is Peter Oravec from Slovakia. Toe 5 back, trying to keep it smooth. Not necessarily quick, just smooth will help. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe straight back in, toe Waco. Peter Oravec, who has a personal best of 4,700 points. And one wonders why he hasn't tricked more with some of the tricks that he had produced there with toes. We'll find out what he does with his handle pass coming up. And trying to keep the spin going, trying to keep everything nice and smooth on that opening trick, which is the toe 5 back. So Peter Oravec able to make it through pass number 1. And that third place score from Steven Spach from Ukraine, doing a fine job there with 76.50. Still out in the lead is Paul Duplon-Freiberg, and I kind of suspect that lead is going to stick around for quite a bit as we go into men's Series 1 tricks. There's 12 skiers in that series. So we will know very, very soon, relatively speaking, as to who is going to make it through to a trick final. Essentially, to go through to a trick final is the earliest possible opportunity. One has to take the lead, and that's going to be easier said than done. Here we go. This now is coming in. Peter Oravec. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep, and unfortunately unable to get through that pass. Just unable to wrestle down one of his flip moves. We'll see. We'll have a look at the beginning run and see where things decided to go pear-shaped for him. That's the ski line back, and the positional to the front. Then goes into the back-to-back, wake back-to-back, and wake back-to-back reverse. Not looking bad at all, but then things have started unraveling here for him, including that 5 front. So we're going to get a revised score for Wenzel, 28.60. So we see the tail end of that pass. So 28.60 for Alexander Menzel. That's an amended score. So there we go. That concludes the Series 1 of tricks. We're still waiting for Luca Rackenwald's score to come through, but we're going to go headlong into men's Series 1, and Sebastian Urban will be our lead-off skier. Here is your top 3 right now after Series 2. Paul Duplon-Freiberg with 11,060. Vasily Mazukovic with 98.40. And Stepan Spach from Ukraine with 76.50. All right, first skier up in Series 1, Sebastian Urban, followed by Ivan Zaletsov, Adrian Elias, Vincent Ahama, Mikhailovchenko, Zdeněk Coleman, Ernst Tui Nelson, Alexander Gashil, Damir Filaretov, Nicholas Bonatti, so on and so forth. Sebastian Urban from Austria, toe 5 back, toe back to back, and it's reverse. Keeping a good tight line all the way through. Toe 5 front, toe O off balance there. Does he go for the toe wake line? Oh no, he goes for the toe wake line back and repositions himself to the front, but he lost a whole bunch of time on trying to recover that toe wake O, and unfortunately unable to score more points, too many more points beyond that point. So we got a new score coming in. It is Luca Rockenwald. It is 6,500 points. 6,500 points for Luca Rockenwald. Looks like we got a score for Pole Diplom Freiburg that it's been revised 10,420, 10,420. It's been revised down to. But don't forget, there is that 30-minute review period to take place after the conclusion of the tricks event, and we've got a whole bunch of photographers along the shore side. I mean, I don't know, did someone put an ad in the paper or something like that that says we're requesting photographers? Don't mind how many. But yeah, all joking aside, we are extremely, extremely gratified that these folks are taking time out of their busy schedules to come on over and photograph our beautiful sport of tournament water skiing. Don't have that many photographers covering events such as this typically, so when a whole bunch of them arrive and start snapping pictures, oh yeah. Here we go, Sebastian Urban, backflip to get things up and running. There's the second move. Sebastian Urban of Austria. There's the back to front, front to back. Keeping a good check on everything there. There's the ski line back to back. A little bit of travel across the wake there, and unfortunately getting a little bit bogged down with the reverse. But a decent effort there from Sebastian Urban of Austria. And I would have to say, based upon what I've seen so far and being at least the first skier up with 11 more to go, it would probably be safe to say that Pole Diplom Freiburg has made his way into the final round of the tricking competition. I just get that kind of feeling that the trick score from Sebastian Urban is not going to be anything close to 10,420. And with 11 skiers to go in this tricking competition and 12 skiers making it through to the final, simple arithmetic should make you draw the conclusion that the Pole Diplom Freiburg will be in the men's tricking final. I'm sure he's already made that determination long before the skier scores have come out in this series. All right, moving on. Our next competitor up. As we see Peter Oravec with a 45.40. Skier on the water at this time is Ivan Zaletsov of Ukraine. Ivan Zaletsov. Now, all the trick scores that we're gonna be posting from here on out is going to be from Series 1. Oh, look at that. Toe wake line 5 back with lots of elevation. Toe wake line 0, toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back. What has he got left? He's got a whole bunch of tricks, yeah. And I'll tell you what, there were 1 or 2 tricks on that pass which really, really stood out to me so far as its execution. We'll have a look at this. Starts off fairly conservatively with the toe 5 back, keeping it smooth, keeping it real. Toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Now, just watch this on the instant replay. toe wake line 5 back. Look at that, straight up. And normally when I see toe wake line 5 backs, the ski's fairly close to the water and the rotation is rapidly sped up between that and most of the other tricks. He did it, a slow rotation there, and was still able to get the ski up and around for the toe wake line 5 back, going from inside to out, which is another unusual element to the way that he completes that trick too. Normally, most toe wake line 5 backs are executed from the outside in. All right, so we're continuing to rock along. Our officials are assessing each of the tricks. I'm not too sure if they use the iTricks method of scoring, although we don't have iTricks present in its physical form. But maybe the method in which tricks are scored may be replicated, which is the judging portion, which identifies the tricks, the review portion, which checks to see if each of those tricks are performed correctly, and then put whatever the pass is scored against the clock of 20 seconds and see which trick is performed last out of time. Okay, so we're looking at the leaderboard. Paul Duplan-Freiberg, he's through to the next round of the competition despite his reduction of trick points of 10,420. Ivan Zletnov of Ukraine. There we go. There's the half jack to start. Front flips. Front flip reverse. He's got 3 more that he can do. There's the flip twist to the back. Positional. Flip twist to the back reverse. Flip twist to the front. No, Mo back to back. Look at him go. Going slow as you like between each tricks, but making sure that they're credit. Nicely done there for Ivan Zletnov of Ukraine. So Ivan Zletnov of Ukraine doing a fine effort there. Not particularly quick, not particularly paid so far as tempo is concerned, but making sure that all of the highly technical tricks, which do score the majority of the points, are performed correctly, such as this front flip here. Nails the landing, going from wake to wake. Sebastian Urban gets 52.60 so far as his point score is concerned. 52.60. So that means our second place skier has made it through to the finals as well, with the amount of skiers that we have left. So good solid skiing there for Ivan Zletnov of Ukraine. So we've got 12 skiers in this men's trick series 1, 12 skiers, and the top 12 skiers in their entirety will make it through to the men's tricking final. I'm seeing right now Paul Duplan-Freiberg as we get ready to drop Adrian Elias into the water, or on top of the water rather. I see Paul Duplan-Freiberg making it through to the next round. We're waiting on the score for Ivan Zletnov. This is going to be a toe 5 back. Beautifully executed, keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Not looking bad at all. Nicely done. Right, just looking at this instant replay again from Adrian Elias. We'll We'll get the point scores for him shortly. But I know that this is a skier who places a high premium on being able to perform these tricks correctly. So every effort, therefore, in turning tricks gets scored. Rotations appear to be good over the wake. But then as things start to slow down as he tries to adjust for wake tricks, the carrying the portable. All right, seeing a collection of our national flags all representing their respective nations here at the Europe and Africa Water Ski Championships. Getting ready to go is Vincent Ahama, who represented Austria last week at the U21 World Water Ski Championships. I was certainly there last week myself, and still trying to recover a little bit from jet lag a little bit, but we'll push forward and keep everything rocking ahead. So we've got our crew. We've got Jeremy Scholl on the tower. We've got Connor Pesek on the drone. We've got Dima Thompson here with the boat cam, and Leo Cederquist on our dockside camera. Here we go, coming in, Adrian Elias. Flip twist to the front, flip. Regular backflips now. Oh, look at this, continuing to rock here. Wake 5 front, Waco out, and confusing set of tricks there on that particular run. He might not be scoring as many of those as he would like, but the towboat making its way back to the dock, and Adrian Elias. We're going to push a score out for Ivan Zletnov. It is 91.10, 9,110, which actually means that the score from Vasily Mazurkovic, I would say, is good enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, tricking over 9,840 points. So Paul Duplon-Freiberg and Vasily Mazurkovic, both of them through to the next round of the competition. We have 12 in this series. We've put in 10. We've put in 2 through to the finals. They being from outside of Series 1, so Vasily and Paul through to the next round of the competition. Now, the next bubble score is going to be 91.10, and that is courtesy of Ivan Zletnov. But getting ready to go is Vincent Ahama. So here comes Vincent Ahama. Let's see what he's got. Toe 7 front. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back. Oh, we're trying to recover there off a couple of tricks there. Balked on the toe 8 back to back reverse, but he's going quick. He's It's going accurate. Oh, look at that. That's a toe wake O into wrap there. You don't often see that particular trick. Matter of fact, the only person that I've seen in the last few seasons consistently do that trick is one Elena Thompson. There we see Adrian Elias walking back to the dock. And and Elena, if you're watching wherever you happen to be, send us a message through the live chat and tell us how you believe Vincent Ahama's performance has been so far with toe tricks, especially the toe wake O into wrap. Just going through the motions here, toe 5 front, toe out, toe O straight back in, and then goes in for the toe wake O. Now look at this, toe wake O reverse. Does not send the ski over the line, which is normally the route that a lot of skiers do at that point in the proceedings, like to do a trick like that, which is the toe wake lino, which was programmed into the pass a little bit later on. But a remarkable, remarkable trick, the toe wake O into wrap, about two-thirds portion of that run. As we see one of our trickers make his way back to the dock, that is Peter Oravec. So the score of 91.10 is still the bubble score right now. Anything over that point score will send that skier through to the final. All right, on dockside, getting ready for his go. It's going to be Mikhailchenko from Ukraine, getting ready. But he's going to have to wait his turn, at least until Vincent Ahama gets done with hand tricks. Now he's wrapped in for something like a wake 5 back. Yes, indeed, there's a wake 5 front. Waco's there, look at him go. Moving on from trick to trick, ski line back. What has he got? Ski line back reverse. Does he have anything else there? Ski line O, straight up tip first. Now, okay, so from what I understand, we had a little bit of misidentification there, and I do apologize. That is Zdenek Coleman Jr., But he is on the list as a 6 on, and he's decided to go in a 4th on this list. So my abject apologies to anyone who was misinformed there. But Zdenek Coleman, this would actually make sense, because the way that he sequences the tricks, he does it like possibly no other person that I know of except for Martin Coleman. His brother, who's currently in the United States right now, trying to get the ULM Warhawk program back on winning shape and track. But there we go. That is Zdenek Coleman. Should have actually read the bib number if I was to place any criticism upon my own lap. But there you go. That is wearing bib number 4, Zdenek Coleman Jr. Okay, so Vincent Ahama should go next. Just getting cinched in here. Okay, so now we're moving on to our next competitor. It is Mikhail Mikhailichenko from Ukraine. All right, here we go, folks. This is Mikhailichenko wearing bib number 89. All right, just still waiting to get the points out for Zdeněk Coleman Jr. Also, wouldn't mind finding out what the status was of Vincent Ahama. So a little bit of a delay in our midst here with Mikhailichenko. He's a skier that's halfway down this list now. All right, then, so we are moving on again. Our next competitor coming to us from Ukraine is Mikhailichenko from Ukraine, a skier out of Sentosa. Try and get you a little bit more information about him, but in the meantime, just sit back and marvel at what you're about to see. He's one of the best trickers in his age group in the entirety of the world. Look at that toe 5 front, toe in, toe out, toe wake lino. Looking like some conventionally spun tricks there. Oh, look at that. Toe wake line back to back, and it's reverse, going nostrils deep there. Having to work his way out of that particular pickle, but managing to stay upright as things continued to work their way out. Mikhailichenko. Looking very, very strong out there with each of these tricks, including the toe wake lino. toe wake line back, and then going in hard there off the toe wake line back to back, and almost going in there, and then going in pretty hard there on the reverse. So Mikhailichenko getting ready for pass number 2. As we see Tui Ernst Nielsen getting set up on the dock. So it looks like we got a score for Zdeněk Coleman. It's 74-50. 74-50. Still waiting on a score for Adrian Elias. Okay, so we're getting a score for Adrian Elias. It is under review. 8,090 points, 8,090. Mikhailichenko, look at the height on the front flips. Flip twist to the back, all going in low there, and unfortunately there for Mikhailichenko. Just went all out for the height and the accuracy with the first few tricks, and just went into just a little bit of a mind pause there with that particular move. That's the flip twist back and the flip twist back reverse. Then goes in for the half jack, which would be his last effective flip going in, and then goes in with the flip twist back. Now he still continues on here, getting lower and lower with each one, and then he just arrested his edge coming into the wake and deprived himself from about 1/3 of the tricks that he had scheduled to go. So falling about 2/3 the way through. That is Mikhailichenko. Right, next skier to take to the water, representing Denmark. It is Tui Ernst Nielsen, who has a personal best of 97.90. So kind of hard to say at this point with any degree of certainty or definition of who has made it through to the next round of the competition. I would probably go so far as to say that Ivan Zaletsov has probably punched his ticket through to the next round with his 91-10 run. We'll try and get the leaderboard up for you as soon as possible to see what the possible permutations are going forward. He decided not to go with the toe wake back-to-back inverse. Instead, he stays inside the wake and goes in for the toe wake O. Toe wake line O, look at him go. This is toe wake line back, toe wake. It attempts a toe wake line back to back, but unfortunately unable to get his mind and focused and correct in terms of being able to edge effectively off the top of the wake and produce the toe wake line back to back from outside to in. Skier about to take to the water is Alex Gashil, as we're now about 2/3 the way into this trick in elimination round. All right, so as we work on Alexander Gashil, we're wearing bib number 14, getting ready to go. We've still got some other trickers to come. Damir Filaretov, followed by Nicholas Benatti. Mikhailovchenko, his point score coming through. It is 7,360. Despite that fall, he could be in with an outside chance of making it through to the next round. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Mikhailovchenko. He's currently in 7th spot right now with a 73.60. We're still waiting for a whole bunch of scores to make themselves available. And still wondering about Vincent Ahama, why he didn't show. Maybe it had something to do with the traveling that was necessary to get from Canada to Oberösterreich in Austria. So let's try and get a little bit of an assessment here. We've got 5 skiers remaining. We're still waiting on a definitive score for. Still waiting on some scores coming through. Least of all, well, most of all, Tuans Nielsen, who is halfway through his tricking effort. 7,450, that score for Zdeněk Coleman Jr. is going to be one that many will focus in on in regards to making it through to the 12 skier final. We might even have more than a couple of skiers from Series 2 make an appearance in the men's tricking final. There is the front flip from Tuans Nielsen, flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back, reverse. What has he got? Ski line O to the back, ski line back to back. Does he have anything else? Wake 7 back and wake back to back. And good effort there. Should be enough to see him through. But we wait on the point score and the subsequent 30-minute of review time as we see Damir Filaretov make his way to the dock. He'll be tricking relatively soon, right after Alexander Gashil, who is on the dock and ready and raring to go. Just looking at some of these tricks towards the end, high velocity stuff here from one trick to the next. All right, so now we're moving on to our next competitor. Representing Austria, his personal best is 10,040. Runner-up in the European U21 Championships and overall in the past. U14 runner-up European Championship, tricks and overall national championship, tricks record holder of Austria. This now is Alex Gashil. As I mentioned, his personal best is over 10,000 points, and he currently skis for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns in the United States. So plenty of interest from both sides of the Atlantic here as we go toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse, Toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O in. Getting good elevation there with the toe wake O, toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to back. And steadies the ship there and gets ready for pass number 2. That's Alex Gashiel skiing on home water here at here in Linz, Steinreg Linz in Austria. Here at Zalmsee, one of the premier sites in all of Europe. This venue has hosted a whole raft of championships along the way, including the 2007 World Water Ski Championships, which saw a number of surprises, not the least of which was Thomas de Gasperi winning the World Championship title in men's slalom and going on to winning another title as well in amongst his other accomplishments, which includes a remarkable 10-year streak of European Slalom Championship titles. As we see Zdeněk Coleman Jr. make his way back to the dock. We await the totality of his score. I believe it's 74.50. But is that going to be enough to see him through? We all wonder. We all are curious and abuzz with these trick totals and how they stack up against everyone else. So just waiting on Alex Gashiel. He only has a limited amount of transition time between each pass, as we see Damir Filaretov representing Ukraine. And after him, we'll have 3 more competitors. Another skier from Ukraine amongst them, Daniila Filchenko. And sandwiched in by Nicolas Benatti and Louis Duplan-Freiburg. Looks like a score is pushing through. 2 Ernst Nielsen, that is 86.60. 86.60, that should be enough. 86.60 for 2 Ernst Nielsen. Looking good from one side to the next. Ski line O, positional to the back, ski line back to back. And what has he got remaining? Ski line 5 back. He should know that he's done enough. And he thinks he does. From Austria, that is Alex Gashiel. Do not go over the jump. Yeah, that would have taken the camera out on the ramp and would have not made Vincent a happy person. But there you go. That is Alexander Gashiel standing up on both 22nd passes. Always a good sign going forwards when that happens. We await the score of Alex Gashiel. So looking at this instant replay and seeing the turbulence that is Alexander Gashiel from one end of the course to the next, 2 stand-up runs, exactly what was expected of him. And we'll see if the same distinction can be made with our next competitor, our 3rd or 4th competitor from last on the dock, representing Ukraine. This is Damir Filaretov. Oh, look at Here we go, keeping going here. Damir Filaretov looking a little disjointed at the beginning, but still able to trick a U21 men's trick title finalist. And good, solid effort there. A skier that competed there in the Lakes of Casting Stone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, just a few days ago. Made the slalom final, made the tricking final. Made all of the finals, as a matter of fact, to the best of my knowledge. Or the best of my memory, rather. There we go. There's the mode back-to-back. And doesn't go for the reverse, though. Not comfortable spinning the mode back reverse. Instead, going with the flip twist back and its reverse. That's certainly one way to make tricks a little simpler and ski more strategically. Being able to do just a straight-up weight back-to-back from one position to the next. There is the ski line O, a turn to the back, ski line back-to-back. And does he have anything else on this run? Oh, yeah, you betcha. Ski line 5 back, landing with the ski 180 degrees away from the boat and getting the job done. So 4 skiers to go. 2 Ernst Nielsen, Zdeněk Coleman Jr., Ivan Zelnetsov, Vasily Mazurkovic, and Paul Dupont-Freiburg. They have scores that could well be in contention in the finals. And I'm actually adding a tick to Stepan Shapak as well, who scored 76.50. He should be through to the next round of the competition. So let's count the ticks that I currently have on my sheet here. I see Paul, I see Chopin, I see Vasily. That's on one page. Add 3 to these other 3 there. Ivan Zeletnov. Looks like we're pushing another point score. It's 10,040 there for Alex Gashil. 10,040 there for Alex Gashil. He is certainly through to the final. So I have currently 7 that have made it through to the next round of the competition. And looking at Damir Filaretov, it looks like he will be one of the late... Oh, Toeck line 5 back, Toeck line back-to-back. He's still on top of the water. He's still throwing tricks left, right, and center. Yes, he stands up all the way through. Yeah, I'm figuring that even without his score, those 2 stand-up 20-second passes are enough to ensure that Damir Filaretov is through to the next round of the competition. So I'm counting 5 on one page and counting 3 on the other. A total of 8. There are 3 skiers remaining. So I've got to find another trick score from somewhere to add to this list. I think it might actually be Adrian Elias with 8,090 thrown in there for good measure. So I'm seeing Elias, I'm seeing Zeletnov, I see Nielsen, Gashil, and Filaretov, as well as Coleman, as well as Paul Dupont-Freiburg, Shapak, and Vasily Mazurkovic. So looking towards the end there and acknowledging the crowd support there in the best way that he knows how. Wearing bib 87, that is Damir Filaretov. Next competitor up, and I see a whole bunch of Italians along the short side, and there is a good reason for that, because their skier is about to take to the water. It's Nicholas Bonatti. Here we go, setting up the boat speed. All right, toe 7 front, a little bit of a partition spin there, but toe wake back-to-back and toe wake back-to-back reverse. Toe back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe back in. A skier, oh, look at that. He attempts the toe wake line 5 back. Instead of doing a straight up toe wake O, which is normally the conventional trick that one would do from that position at that time in comparison to the tricks that he'd already produced by that point, he went straight in for the gusto. He went straight in for the toe wake line 5 back, which we'll see at the tail end of this instant replay. But I mean, he got the majority of the tricks that he wanted to with the toe 7 front to front and the toe wake back-to-backs. And as he controls the slack off that toe wake back-to-back reverse, he goes in for the toe back-to-backs and then just look at this. Boom! Toe wake line 5 back, but unfortunately landing short of the landing zone that he needed to hit to make that trick doable. But that is Nicholas Benatti. So, looking at the inside of that towboat, the reaction there from Elisabetta Galli, the team manager for Team Italia, looking very, very self-evident there. All right, so our Italian fans along the shore, we've got Matteo Luzzeri, we've got multiple-time world champion and multiple-time European champion there, Thomas de Gasperi. We also see Bea and Alice along the shore side as well, are just trying to offer their best support going forwards after seeing that effort there on the toe pass from Nicholas Benatti, who's been through the wars recently in terms of recovering from injuries and stuff like that. All right, here we go. Nicholas Benatti, second and final 22nd pass. Here he comes. Positional, Mo back, river. No, he goes in for the flip twist back to front. Decided not to do that. Oh, we're recovering there. Going in for the backflip. There he goes. There's the ski line O, ski line back to back. Trying to do a recovery job here. Looking like an unmade bed out there. Nicholas Benatti. We're pushing a score coming through with Damir Filaretov, a 95.40. That is surprising. 95.40, considering how well he tricked relative to that score. It is enough to see him through, mind you. But I believe Damir might have had at least a couple of tricks knocked off that score, and we'll see if that score gets revised after the review period of 30 minutes that which each skier and their appropriate entourage has the right to. Just looking at the front flips and the other moves that he pushed out, doesn't need to trick towards the maximum that he's capable of. Just somewhere close would help. Somewhere about 7,500 points would do the trick there for him, if you excuse the pun. But Nicholas Benatti just throwing everything in the kitchen sink towards the end here, just to get more and more points. So that's Nicholas Benatti. A little bit of a wry smile there from him, considering what has happened out there on the water with his toe pass and the handle pass. So now our penultimate skier is on the water from Ukraine, specifically from the city of Dnipro. This now is Danielo Filchenko. So a high clip here with the boat speed, 32k, positional, mode back reverse. Got 4 more flips that he can do. There's the half jack. Here he comes with the flip twist to the back, reverse. Does he do anything more? There we go, front flip. He's expended the flips. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, ski line O, positional to the back, ski line back to back. Does he have anything else? Yes, he most certainly does. He tricks like an absolute dynamo out there. And that is Danielo Filchenko doing what he does best. Certainly one of the top overall competitors in all of the world, and proving that to us right here and right now with the pass that he produced to open up his effort in the Elimination Round Series. Front flips looking sensational. Just driving into the wake straight up, just throws his shoulders forward, picks the ski up behind him, and then continues on with the ski line tricks. I didn't hear too much in the way of a drop in the boat speed. Probably one of those few skiers that can actually trick at a constant boat speed between flips and ski lines, which certainly decomplicates a lot of tricking, and certainly makes things a lot easier on the boat driver. That much I can tell you. All right, our skier on the dock getting ready, our last competitor of the day in this Elimination Round Series in the tricks event. Louis Duplan Freibourg. We're seeing a first look of him, and by contrast, we're seeing the last look of Daniela Filchenko so far as his 220-second pass effort is concerned. He's medaled at the World Games. He is the World Games jump champion. 21 and 22 jump champion of Europe, U21 world champion as well from back in the day. His personal best is 12,340. Probably won't be aiming for that point score today, but he's just trying to get set up with a men's trick final appearance at the very least. Toe wake line 5 back, toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse, going in deep. Oh, and going in real deep there and almost completely recovered it. Where did he go? There he goes. Completely disappeared under the water after the ski submerged itself after that toe trick. So fantastic effort there from Danielo Filchenko. Toe wake line tricks abound on this one. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, grabbing the line. Toe wake O, and then coming inside the wake, toe wake line, toe wake O, I believe. Then a toe wake line back. And let's have a look and see where he fell. Toe wake line back to back. That was after his toe wake line 5 back. And just trying to ski that one away, and he's not gonna ski away very much without that trick ski. But there you go. I think he's done enough to make it through to next round of the competition. That much I know. So I'm going to put a provisional tick next to his name. Nicholas Bonatti, 7,030 points. 7,030 points for Nicholas Bonatti. That means that provisionally, and I say provisionally, Mikhailichenko with 7,350 points has done enough to advance through to the men's trick final. Now, this prognostication here is provisional. It's not based upon the complete and official trick scores. Tell you what, if that pin person's guys aren't wrapped, knuckles aren't wrapped after that, with the amount of rope pressure on that release, I don't know what's happened. I think that might even be Stepan Shapak as well. So sending the boat speed at a pretty high clip at 32.4K. Bravo 2 with the 0 off, Mo back, Mo back, reverse. Continuing on. Now, just watch the little sequence that he'll have towards the end if he gets that far. Ski line back to back, a good travel across the wake. That should give you a little bit of a preview to what we'll see towards the end. Front flip. Now, look at this. Wow, look at that. So there are bunches of scores that are currently changing right now. So just to re-emphasize that the point scores that I'm broadcasting here are provisional. We're still waiting on a crossing of the T's and dotting of the I's, so to speak, with the trick scores as we continue to move forward with this competition. Louis Duplan Freiburg, our very, very last competitor of the day. Ski line back to back, a bounce to the front. And this and towards the end, just watch this little sequence there. That's the ski line 5 front. Then he goes in for a front flip. Now look at this sequence here. Inverted ski line O and an inverted wake O off the same motion. That little sequence of the air unique to Louis Duplan Freiburg. Ski line O inverted, going across the two wakes from left to right, and then doing a wake O just for a little bit of lagniappe, just for a little bit of fun. Okay, the leaderboard currently showing that Paul Duplan Freiburg is still in the lead with his score of 10,240 points. Was that 10,420? Yeah, 10,420, my bad. So not too much to separate the likes of Nicholas Bonatti and Mikhailichenko when it comes down to a score on paper. But let's see. Oh, well, Louis Duplan-Freiberg almost going down there within the first couple of tricks on pass number 2, but he has enough presence of mind to arrest that fall and continue on. Knew that his possibility of him tricking in the final would have taken a severe knock had he have gone down that early with the toe pass. And he's not even too sure what happened there, if we're being honest, but he does know that that his alarm bells kicked in, and he even tries to redo that trick there out of course, you know, just to get a better idea of where he was in relation to the wake. Goes with the toe 7 front. Can you step to the side, please? But looking good, looking strong here, at least for the tricks, for the remaining tricks that he has on this particular run. Not the best toe pass that he's produced, but at least he stands up on it and at least gives himself a chance of redeeming himself in the final. Toewick line back to back towards the end. I think that he decided to shut it down at that point, and then he figures, okay, let's try one or two of these tricks again and see if I can't at least redeem myself instantly there. Danielo Filchenko is your leader right now. 11,350. 11,350, if I've got that right. So that concludes the skiing portion of the tricks event, and we're totting up the points. We're gonna try and get you we're trying to get the score of Louis Duplan-Freiberg to give you some frame of reference, not only for the men's tricks event, but also where he stands in the overall competition, despite the fact that we've only done one complete event, and that is the men's tricking competition. So our French skier making his way to the dock. By the time he does get back to the dock, we should have a pretty darn good idea of what he's scored. And then when we plug that score in, we'll put our main leaderboard up. But there is our provisional leaderboard that shows that Daniela Filchenko has taken the lead away from Paul Duplan-Freiberg. So Louis walking his way back to the dock here at Steireglintz Salmsee, the site that is hosting these European Open Championships for 2025. His team manager there, Sebastian Kahn. He will no doubt be nervously waiting for the trick scores. He's been through this rodeo before of checking trick scores and trying to do his best for the French team. He was a member of the French team himself many seasons ago, and so I'm your announcer, Tony Lightfoot, after a long day's worth of skiing, where we're done for the day, save for getting the score for Louis Duplan-Freiberg. I would suspect that he's tricked north of the trick amount that he's needed to make it through to the next round, and that score being 7,030 points, courtesy of Nicolas Bonatti. One would surmise that he's tricked more than that. So provisionally, I'm putting a tick next to Mikhailovchenko's name because he tricked 7,360, which was more than the point score at that time than Nicholas Bonatti. And Nicholas Bonatti ends up being the bubble score of 7,030. Just need one more score to come in, and then we will be wrapping up a little bit and leaving the trick points and all the protests and all of that shenanigans to our officials while we take our rest and take our leave of this beautiful facility in Salmsee, just outside of Linz in Austria. And in a lot of instances, these championships end up turning into some kind of family reunion where a lot of long-lost family and friends meet up to reconvene with each other. And someone's making use of the tub. I wonder if it's a hot tub or one of those ice bath type deal. There's Mikhailovchenko sampling that. He's keeping an eye on the trick scores as much as we are right now, so should be listening over the PA system, and we'll know in the next few moments the final score to come through from Louis Duplan Freiburg. To Ernst Nielsen there on the shore side with 86.60. Should be fairly safe with that score making it through. Other skiers we'll see if we can find and get views of. Maybe the likes of Adrian Elias from Slovakia, who scored 8,090, or even Ivan Zelentsov from Ukraine as our towboat makes its way out towards the course, and they're doing a little bit of homologation work to map the slalom course to make sure everything is good with our towboat come tomorrow morning. Just waiting patiently for that score from Louis Duplan Freiburg. Right, just waiting on some more trick scores to come in. Little bit of movement there on the shore side, adjacent to where the trickers have been filing past. They know that the competition is done for the day. We'll wait on one more score to come through. We're just agonizingly waiting there on Louis Duplan Freiburg, making that score available. Now, for those of you that just watched him, it should be I would say it should be relatively straightforward, but tricks of anything but relatively straightforward in terms of just taking a first-hand real look on-site assessment of what a skier has done and like saying, okay, that should be enough to make it through to the final. But sometimes the scores sometimes do not reflect the effort that was made or the performance that was made out there. And just to clarify, my opinions are no way connected with TWBC or any other entity that has a stake in this event. And it is a 9,870. I was expecting a score somewhere along that route, but 98.70 is good enough to send him through to the final. Now, where does that place him on the leaderboard? Well, you can see there quite clearly. Daniela Filchenko, 11,350. This is provisional totals, by the way. Paul Duplon Freiberg with 10,420. Alex Gashil in third place with 10,040. Louis Duplon Freiberg with 9,870. Vasily Merkovic from the IWWF White Flag team. That is 98.40. Damir Filaretov with 95.40. Ivan Zaletnov of Ukraine with 91.10. Tuance Nielsen with 86.60. Adrian Elias there with 8,090. Stepan Shapak there with 76.50. Zdenek Coleman with 74.50. And our final competitor to make it through to the final. He thought that he was going to be out of the event, but it looks like at this provisional stage that Mikhailovchenko has managed to just squeeze himself into the 12 skier final, having scored 73.50. So that's a wrap. We've had some great skiing today. Thank you very much for tuning in, no matter where you happen to be around the world. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and the schedule of events is available on the IWWF scoring portal. Friday, August the 8th, that is tomorrow, men's slalom elimination round. Series 3 starts off our events tomorrow, then goes to Series 2, then Series 1. Then we go into men's Series 2 and Series 1 jump, and then open women's Series 2 and Series 1 tricks. Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. You've been absolutely superb, and we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early. But until that time, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and on behalf of the TWBC production crew and anyone here who has a direct stake in the success of this 2025 Open European Championships, it is ciao for now.
Get ready, set.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.